just got emergency manager report of golf ball sized hail hitting Lambs Grove, Iowa, right now, as of 2:50 p.m. All right. Andy Hill is flagging a new yaw watch, nicknamed Knoxville Ayator, for a low confidence tornado threat. We have cell F2 approaching from the southwest, with its forecast track flickering a polygon, showing a mesocyclone and up to 1.25 inch hail. This yaw watch covers Marion, Poweshiek, and Mahaska counties in Iowa, including Lakeland and Pella, and expires in about 30 minutes. This is an early heads up from the yaw team, not a replacement for official National Weather Service warnings. We've got golf ball sized hail hitting on 1 mile north of Bryce, Illinois right now, as of 2:55 p.m. All right, Andy Hill still has eyes on the radar here for our Sullivan MO yaw watch. We've got two storm cells inside the polygon, F0 and S0, both showing half-inch hail. We also have four active viewer check-ins within the watch area. This is an early heads up from the y'all team, not a replacement for official National Weather Service warnings. We'll keep a close eye on it for you. Checking back in with Corey Gerken in Bellevue, Iowa. It's been about 7 minutes, and he is absolutely getting hammered by torrential rain right now. You can see his wipers struggling to keep up as visibility has dropped to nearly zero. Corey is currently under a tornado warning for a cell with a confirmed history of producing tornadoes. While we do not have a tornado on the ground here, the heavy rain could easily mask one. If you're in Bellevue,
So embarrassing story, guys. I got hit with a medical bill recently, and I did not have enough money to pay for it. But a friend of mine mentioned that she got this $5,000 loan recently, and it really helped her out. So I decided to try it. And I went to fastloanadvance.com, the site right here, and I picked the amount that I wanted. I chose the $5,000, and all I had to do was answer a few easy questions, you guys, and it literally took no time. And the money showed up in my account the next day. Oh, and if you're wondering, my credit score sucks, 520, but I still got approved. So there's no hidden fees, there's nothing crazy. It's just a super quick process. So if you're stuck with a medical bill or anything unexpected, definitely go ahead and tap below and check it out.
When allergies interrupt bedtime, the power of Claritin comes to the rescue. Powerful relief for them, peace of mind for you. Diet, sugar, and alcohol. Claritin clears.
back to Brandon Hooker near Galena, Illinois. It's been about 9 minutes, and visibility is completely tanked. He's battling torrential rain and mist that's turning the sky an eerie, deep charcoal green. Brandon is currently embedded in a tornado warning for a storm with a history of producing tornadoes. And golf ball sized hail was just reported less than 3 miles from his position. We do not have a tornado on the ground. Both localized flash flooding also a major concern. Travel is becoming impossible. Stockton, this is heading your way. Stay vigilant. My sensors are locked onto 2,590 and sharing your local weather conditions right now, with massive clusters racing for impact across Wisconsin, Missouri, and Kansas. I am genuinely worried because a staggering 572 of you are sitting directly inside active warning polygons right now. So please take this seriously and get to your safe room immediately. Let's zoom right into the worst of it in Joe Davies County, Illinois, where a viewer says they're getting plumb smacked. You are in a life-threatening situation right now, with a tornadic storm less than 7 miles away, packing 3-inch hail. And storm chaser Adam Lucio is literally half a mile from you, tracking this beast. Get underground or to an interior room immediately, and do not wait to see it. Swinging down to Wichita, Kansas. I I see you joking about a coconut Dr. Pepper wall cloud, but we need to get serious right now. You are sitting square in a severe thunderstorm warning until 4 p.m., with a nasty storm just 13 miles away, packing 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds heading straight for you. Storm chaser Ryan Pitt is nearby, tracking this moderate risk setup. So grab your drink and get to an interior room away from windows immediately. And finally, swinging down to Wichita, Kansas, I see you joking about a coconut Dr. Pepper wall cloud, but we need to get serious right now. You are sitting square in a severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock p.m., and a nasty storm just 14 miles away is packing 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading straight for you. Storm chaser Ryan Pitt is nearby tracking these cells, so grab your drink and get to an interior room away from windows immediately. Get your own personal threat assessment, grab the free WeatherWise app, and tap share location with y'all know. My servers are currently digesting live data from 2,593 of you, so we only need 7 more folks to step up and shatter that 2,600. Checking back in with Adam Lucio near Elizabeth, Illinois. It's been about 9 minutes, and he is currently punching through a thick wall of rain. Visibility has dropped significantly as he navigates these slick, rural roads of Joe Daviess County. Adam is directly inside a tornado warning for a storm with a history of production. And while we do not have a tornado on the ground, this heavy precipitation could easily hide any developing circulation. If you're in the path, specifically near Stockton or Apple River, get to your safe spot now. Let's get back to Brad Arnold near Stockton, Illinois. It's been about 9 minutes, and Brad is tracking a very moody storm base with a distinct lowering on the right side of the frame. He's deep within a tornado warning for a cell that has a confirmed history of producing touchdowns today. While we do not have a tornado on the ground at this moment, the environment is volatile, with golf ball-sized hail reported nearby. Stockton, this rotation is moving east at 25 miles per hour. Stay in your safe spot and keep it here. Checking back in, Jaden Papenhut near Elizabeth, Illinois. It's been about 9 minutes and he's transitioned onto some rural dirt roads, navigating past silos and open fields under a very moody, overcast sky. Jaden is currently inside a tornado warning for a cell with a confirmed history of producing touchdowns near the lake. While we do not have a tornado on the ground in this frame, this storm is a prolific hail producer, with golf ball-sized stones recently reported just 60 miles away. If you're in Stockton or Apple River, stay in your safe spot. Back with Brandon Kopic in Elizabeth, Illinois. It's been about 6 minutes, and he's currently rolling past St. Paul Church with his wipers working overtime. Brandon is right in the heart of the tornado warning for Joe Daviess County, where radar shows healthy rotation and a history of production. While we do not have a tornado on the ground, golf ball-sized hail was just recorded less than 9 miles away. With flash flooding also a major factor here, those wet roads are getting treacherous. Stockton, you're next in line, be ready.
A new tornado warning has been issued
Adam Lucio from Joe Davies County. It's been 5 minutes, and he's still navigating heavy rain and slick roads near Elizabeth. Adam is squarely in a tornado warning for a cell with a history of production, and with golf ball sized hail reported just 13 miles away, this is a dangerous situation. While we don't have a tornado on the ground, the NWS reminds us that heavy rain can easily wrap around and hide him. Warren and Scales Mound, you're in the path of these suspicious velocity signatures. Stay in your shelter. Checking back in with Ryan Pitt near Cambridge, Kansas. It's been about 14 minutes. He's now fully immersed in the rain shield of this severe cell. Visibility is dropping on these rural highways as moderate rain and mist take over the frame. Ryan remains under a severe thunderstorm warning in an environment the SPC says could support giant 3-inch hail. We do not have a tornado on the ground, but with 3,000 units of tape to work with, any discrete storm here bears watching as the evening unfolds. Checking back in with Brad Arnold near Stockton, Illinois. It's been about 6 minutes, and we've hit a bit of a snag. Brad's video feed has dropped out, likely due to the intense atmospheric interference or local terrain. While we've lost the visual, the data tells the story. He's still directly inside that tornado warning. Radar confirms.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Had to take care of some stuff. Hey, guys, I'm back. I had to take care of a couple things. Okay. Yeah, watch now. We're just doing. Had to do a couple things, guys. Sorry, I'm back. I had to do a couple things. Got my boys in here, which is good. I was doing a thing. That's why I was not here. I was doing a thing. We're gonna be on for a while.
But it's actually blue because there's already a severe thunderstorm watch in place.
Now, for me, I want Ryan Hall. No offense to this other guy, just that I prefer Ryan Hall because I prefer Michigan Storm Chasers, actually.
This is an incredibly dangerous storm. Speaking of dangerous storms, Brad Arnold's at the gas station right here. You can see that thing coming in right behind it. He's in Stockton, Illinois.
Sally dishes on top of the diesel pump? That seems not smart.
Gas station here soon. He's going to try to stay out in front of it.
Who puts...
Brandon Kalbich's in the middle of it. This is what it looks like in Joe Davis County, Illinois, right now.
That's Iowa. Okay. Yeah, now it changed over to
Joe Davies. Is it Joe Davis or Joe Davies?
Joe Davis County, Illinois. He's in the town of Elizabeth. Joe Davis County, Illinois.
The live view from Brandon Kalbich on the
Milford
side there. We'll keep that up for you.
Milford.
But if you are just now tuning in, the most concerning threat that we have right now, I think, is probably going to be this cyclic supercell over here coming into the Winona area.
Oh, news is on right now. Let's check local news real quick and see what they're saying real quick. Come on, don't play glitchy right now. You know you work. I'm going to move you a little. I move you over here. Okay, let's see here. 80 degrees right now in South Bend at the studio. And clear skies. Nothing actually happening right now. You guys will be back on in a second. We're still level 2. Oh, they raised it. Okay, guys, we're on WSBT. Wait, two. I need to look at some real quick, guys. We'll be back on in a second. Okay, we're level 2. Still. So we raised this all to level. Okay, that's nice. They raised it again to all level 2. Okay.
It's up to 72% on the tornado ID now, which is actually pretty impressive. So definitely have that more concern on this
Okay.
agency in Missouri. I'm zooming back out, looking at Kansas City. Kansas City.
So we'll keep an eye on this. As long as the weather radar doesn't start spilling, we're good.
It'll be there before you know it. Wichita, you guys have
How long we're gonna stay on for? We'll stay as long as we want.
Still getting hit right now on the south side of
You
town.
see here, how long we're down for? Doesn't really matter.
No tornado
You see here.
immediately right now.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe till midnight. Who knows?
The ones that are moving over towards Independence and places like that. So we're watching those. Also, my
Mm.
friends in Tulsa, I know you're watching. We're watching these storms to your west as well.
Eating. Oh, that's what Eden is. Eden is.
We also have storms popping up in Oklahoma, and we've got a storm chaser on these as well. Let's keep an eye on them for us. So we've got you covered no matter where you are, especially if you are up here in Mahaska, Marion, and Monroe counties, where we now have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Has been issued. A confirmed tornado.
As long as we don't see Ames, we're good.
Mahaska, Marion, and Monroe counties in Iowa. Seek shelter now. Weather spotters have confirmed
Baseball size hail.
and if that's the case, then that's an anticyclonic tornado. I believe.
That's not for us, though.
That we'd be talking about right here near Marysville. So just a very unusual and rare situation, but still dangerous in Attica, Marysville, Pershing, Bell Fountain, Harvey, and all of that. Somebody said, I'm scared and prepared in the church basement with the kiddos. That's great to hear. Make sure you stay there in that very secure shelter with your kids there for at least the next 28 minutes. Once the storm gets by, hopefully we'll be done for the night, but we'll keep you updated and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. Remember, don't be scared. Be prepared. Somebody in Oskaloosa says, am I cooked? I hate storms. You're not cooked. You're not cooked unless you go outside literally with an umbrella open and a parasol and you're holding a baseball bat. Then you're cooked. Otherwise, you're doing a good job just by paying attention to me and heeding the warnings and taking shelter. That's all you got to do, and you're going to be just fine.
Now, anything in Chicago?
Tornado warning continues over here for Stockton.
No.
By the way,
I've been to Stockton, Michigan.
this is going to go on for new information.
Ooh.
Stockton, Illinois. Take shelter. And it looks like this is confirmed now. So
Okay, there's nothing for Cook County, Illinois. Okay.
Tornado between Stockton and Elizabeth. This is now apparently on the ground according to law enforcement.
Okay, right now we have nothing to worry about right now,
I
guys.
don't know if we can see it from this tower
We're
camera,
going to. Ooh.
but we do have a tornado on the ground east of Hanover. There might be something a little visible right there. But this camera is in the town of Hanover, looking off to the south and east, or maybe directly to the east. We do have storm chasers, obviously, on this.
Stockton, Illinois.
Out there.
Kent, Illinois. Nope, not for us. Maybe watch something else. Well, since we get nothing happening right now in Michigan, we're good.
The chance of the tornado would be inside of this precipitation core, and this is just incredibly dangerous. You're definitely not going to be able to see it if it's wrapped up in rain like this.
Okay, guys, we're good. We're good. Ryan's doing something with almost 88,000 people right now watching him. We're just on here killing some time, having some fun. That's about it. And we're good. We're fine. I'm just watching random stuff on YouTube. I mean, yes, I am going to keep an eye on this and that.
How did Rockstar make Grand Theft Auto 4 feel so 2008? Well, I went back and I looked at them.
Then I realized.
Back, I have to check my phone. My phone popped, so I need to see what's going on here.
Like you're talking my love language.
A lot of the ticket requests online.
Only pay for what you need.
It truly is a category buster. This product changes everything we thought possible. Is it a sculpture? Is it art? Is it function? Painstakingly crafted 2 years in the making. This is Drogon's Fury, the most ambitious culinary collector piece ever created. 8 seasons. 8
Okay,
years.
flood warning until further notice. Okay.
And the burning question was always
Flood warning St. Joseph River in Three Rivers, Michigan. Kalamazoo River, Richwood, Michigan. Okay. Okay, there's 2 flood warnings in the area. One in Vicksburg, one in area St. Joseph.
How did Rockstar make Grand Theft Auto 4 feel so 2000 accurate? Well, I went back and I looked at the in-game TV, the radio, the websites, the news. Let's break down and reminisce over how did Rockstar actually make this game so early 2000s. Firstly, let's head on inside the internet cafe over here because there's a few things I want to show you on the in-game websites, first of all, which are really special. I think you should see.
Smartphones didn't exist until 2008.
Seven. For the most part, you need to head to a specific location, otherwise known as an internet cafe. The game is preserving that point in time and history where going online was very deliberate, and it was something that you had to go out of your way to do. Back when going to an internet cafe meant being in a giant shared room with other people who were doing the same weird new thing called being online. And you know what? Rockstar did an absolutely incredible job of mirroring what the internet actually looked and felt like in the early 2000s. Horrific fonts, bright colored websites, disgusting user designs, and above all, just the most ridiculous colors in your face that look like they've been put together by someone on Microsoft Paint. I found so many websites that looked like this back in the 2000s, back in my childhood. Just being left alone with
Netflix didn't have that until recently.
I haven't seen a website that looks like this for a very long time. I went back and looked at some of the genuine layouts that sites had back then. eBay, there's Twitter. This one
Which is now X.
Which, looking at it now, looks incredibly bad, but this was probably an amazing design at the time. And even the White House's official website looked like this in 2008. Genuine snapshots of what I found online. So why don't we see them anymore? Why don't we just randomly stumble across websites that look like this anymore? Because even if any of us wanted to create a website today, 9 times out of 10, we're going to be using something like WordPress. All the personality has been taken out of it. And at some point along the road, for some reason, corporations decided that all of this personality wasn't what they wanted. So how about we dig into some specific websites in the game that I find particularly quite interesting. MyRoomOnline.net, aka MySpace in the GTA universe. But MySpace was like your own personal corner of the internet. You could customize literally everything about your MySpace page. The colors, the fonts, the random things that you posted on there. And that's exactly what Rockstar have mirrored in GTA 4 with MyRoomOnline.net. Every page you go to is unique. It has their own character. And just by looking at these characters' My Room Online pages, you can actually tell who they are as a person and gather quite a lot about their character and personality. There's the born in the wrong generation guy. Probably posts edgy quotes online. We all know this guy. We know someone like this guy. Everyone knows one of these, or has passed one. The dark, gothic, edgy type. Very minimal info, cryptic bio. And one of the trends of MySpace was people would have a section where they ask and answer questions about themselves. Well, obviously in true Rockstar fashion, feel free to pause the video because they parodied that on some of these profiles, and let's just say they are pretty hilarious. But this is 2008 we're talking about, and little did we all know at this time in the world quite what was coming around the corner when it came to social media. Between 2008 and 2009, Facebook pretty much overtook MySpace and many other websites just like it. And then within the next few years, these websites like MySpace ended up dying out. And what's really special about this is that by the time we get to GTA 5, if you go onto the internet and try and access MyRoomOnline.net, they will actually have a page post which explains that they have been shut down thanks to Life Invader. In modern day, everyone is sucked into their own bubble. Modern platforms use the same layouts, no matter whose profile you're visiting. The layout, the aesthetic, the style,
Me. I don't care.
Nice bike. Yeah, it is.
Y'all bots on.
Whether you're on the job or at home.
Right now, guys, we're just killing time right now, having fun, doing whatever. Like bubble.
And that sky has taken on an incredibly eerie greenish teal hue. A classic sign.
Okay, not for me, not for me, not for me, me. Jackson County, Illinois. Okay.
In 1982, a
Nothing.
pair of robotic pioneers embarked on a journey to
Nothing's
one of
left,
the
I
most
don't think.
hostile environments in our solar system, the surface of Venus. The Soviet Union's Venera 13 and 14 probes were engineered to withstand conditions that could melt lead. Pressures rivaling the depths of Earth's oceans, and an atmosphere saturated with corrosive acid. An environment that could only be described as hellish. Their missions were short-lived, but groundbreaking, revealing Venus like never before or since. Yet, what became of these robotic explorers after we lost contact? After decades of exposure to such a hostile environment, what would these probes look like today? You're watching V101 Space. My name is Rob, and if you enjoy diving into the wonders of space, then why not subscribe? There is so much more to come.
I don't want to update right now because I'm doing this video.
The Venera program, meaning Venus in Russian, is a fascinating piece of Cold War history. Many people don't realize that the Soviet Union was sending data and pictures to Earth from the surface of Venus months before NASA captured the first images on the surface of Mars, for example. It has never been done before and has never been done since. Venera 13 and 14 were arguably the most successful missions of the Venera program. They were a culmination of decades of research, a cycle of continuous adaptation based on data and trial and error. These 2.7 meter tall probes were built for one purpose: to survive for as long as possible when nothing else could, to endure the unimaginable, an atmospheric pressure 92 times that of Earth, the equivalent of being nearly a kilometer underwater. Temperatures exceeding 460 degrees Celsius.
832 Fahrenheit.
Settings. And a suffocating atmosphere of carbon dioxide, with clouds that rain rotten egg-smelling corrosive droplets of sulfuric acid. So how could anything human-made possibly endure such hellish conditions? Their resilience came from advanced materials of the time, along with some very clever engineering. Although, unfortunately, certain details about the materials used in their construction remain sparse, likely due to the classified nature of the Soviet era.
Fictional.
However, there are some grains of information that I could find. The descent lander was a hermetically sealed pressure vessel, meaning it was completely airtight, which contained most of the instrumentation and electronics, mounted on a ring-shaped landing platform and topped by an antenna. Each probe's airtight sealed pressure vessel was likely formed in several sections, bolted and then sealed with gold wire gaskets. They were covered in a layer of thermal insulation and a thin outer skin of titanium, known for its high strength and resistance to corrosion. The pressure vessel was lined inside with insulation, possibly layers of fiberglass and metal foil. Stainless steel components likely braced the inside against the immense pressure, protecting the scientific instruments and electronics housed inside. Noble metals such as gold and platinum, known for their excellent corrosion resistance and electrical conductivity, were probably used for critical components and connectors. Copper might have been used for electrical wiring, and the cameras were protected behind thick pressure windows made of quartz. Along with an ingenious cooling system that utilized phase change materials, which absorb heat by melting and so delay the overheating of the probe, Venera 13 and 14 successfully performed their missions. Yet, even these robust materials were eventually no match for the relentless conditions of Venus.
What's crispy, salty, buttery flavor? What if I change my name to like Redskins Drain It Ham? Oh,
Nature made gummy vitamins, a delightful way to take care.
So you want to start a coding career? We can help with that. We're Code Academy, and we've taught millions of people the skills they need to reach their goals. It all starts with our interactive platform, where you get hands-on experience.
Here on Earth, materials react to their environment in fascinating ways. Beneath the ocean, ships slowly corrode, their steel consumed by salt water, while marine life transforms them into beautiful artificial reefs. In arid deserts, sun and wind etch metals and rocks into strange weathered forms. But Venus is no Earth.
Venus is upside.
Reactions there
The poles are upside down.
stranger and far more destructive. Venera 13 landed first, touching down on March 1st, 1982, followed by Venera 14 just 4 days later. Once on the surface, they were greeted by the planet's famous searing temperatures, crushing pressure, and toxic atmosphere. Incredibly, we can see the probes and their surroundings from the images they captured just moments after they had landed. Each image revealed a barren, volcanic landscape with rocks strewn across a cracked surface, bathed in an eerie, yellowish glow that is filtered through the dense, toxic clouds above. These were the first and only color photographs ever taken from the surface of Venus. We can even listen to their surroundings because they also recorded the sound of this hellish environment. A faint, haunting rush of wind sweeping across Venus's surface. However, as incredible as their surroundings are to view and to listen to, the harsh conditions would have soon begun to take hold, gnawing at the probe's exposed surfaces. The immense pressure, 92 times that of Earth's, would have been pressing relentlessly, like a small car pushing down on every centimetre of their bodies. For a brief moment, though, the probes endured, lasting far longer than had been expected. Venera 13 transmitted its final signal after 127 minutes, and Venera 14, weakened by the same conditions, lasted just under an hour. Then there was silence, forever. Although their transmissions didn't necessarily stop due to the harsh conditions, instead, it was more likely because the orbiting spacecraft that relayed the signal to Earth moved out of range. They simply lost contact with each other. Nonetheless, after losing contact, Venus would have continued to attack the probes. The external heat would have been so intense that once the cooling systems failed, the temperature inside the vessels would have skyrocketed. Any polymer materials used for wiring, seals, or gaskets perhaps would have charred and vaporized. Within just a few hours of losing contact, the external atmosphere probably entered the vessels. Sulfur dioxide and other acidic gases would have rushed inside, corroding and oxidizing the internal metal components. killing off the probes for good. Over the coming weeks, months, and years, the titanium and steel framework may have softened. Corrosive sulfur compounds would have eventually crept into every crevice, eating away at once pristine surfaces, forming a patchwork of darkened scars. Today, more than 4 decades later, what remains of Venera 13 and 14 is of course a mystery. The surface of Venus is shrouded by a thick blanket of gas, meaning we cannot see the region where they exist. However, they are certainly just silent sentinels on a lifeless plane. Their smooth metallic sheen long since vanished, probably encased in layers of oxidation and dust. Their structures may have even partially fused with the volcanic terrain surrounding them that we saw in the images they sent back. The noble metals like gold and platinum would still remain, possibly even visible in patches, gleaming faintly amidst the matte and scorched remnants of less durable materials. Now the probes likely resemble ancient corroded artifacts, darkened by chemical reactions and etched into Venus's hostile.
They still be around.
Perhaps even adorned with yellow deposits of sulfur.
Surprised they're still around. I thought we'd
However, although they are no longer whole, their story remains.
really
The
Venus.
Venera 13 and 14 probes have never been talked about more. Sure, they are certainly weathered and worn today, but they do endure on a world where no life survives, but where they represent an incredible example of human curiosity elsewhere.
They're still around. That's surprising. I thought nothing would survive. In Venus, really, 40 years later, they still survive after 40 years. That's
I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, then remember to like and subscribe.
ooh, I want you. I want you. How much do you cost, you son of a bitch? Yeah, I had that son of a bitch on my channel. That'd be really awesome. Ooh. How much do you cost? I wouldn't mind having you.
Want to know who really runs my 40-person company? It's not me. It's this person, my assistant. She schedules all my.
In the vastness of the solar system, the gas giant Jupiter looms like a titan, colossal, chaotic, yet endlessly captivating. This massive planet has been visited so far by 9 spacecraft, revealing a world of titanic storms and magnetic fury. And although the orbiting Galileo spacecraft came to a fiery end when it was deliberately sent plunging into Jupiter at the end of its mission in 2003, only once have we sent a probe into the gas giant, attempting to find out what lies below the clouds. In 1995, a small bullet-shaped probe, simply named the Galileo Atmospheric Probe, dove into Jupiter. It was the first and so far only time we physically explored the inside of a gas giant planet, studying Jupiter's cloud layers as it swallowed our machine whole. But how long did the probe last?
2 seconds.
What happened to it once we lost contact? You're watching V101 Space. My name's Rob, And if you enjoy diving into the wonders of space, don't forget to subscribe for much more to come. After the incredible success of the famous Pioneer and Voyager missions in the 70s and 80s, NASA designed a follow-up mission to study Jupiter.
Yeah.
This was the Galileo
What's up?
mission. The mission achieved many firsts, including being the first spacecraft
Okay.
to orbit an outer planet, the first to fly by and image an asteroid, and the first to observe a comet collide with a planet when comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 broke apart and crashed into Jupiter. But it was also the first to deploy a probe into an outer planet's atmosphere. The Galileo atmospheric probe was no ordinary machine.
We're
It
not
was
going to
small,
risk that.
just over a meter across, but it was a masterpiece of engineering. Built for one task and one task only, to survive as long as possible, no machine was ever explored before. It consisted of two parts.
Okay.
First, the deceleration module, a rugged, heat-shielded shell designed to withstand the violent transition from the icy vacuum of space to the searing chaos of Jupiter's upper atmosphere. It would face hypersonic speeds, crushing shock waves, and temperatures hot enough to vaporize metal. Inside it, protected like a precious seed, was the descent module. This was the heart of the probe. Packed with sensors and scientific instruments, it would detach once the worst of the entry was over. A parachute would deploy, gently slowing its fall, giving the probe precious minutes
Okay.
to study.
You want an update? I'll update next week.
Launched in 1989 aboard the space shuttle Atlantis, the Galileo atmospheric probe was a passenger attached to the Galileo orbiter on a 6-year odyssey through the solar system. It took a complex path, looping past Venus and Earth to gather speed, a cosmic slingshot that eventually hurled it toward the king of the planets. For 3.7 billion kilometers, the probe slept, nestled within the orbiter. As it approached Jupiter in July 1995, the orbiter released the probe, set on a collision course with the giant ahead. What followed would be one of the most dramatic and least known episodes in the history of space exploration. The small probe hurtled through the inky black void, detecting nothing but the deafening silence of space, contrasting sharply with the turbulent storms that awaited it. It entered the Jovian atmosphere in December 1995 at an incredible speed of over 170,000 kilometers per hour. Fast
Wow.
enough to jet from Los Angeles to New York in just 90 seconds. It
Damn.
endured extreme heat as it slammed into Jupiter, as friction ignited the air ahead of it. The heat shield began to vaporize, losing around 60% of its mass as it carried away the inferno in front of it. The incandescent shockwave ahead of the probe was as bright as the sun, reaching searing temperatures above 15,000 degrees Celsius. Then, an explosion, the sound of a mortar as the drogue parachute deployed. Explosive bolts were fired, releasing a cover which in turn pulled out the main parachute. This entire process was designed to take less than a few seconds. With the billowing fabric above slowing it down, at maximum deceleration, the probe endured a force of 228 Gs. The average human body can only withstand up to 6 Gs. Now the probe was ready. Its sensors are activated, and it began to transmit information about its new, bizarre environment. For 61 breathless minutes, the probe's transmitter returned valuable data. Its instruments revealed a world far stranger than scientists imagined.
So we got
Data indicated
our-
an intense radiation belt about 50,000 kilometers above Jupiter's clouds. Few organic compounds were found, and howling winds blew at speeds of about 640 meters per second. The entry probe also found less lightning, less water vapor, and half the helium that had been expected in the upper atmosphere. Each reading defied expectations. Each byte of data rewrote what scientists thought they knew about Jupiter. Then, silence. The probe's transmitter failed. Although the probe's equipment and electronics were designed to survive up to around 20 atmospheres of pressure and temperatures of around 200 degrees Celsius, communication was lost at about 23 atmospheres, about 180 kilometers below the entry clouds. At that depth, it would have been the equivalent of being roughly 220 meters deep in Earth's ocean. Mix those crushing pressures with a scorching temperature of 150 degrees Celsius that is continually climbing, however, and the probe was on borrowed time. But importantly, it still transmitted data right up to the bitter end, giving us everything it could in its brief, heroic plunge. The question of what happened next is easy to answer. The Galileo atmospheric probe fell deeper and
My brother is violent, unafraid, ugly.
Actually.
Lansing,
this is a
Illinois.
very dangerous situation. Y'all watch out. Tornado warning is going to be coming soon. Tornado warning is in
Mustard, Illinois.
For this area over here near West Union. This is Almackey and Winneshiek counties in Iowa. Take shelter now. Let's go back to this camera in Lena, Illinois. I think we might have lost it for good. No, it's still here.
There's nobody here. No, hold up. Someone pulled up on those cars.
It's all your cars.
Hey, he's here. He's here for the party.
That's security. Good faith fee.
I'm at the party grounds.
You saw the K truck, I see.
No, hold up. Someone pulled up on those cars.
It's all your cars.
Hey, he's here. He's here for the party.
That's security. Good faith fee.
Bleach on my face! There's a massive party coming up on Saturday, and there's over 100 people working here. I severely underestimated the amount of work that needed to be done before we had a party. These kids are out here to clean up the dam, so I finished the dam. We're all done.
The Hindenburg is the famous airship that met its fiery death in the year 1937. Surprisingly, more than half of the people on board actually survived the crash. In this video, I want to take you on a detailed tour of the inside of Hindenburg. We'll talk about airships in general and why they are mostly a thing of the past.
Hey there, guys. We're just down here for fun. First time here for doing a long stream just for fun. And just
The
for
earliest airship that we know of was in the year 1783 in France. These primitive balloons were unstable and steering was near impossible at first. A man by the name of Count Zeppelin created his own company and helped perfect the design of airships. At the time, passenger air travel was not commonplace yet, so this was the fastest way to travel across the ocean. It was about twice as fast as an ocean liner. Construction of the Hindenburg was completed in 1936. To this day, it's still the largest flying object ever to be built. It was built in Germany and funded by the Nazis, which is why the swastika is on the tail. Most of the space inside the ship is taken up by 16 large gas cells. If we remove these, you can see the frame of the ship. The passenger areas are down here. There are 2 decks. The top one is the A deck, and then below is the B deck. The B deck is where the passengers board the airship. There's angled windows to get a panoramic view of the scene below, bathrooms, areas for the crew, the kitchen, and the officer's mess. This room is the smoking room. It was pressurized so that there was no chance of any hydrogen leaking in. And yes, hydrogen is flammable. We'll talk more about this gas later in the video. The stairs here take us up to the A deck, which is where the passengers spent most of their time. There are more windows on both sides of the ship. Here's the reading and writing room, and the lounge area complete with a grand piano. Normally, grand pianos can weigh as much as 1,000 pounds, but that's a lot of weight to put in an airship. This piano is made out of aluminum, and it only weighs about 356 pounds. The passenger cabins have 2 bunks each, and the dining room was on the other side. So now we've seen all the areas where passengers can go. Let's see where the crew members can go. On the B deck, this hallway is called the keel corridor, which led to a walkway through the entire bottom of the ship. Towards the front of the ship is the mailroom and the radio room. Right below here is the control car. This is the command center of the ship, which you can see from below. This is the rudder wheel, which helps move the ship to the left or right by controlling the rudders on the very back of the ship. This is the elevator wheel, which controls the pitch of the ship. Ideally, we want the ship as level as possible to keep the passengers comfortable. This is done by the elevators on the very back. The officers' quarters are here so that they are close to the control car. Along the keel catwalk, you'll find plenty of these fuel and water tanks. Here's the crew quarters, cargo areas, and this is the electrical room. There's more cargo areas here, and a few more down here. And then crew quarters for those that work towards the back of the ship. Along the side of the ship are 4 engine cars with propellers to help move the ship forward. There's always a crew member stationed at each engine car at all times of the journey. This walkway is how the crew could get to the engine car. Along the keel corridor are several shafts with ladders so that crew members could climb up higher. These shafts were also used to ventilate gas. This walkway through the center of the ship is called the axial corridor. These 16 gas cells are what hold the ship up in the air. The cells were originally intended to be filled with helium, but instead were filled with hydrogen. If we look at the periodic table of elements, hydrogen is the lightest element, which means it will provide the most lift. Unfortunately, it's also highly flammable, so the intent with the Hindenburg was to actually use helium, slightly heavier, but also much safer. At the time, the United States had the best supply of helium, but would not sell it to other countries, which means that Germany was out of luck. So the Hindenburg had no other choice but to use hydrogen. Previous to the Hindenburg, there had been quite a few airship accidents. Other countries had already decided that hydrogen-filled airships were just too dangerous. Germany, however, had a flawless record so far. No passengers had ever been killed in an airship accident.
Do you ever take a salty, buttery flavored Ritz cracker in your...
No.
At least Safeway can come to you for free.
They can come to me for free.
That's right. Safeway can come to you for free, so you can get your windshield fixed anywhere you want at no additional cost. For free local service, go to safelight.com.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
New Dove UV Repair and Glow Collection. Switch off internal UV hair damage. Switch on 10 times more shine.
It's the dog park. Yo, kind of shame, right?
It was called an Elizabethan colony. There's nothing shameful about it.
Right. It's the dog park. So, what do you do?
What do I do? Well, I do a lot of things.
During the year 1936, the Hindenburg had many successful passenger flights to the United States and to Brazil. The year 1937 didn't go so well. May 3rd, the Hindenburg begins its journey from Frankfurt, Germany. It was a 3-day journey to get to Lakehurst, New Jersey. The ship was only halfway full at this time. Only 97 people were on board. The landing was originally scheduled for the early morning of May 6th, but it was delayed because of strong headwinds, rain, and thunderstorms. This is the Lakehurst station. It has a
So tomorrow I gotta work on this and that. There's no one on here, which is good because
park the airship when it's not flying. This is the mooring nose. For a normal landing, the nose of the ship will be attached here while it's on the ground. On the evening of May 6th, there were many people on the
news should be on now. They changed it.
Look at this line of showers and thunderstorms, prompting several severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings across Iowa, Missouri, Wisconsin, and in Illinois. Closer to home, for the moment, we are quiet, but you can see what we just showed you. That's not like
77 here in town, okay.
coming hours ahead of that transporting, and we're going to the dinner outside. Wait, one night. No. Forecast is a human.
Okay, I'm not watching that because it's all screwy and. I remember we're still doing analog.
Including spectators, news reporters, and crew members ready to help bring the ship in. At 7 p.m., the ship made a first pass over the landing site and slowly circled around for the final landing. At this point, the ship was 12 hours late, so there was an urgency to land as there were many passengers waiting to board for the return trip back to Germany. For some reason, the tail of the ship was low, a possible hydrogen leak. At 7:21 p.m., the ship released the handling lines for the ground crew below. 4 minutes later, the ship burst into flames at the top in between gas cells number 4 and 5. It took less than a minute for the ship to be completely destroyed and in ruins on the ground below. Of the 97 people on board, 62 of them survived the crash. Let's take a look at the explosion again. Right after it happens, the tail begins to fall. The flames travel through the axial corridor and out the nose of the ship. Everyone on board is thrown off their feet with a sudden jolt. Since they're about to land, most passengers are already at the windows, and it's a good thing too. As the ship gets closer to the ground, many were able to jump and run away from the burning ship. Others were not so lucky. No one knows for sure what caused the ship to catch on fire. Unfortunately, most of the evidence was burned up. The likely cause is from static electricity buildup right before the disaster. One small spark is all it would take. The Hindenburg wasn't the worst airship disaster. It was just the first to be caught on film and widely seen by the public. Because of this, airship travel as a means of transportation was brought to an end. Any airships that are still in use today will definitely use helium and not hydrogen.
So, embarrassing story, guys. I got hit with a medical bill recently and I did not have enough money to pay for it. But a friend of mine mentioned that
The best way to learn about the Titanic is to see it in 3D.
Hey guys, just having.
We'll start at the top on the boat deck and then go through the ship deck by deck. My favorite is the very bottom of the ship, which has the engine which powers this massive ship. This is going to be a full course, so I hope to share with you a few things you may not know about the Titanic. Most people today are familiar with the story of the Titanic. Just in case, let's go to the basics. The Titanic was built in Belfast, Ireland, starting in 1909. 3 years later, the ship was finished and ready for its maiden voyage, or in other words, first trip across the ocean. Most passengers set sail from Southampton, England. Then it picked up a few more passengers in France and then Ireland. Then finally, we set sail across the ocean to New York. But of course, the Titanic never makes it. 4 days into her journey, she hits an iceberg in the middle of the ocean. It only takes about 2.5 hours for the ship to sink. There were only enough lifeboats for about half of the people. However, these lifeboats were not filled all the way. Sadly, only about 700 people survived. Now here we are more than 100 years later, and this is still the most famous ship in history. The Titanic was referred to as an Olympic-class liner. There were 3 of them, sometimes referred to as sister ships. The Titanic sunk because of an iceberg, and then the Britannic sunk after hitting a mine in World War I. The Olympic, however, had a fairly successful career. All 3 sister ships were almost identical. Just a few details were changed on the inside. When they finished building the Titanic, it was the largest ship in the world, being only a little bit heavier than the Olympic. The ship was 269 meters long. But to put this in perspective, here's a comparison to the world's largest cruise ship today. The full name is the RMS Titanic, and RMS stands for Royal Mail Ship. And in fact, yes, the Titanic did indeed carry plenty of mail on board. I'll show you where a little bit later. Let's look at some of the details on the outside of the ship. The front of the ship is called the bow. The back of the ship is called the stern. Then instead of using left and right, they use port and starboard. Now these are general sailing terms that are still in use today, not just for the Titanic. On the ship, we have 4 funnels. Coal is burned down below and the smoke comes up the funnels. Only 3 of the funnels are used. The 4th one was added mainly for looks. The builders thought it might appear more powerful with the 4th one. However, this 4th funnel is still helpful for ventilation down below. These 2 large poles are what they call the mast. It was used as supports for the radio antennas and also to carry the flags. Towards the front of the ship, you can see the crow's nest. This is where the lookout spotted the iceberg only a little bit too late. The area in the front is called the forecastle deck. You can see the massive chains that attach to the anchors at the very front. Going to the back of the ship, this area is called the poop deck. And no, this has nothing to do with bodily functions. It originated from the Latin word puppus, which literally means stern of the ship. So there you go, poop deck. I'm still getting used to the name, but that's what they called it. This raised part is called the docking bridge. It was used by the crew to help guide the ship into the harbor. The Titanic also had several electric cargo cranes to help with loading and unloading at the docks. There's also more cranes at the front of the ship. The Titanic had 3 massive propellers underneath the water. For comparison, here's the size of a person. The propellers are powered by the ship's massive engines. We'll learn about how these work later in the video. This is the rudder used to steer the ship. The ship was designed and built over 100 years ago. That means no computers, no 3D design software. This was all designed by hand. To me, that's incredible engineering and craftsmanship. The Titanic had 10 decks inside. The very top deck is called the boat deck. Then below, they labeled the decks with the letters A through G. But each of these decks also had another name, so you could call it A deck or promenade deck, B deck or bridge deck, and so on. Then for the bottom 2, we have the orlop deck and the tank top. This area has a lot of the ship's engines and machinery. Passengers are not allowed down here. Let's see this from another point of view. Let's cut the ship right down the middle and see what this looks like. A few things to point out. The first 3 funnels, you can see how they are connected down below to the boilers. They take the smoke and give it a place to go. Then, just like we talked about earlier, that 4th funnel isn't really needed. However, it still provided some ventilation to the decks below. The first class passengers had 2 sets of stairs, the forward grand staircase and the aft grand staircase. The forward grand staircase went all the way down to E deck. Directly in front of it is the 3 elevators. Then we have the aft grand staircase over here, which doesn't go down quite as far, only down to C deck. And here we have the staircases for the 2nd class passengers. And then the staircase for the 3rd class passengers in the very back of the ship. This was all close to the steering machinery. This is why 3rd class was sometimes referred to as steerage passengers. Options for the third class passengers are here towards the lower decks, and here's where the second class passengers are. And the first class passengers have to stay on the highest decks and have some of the best views. So hopefully that gives you an idea of the layout of the ship. Now let's go through each deck, starting with the boat deck. It gets its name because this is the deck where the lifeboats were stored. They split the deck space into several different areas. As a second-class passenger, the view of the ocean would be blocked by these lifeboats. For the first-class passengers, most of the deck doesn't have lifeboats. The builders wanted to make sure that the first-class passengers had the best view possible. This was one of the reasons why the Titanic didn't have enough lifeboats. So the ship had 20 lifeboats in total, enough for about half of the people on board. The idea at the time was that the Titanic was unsinkable. If an accident happened, these lifeboats would only be needed to ferry passengers and crew over to a wrecked ship. As we all know, not having enough lifeboats was a very bad idea. Each lifeboat is hanging on what's called a davit. If and when it's time to launch the lifeboat, the davit is swung out. Fill the boat with passengers and then lower it into the water. Up toward the front of the boat is the bridge. This is the control center for the ship. This area is the wheelhouse, which is a good place to warm up on a cold night. There are 2 wheels to control the ship's rudder, and then this is the engine order telegraph. They use these to communicate directly with the engine room. The bridge officer rotates the handle to whatever speed they want to go, and then the engineer moves his handle to confirm that they got the order. Behind this area is where some of the crew would sleep so they could be close to the bridge. This is the captain's quarters, the officer's quarters, and an officer's smoke room. This is the Marconi wireless room. This is where they use Morse code to communicate with other ships in the area. Here's some rooms for just a few of the first-class passengers. Here's the oh-so-famous grand staircase. It has skylights up above to let in natural light during the day. This is the gymnasium with various pieces of equipment to exercise. Here's the officer's mess and the engineer's smoke room. At the very back is the second-class entrance, which leads down below. So that's the boat deck, the very top deck on the Titanic. Underneath is A deck, also.
When you're feeding a gambling problem, it's hard, pretty cute.
Taylor, and eventually Maryland. Unbelievable. Current situation, 16 tornado warnings right now. 16 tornado warnings. One of the newer ones is up here in Wisconsin. Ashland, Bayfield, and Iron counties in Wisconsin are now under a tornado warning. You guys need to be taking shelter. New information. This tornado warning, and now our Black River Falls tornado warning has been upgraded. So it's official. This is now a confirmed tornado on the ground via the National Weather Service. So Andy told us about it, and now the National Weather Service is telling us about it too. We've got a tornado on the ground coming into the greater Blair area. Once again, everybody in Blair needs to be taking shelter. Everybody in Taylor needs to be taking shelter, and Hickston. I've got a camera in Hickston, but obviously we can't see anything from that just yet. And I've got some stuff in my Black River Falls, but it's pointing towards the ground. So we'll keep up with that. But for the most part, we're going by radar here. But we can tell very clearly from the radar that we've got a tornado here just to the north and west of town. You can tell very clearly that we've got a tornado just to the north and west of town. That's going to be going towards the Grantsburg Hill area and State Highway 95. New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded. Yeah, so that's just another upgrade on the existing warning here. Tornado down. Again, this is why we're so concerned about what's going on today. Look at this. This is the Lena tornado as it happened. This is that big supercell that we watched on camera as it went through Lena in Stevenson County, Illinois. So this is what we're dealing with out here. And storms like this are going to continue to be possible. In fact, they're still going on right now across Illinois as the storms keep going. It's currently 5:15. The peak of this, storm system, it probably won't even be happening until several hours from now. Oh my goodness! Well, this camera got hit like head on, pretty much. Wow. So that once again, that's one of the reasons why we're so concerned about these storms today. Here's another tornado that we had just a few hours ago, out there in Rochester, southeast of Rochester. So these storms have a history of producing tornadoes today, and I believe that they're not going to stop. Right? They're not going to stop. So we've got to be extra careful, and we've got to be hyper vigilant as the storms continue to come together. Meteorologist Andy Hill is watching in this area down here in Wisconsin as well, near Crawdon Winter. There's another area of rotation right here that doesn't have a tornado warning, but it probably should, and that's going up towards Crawdon Winter, so y'all watch out. Somebody said, I'm here waiting for the big one. Hopefully you guys,
Okay, so everything else is ready to go for tonight. Okay, everything's ready to go. Okay.
Yeah, that needs a tornado warning pretty quickly. Hopefully it gets one. We do have a tornado warning down here near Atomo. My goodness, another very concerning looking area of rotation here. Look at this. In the past couple of rains here, this has really started to ramp up. Another tornado coming down onto the ground here near Carbon, moving up towards Clifton and Agency and Bladensburg.
So tomorrow we're bankrupt again for the third time?
We've got to take shelter. We've got to take shelter out here if we haven't already. This is definitely either producing a tornado or about to, as it gets very close to a tunnel. There's 25,000 people inside that warning. Guys, this is nuts. Locally, you guys are still under a tornado warning for 11 more minutes. We also have a tornado warning for Grant County out here in Wisconsin. There's your rotation southeast of Lancaster. Everybody in Lancaster needs to continue to be sheltered. This is going to move up towards Ellensboro.
Oh, Michigan's
north of Platteville. Eventually, this might get to Orangeville. And then we've got that other tornado warning down here in Buchanan, Delaware, and Jones counties. But let's go back down here into Illinois. I know we've got a lot of people tuning in from this area because we've been watching this storm so closely. The tornado warning for free.
Michigan Storm Chasers will be on in a little bit. Watch Michigan Storm Chasers when it comes on in a little bit. Like I said, guys, I'm staying here, guys. Just I had to do a couple things.
You got a great view of the base of the storm as it goes over Freeport. Once again, this is where a tornado would try to happen if we're going to have one here soon. And Corey Gherkin's right on this. Oh my goodness.
And then south.
This is a live look at the storm coming over Freeport right now.
Arnold, worry, what's your status?
By the way, if you're hearing the sirens right now in Rockford or Loves Park,
No, really big.
or
Look at those
any
nails.
places, you got to get your safe.
Those nails,
This
man.
is the Super 710 tornado, and it's the same one that caused catastrophic damage in Stevenson County, and it's now crossing into Winnebago County. It's moving.
You need your nails clipped.
So
You need those nails.
has, it's become a high precipitation storm, but specifically the part that is trying to produce a new tornado here near Corey's location is kind of visible right now, but I don't know how long that'll last.
Yeah, but where I'm at,
Again, we're watching another tornado try to form right in front of us here.
Okay, 6 o'clock, Michigan Storm Chasers will be on good.
right in front of us through Corey Birkin's feed. This is near Freeport, Illinois. It's the same storm that just damaged a big part of Lena, Illinois, and it's continuing to come together and tighten up as it goes out of Freeport towards places like Pecatonia and places like that. Very nasty looking signature right here. You hate to see it. Again, I've got a tower camera out here, but literally the rotation's happening on top of this tower camera. We can't see much from this current vantage point. Unbelievable stuff going on out there, guys. You continue to take shelter out there, though. In Rockford, you're not technically under the tornado warning, but I would go ahead and take shelter just in case. At some point, storms are going to get close enough to you where you might be under a tornado warning. So there's no reason to kind of like chance it or take a chance. So just go ahead and take a shelter out there in Rockford. We've got a lot of people tuning in out here. Sirens are going off. You might say, I'm scared. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Do not be scared. Be prepared. Let's see what is going on with Andy here. Andy's watching a storm in Oklahoma, down here near Helena. We've got a storm that's just popped up south of Cherokee that's got no warning on it. A severe thunderstorm warning might be needed for that here soon. Additionally, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning that's just came out here for Oneida County in Wisconsin. Oneida County, Wisconsin, take shelter. You're just now tuning in. We had a tornado out here earlier in Minnesota. This is the track. If you've got the WeatherWise app and you've got the Plus subscription, you get access to the tracks, the real-time tracks that Jared and Elijah and everybody's working on in the background. We compiled this data for you south of Rochester, and here's where that tornado is.
From Jeeps on Rails to the Train Busters of World War II, coming up on this Beach Ball production.
There's one SpongeBob episode that fans think was a mistake. It's one of those episodes with altered personalities, and I personally kind of like it. But after watching it again, they might actually be right. This episode does something a little more dangerous than just giving Squidward everything he ever wanted. It flips the formula that made SpongeBob.
All the tales from our big blue oceans, the eerie stories of ghost ships are easily the most terrifying. The crews of these mysterious ships suddenly vanish into thin air, leaving the abandoned vessels to sail for days, or even years, in endless ocean waves. While many believe that spooky stories are all works of fiction, unmanned ships scarily sailing around the world have made headlines the world over, and to this day, there are some that defy all explanation. With that, let's take a look. Famous and mysterious real-life ghost ships. The Myanmar ghost ship. In 2018, a large, ominous figure was spotted sailing through the mist off Myanmar's southern coast.
Burma.
A huge freighter, which bore the name Samritalangi PB 1600 on its side, didn't respond to any of the Coast Guard's calls. For a week, it moved ever closer to the shoreline, before eventually running aground on a nearby sandbar. When it finally came to a standstill, a team hesitantly boarded that freaky freighter. They didn't find another living soul. With no crew and no cargo, The authorities were left baffled as to how such a huge ship had found its way into Myanmar's waters.
It's Burma.
They began scouring maritime registries and systems for the ship's last known coordinates when they stumbled across something shocking. It turned out the freighter had been located along the coast of Taiwan in 2009, almost a decade before it had turned up in Myanmar. This added another confusing layer to the ever-growing enigma. Had the ship really spent 9 years drifting aimlessly across the South Pacific, South Atlantic, and ending in oceans? If not, how had it reached the other side of the Asian continent without being spotted even once? At more than 580 feet long, it was pretty hard to miss. Myanmar authorities were growing increasingly unsettled when a few days later, they discovered a tugboat 50 miles off their coast. After questioning the crew, they learned that the tugboat had been towing the vessel to a scrapyard in Bangladesh to be dismantled. The bad weather had snapped the cables attaching the tug to the freighter, forcing the crew to abandon the old ship. While that explains how it ended up without a crew or cargo, authorities never discovered where it had been for those 9 missing years. To this day, the eerie investigation is still ongoing. The Ruan-Maru. When the coast of Japan was hit by the devastating tsunami of 2011, at least 22 ships were reported to have been sunk, wrecked, or lost to the terrifying swell of the waves. But one unlikely survivor managed to escape into the ocean waters. The Ruan-Maru, a 164-foot fishing vessel that refused to go down without a fight. Except there was no one on board. With all the chaos left in the tsunami's wake, it was assumed to have sunk like the rest, so nobody set out to find it. For over a year, the abandoned survivor drifted across the sea without a course or heading when it was suddenly spotted off the coast of Alaska. It was drifting 180 miles southwest of the U.S. and Canadian borders, and after the Coast Guard assessed its condition, they deemed it safe to be salvaged. But being at sea for so long had taken a serious toll on the old vessel. Its fuel tank had been badly ruptured and couldn't be pumped out, meaning there was no way to tow it back to land. The freighter could become a hazard to other ships navigating the area. The order was given for the lonely vessel to be sunk where it swam. Using a series of autocannons, the Coast Guard fired upon the little boat, setting the remaining fuel it was carrying on fire. Surrounded by a grand spectacle of smoke and sea, the ship slowly sank beneath the waves and made its final, lonely journey to the bottom of the ocean. The Shenzhen. A true-to-life ghost ship, the Shenzhen was discovered floating unnervingly off the Australian coast of Queensland back in 2006. And upon inspection, investigators realized that it wasn't just its crew that was missing. The ship had no identifying features or even a name. All they knew for certain was that the anonymous vessel was a 262-foot tanker that had clearly been at sea for a very, very long time. After teams scoured every inch of the ship, they eventually came across several documents that indicated its name was the Shenzhen. But without its port of origin, they had no way of knowing where it had come from. To add to the confusion, a huge amount of rice was discovered stashed below deck. Although without signs of any human activity, it ruled out the possibility of the boat being used for illegal activity like smuggling. It may have been used to resupply fishing boats outside Australia's exclusive economic zone, which extends over 230 miles from its coast. All the investigators could conclude was that it had been abandoned long ago, and in true ghost story fashion, it's unlikely anyone will ever know where it came from. The Belamica. The coast of the Punta Volpe on the island of Sardinia is glamorously known as a millionaire's playground. But the bright white beaches...
Hey guys, just killing some time, trying to get our goals done, but we're just having some fun right now, so I got things to say, put in the chat.
A classic luxury twin-mast sailing vessel worth at least $600,000 appeared to be sailing without a captain. It was on course to collide with the island's rocky coast, but the Coast Guards were able to board the vessel and tow it back just in time. Though what they then found on board made their blood run cold. Maps of the Mediterranean, piles of clothes, and an ominously half-eaten meal were strewn about the ship, indicating someone had been there recently. Very recently. To add to the mystery, the ship's GPS navigation system had had its memory wiped. The chilling discovery drove investigators to scour the vessel for clues. Despite their thorough search, they could find no documents to identify the ship by, save for a wooden plaque reading Atlantic, which had been curiously hidden under a pile of cushions. However, when they cross-checked the name with shipping registries, no registered vessels were sailing under that name. Unnerved by its abandonment, several questions began to emerge. Had its owner fallen overboard? Had it been used in an illegal trafficking operation and abandoned? The authorities were stumped, and was until its owner revealed himself. Frank Royrux, a Luxembourg national, claimed he had been urgently called away from the ship, leaving it anchored on the island shores a few days before. But this raised more questions than answers. Why hadn't it been registered? Why had the name plaque been hidden? And why had the satellite memory been wiped? Frustratingly, Royrux never answered those questions, leaving the world to wonder what exactly forced him to abandon the boat at the 11th hour. What do you think it was? A tax fraud? A secret family? Maybe a sussy affair with a sailor? Oh, let me know that in the comments. The ghost ship of Lake Superior. When videographer Jason Aslan stepped onto the shores of Michigan's Lake Superior to film a music video in 2016, he was hoping to capture a pretty dramatic backdrop, and in that regard, he got more
Ghost ship in Lake Superior.
shimmering on the choppy waters of the world's largest freshwater. The ghost ship of Lake Superior. When videographer Jason Aslan stepped onto the shores of Michigan's Lake Superior to film a music video in 2016, he was hoping to capture a pretty dramatic backdrop, and in that regard, he got more than he could have ever hoped for. Shimmering on the choppy waters of the world's largest freshwater lake was a humongous ship-shaped specter. Unable to believe his eyes, Jason captured the freak event on camera. As you can see, it was an incredible scene. But ghost ship sightings here aren't exactly rare. That's because the Great Lakes are home to more than 6,000 shipwrecks, 200 of which were in the 80-mile stretch of Lake Superior off Whitefish Point, which wasn't too far from where Aslan was filming. Though it might be tempting to think this was a watery haunting, the reality is much more fascinating. That shimmering image is likely to be the Granite Island Lighthouse, about 12 miles off the coast from where Aslan was filming. But the reason it seems so huge comes down to the way our brains perceive it. In the same way the sun and moon look huge when they're perched on the horizon, even though they're not actually any closer to us, this video plays the same trick on our eyes. It's captured a smaller image that appears much larger because it's further away. While it's a fun optical illusion, some people still swear that this could be another worldly phenomenon like a ghost ship, a UFO, or even Jesus walking on water. So what do you think it could be? Let me know down in those comments below. The Fata Morgana. But Jason Aslan isn't the only person who have captured a mysterious mirage like this on camera. Images and videos of ships floating high above the waves or impossibly shaped vessels from all over the world have fueled rumors that fleets of real-life ghost ships on our waters. But these strange ships aren't always what they seem, thanks to something called the Fata Morgana. It's an optical illusion that occurs when atmospheric and visual conditions are just right. First, a cold air mass close to the water must be topped by a warmer layer of air higher in the atmosphere. Then, during the sightings, rays of light pass through the duct of these warm and cold layers, forcing the light to change its angle and diffract. But how does bending light create a full mirage? That comes down to the way
Energy is all around us. It's how we move, grow, and build, supporting American jobs, unwavering in the pursuit of a more affordable and reliable energy future. With smart policies, Michigan is unstoppable.
As loved members of our family, we want our cats to be happy. If your cat sprays outside with litter box, or but
You can do so safely. Don't put yourself in danger to send us a video or a picture of a tornado, okay? Do not do that, please. But we do appreciate your help with us, telling the story and all that.
Some people say that war is good for absolutely nothing, but it has encouraged militaries all over the world to create some insanely wacky weapons, from this personal helicopter to an anti-tank motorcycle, and of course, the sword whip. So get ready to lock and load as we explore all of this and more, charging into history's weirdest weapons that...
No.
Guys, this is your last chance to get entered to win the GMC AT4X is supercharged with 600 horsepower plus $10,000. It's got some features too, by the way. First thing first, if you're driving down the street in your couch, you want a cold beverage, boom, look at that, cup holders. Dude, we're gonna go ahead and yank the 6-liter LS out of this thing, yank the chassis out of that thing, and then we're gonna mod up. Oh, dude. It's such a bad idea, but I love it. This is comfy. Who's going to drive it's the question. I think we'll put the steering wheel in the middle so either person can drive it. If the steering wheel's here and then the cop pulls over, who's he going to give the ticket to? Oh, yeah, this is good. We've already built the driving couch. Oh, dude. It's such a bad idea, but I love it. This is comfy. Who's going to drive it's the question. I think we'll put the steering wheel in the middle so either person can drive it. If the steering wheel's here and then the cop pulls over, who's he going to give the ticket to? Oh, yeah, this is good. We've already built the driving couch. This is fantastic. We currently got the couch sitting on top of the Crown Vic frame. And honestly, it looks like it belongs there, which is really, really weird. So now we're going to go outside and get the motor pulled out of the dolly. That way we actually have a motor to sit in here. And our game plan is, at least if we get the motor and the transmission sitting in here tonight, we can get measured for a drive shaft and get a drive shaft made first thing in the morning. And that's going to be the biggest thing that holds us up. So see if we can get this LS motor out here.
This is a rusty old LS block here. We're going to use it as the mock-up block for the Crown Vic frame couch thing, whatever it is. While they're pulling the motor out of the Denali we got from JH, I'm going to bolt the Turbo 400 to the back of this and start building motor mounts, kind of deciding where the engine and trans are going to sit so I can get a drive shaft built first thing in the morning. And then we can be driving our living room around by the end of the day tomorrow.
Actually, pretty much the same. I just got the motor out. What? I don't know what I'm talking about. I hate the starter on this thing. I've been gone like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. What's going on out of there? You okay? No, I'm not. The starter pissed me off, and now these are put on my stand-up. You was bad. This transmission was pretty good, besides the fact that it's so damn covered in oil to leak out the engine. So, guys, in case you wonder what I'm doing, I'm currently underneath the Denali that we're stealing the engine out of. The only thing that's left is we got to get transmission.
Are you joking? No, I'm on 100% serious. That is the 20,000 mile one.
Why didn't you tell me that before I got the 10? I had stuff to do. And you didn't see me flipping over a crap.
Are you joking?
Miles. No, I didn't. Yeah, that was the other one. That's the white one over here.
No, the blue one was going 20,000. That one there was like a $14,000 Crown Vic.
That's not true. No, it's that one.
No, I'm telling you, the blue one was the one with low miles.
And we don't have another blue one. Gonna bolt it to the engine. We've got to get everything else that's connected to the engine unhooked, and then we should be able to yank the motor out the front and go through it in the couch. What do you mean? It was like that.
That thing had 20,000 miles.
No, it didn't. Yeah, I thought that was the other one. That's the white one over here.
No, the blue one was going 20,000. That one there was like a $14,000 Crown Vic.
That's not true. No, it's that one.
No, I'm telling you, the blue one was the one with low miles.
And we don't have another blue one.
Are you joking? No, I'm on 100% serious. That is the 20,000 mile one.
Why didn't you tell me that before I got the 10? I had stuff to do. And you didn't see me flipping over a crowd making the burnout pad? I did see that, but by that point it was too late. Hey, so there's pizza. Yeah, we got pizza. Got all the motor mounts set. I need to finish the transmission mount so the motor is mounted in the car. Now I'm working on a brake master cylinder mount cut out on the fast cut. Now that this thing's gonna have a V8, we are kind of concerned about stopping. We just got to do a trans mount and then start making some linkages, and it's basically done.
I'm gonna pop a zit on me here. I'll just pop the zit on my dick. Ron, come here a sec. Good thoughts.
You get the driving couch running right and everything. We need to go with ICT billet, and I've got a bunch of
Hey guys.
stuff. I got my ICT billet.
You guys gonna say just in the chat? We're still in time.
Manifold, a carburetor, all kinds of good stuff. So we should have everything we need to get the couch running. I'm always so sad when I have to do this. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, right now, if you go to westsidekick.com,
First we're gone.
Enter the win with a Whipple supercharged GMC T4X. Every $1 spend equals 1 entry. Make sure
It's 6 o'clock, guys. Mr. Churches will be on, which we'll watch them in a little bit. Yeah.
Back to Wichita, we got all the parts to go on the couch. And while we was gone, the guys got the motor out of the Denali, which went kind of okay. They ended up dropping it because they slid off into the 4-foot. But here's now our 6-liter outlet motor. All we got to do now is clean it up, get it prepped with the new intake manifold, the carburetor, and then we can throw it on the couch. Start it out, about 4 more inches. This has been nice. This is working. Oh, the motor is now bolted into our couch. So the motor mounts are in there. We're going to mount the transmission right up to that. And then it's going to be putting the intake on, putting the accessories back on it, put the carburetor on it. All small stuff that takes forever. In case you're wondering where our nice couch transmission has come from, this came in our Ford Ranger tank years ago when we bought it. And to be fair, the transmission worked great. The motor, not so much, but the transmission works fantastic. But it has been sitting in a field for the last 2 years with no tarp on it. So hopefully it's not full water.
Wait, now that you put the trains on, what, 3 times?
3 times today.
3 times today.
A couple times last night too. Right now, we have some power steering lines coming out of the rack that just got cut. So we got to find out how to connect from the power steering pump to that so our couch can have power steering. We got to mount the radiator in the back and mount this fuel cell. We'll start working on the steering. We're going to leave the intake and carburetor all that for like last. Brake pedal, throttle pedal. There's a lot of stuff left we need to do. The couch is coming along nicely. The engine and transmission's down, and he's back there building a mount for the radiator. While he's doing that, I figured I'd go ahead and throw the intake on it. Now, normally we'd run this thing with EFI, but EFI is a little complicated. It takes a lot of wires, so we thought we'd really dumb this down and make it as simple as possible. So right here, now some of you kids don't know what this is, but if your grandpa starts having flashbacks, they'll know what this is. This here is carburetor, and it's old technology, but it's good technology. About 50% of the time that they work well. You have to have a pair of New Balances on to run one. If you don't have a pair of New Balances, I've got a pair of Adidas on right now. Not sure if these are going to work well. So right now, we're going to throw the intake manifold on it, and we're going to put the carburetor on it, and then run all of the actual coils, because if you don't know this or not, LSs don't have the sugar. Holley makes this nice little box right here that doesn't take hardly anything to make it work. You just take and mount this somewhere, run this harness to the engine, plug it all in, and boom, it's good running.
Brands are completely ignoring. Here's why CTV is about to have its Facebook ads 2016 moment. See, streaming killed.
That's why we endorse Mike Rogers for U.S. Senate.
You must vote for Mike Rogers.
Rogers has Trump's
Complete and total endorsement.
Mike Rogers will work.
The searches are on now. Early.
Rogers housing plan lowered.
Okay, well, let's see what's going on in a minute. Miscommunications are now on.
You must vote for Mike Rogers.
Mike Rogers for U.S.
Your hands look like close hands. No one cares about your big zit, so ignore it. Just pop it, so you don't have to worry about it.
I've heard people say that a pizza place can't make a good sandwich. I buy it.
Right, could I push that pop and pop it and let pus come out of it? I'm supposed to.
As dog parents, I'm sure you've seen this dog aging chart at
No.
Oh, I ain't gonna look.
He's wearing gun. Your mom's gonna kick your ass. Uh-oh.
What do you think of our couch? Well, you know the problem with having a living room? Exactly. Hey, man, what do you think of our couch?
How fast does that thing go? Where's your seatbelt?
It's right here.
Oh my god. How
What?
fast are you taking that thing?
It would probably do 100.
No! Are you serious?
It'd probably do 100. I think it'll take the 100.
What? Hey, wait. What are you shifting with?
It's a wrench.
Are you serious?
Your mom would kick your. I'm surprised your mom hasn't kicked your butt yet, Winston. With all that crap you do, Winston. I'm surprised your mom hasn't kicked your butt. Well, makes sense. You bought practically a new car. But still, you're crazy, Winston.
Been helpful for us. You guys remember in the last stream we watched that?
Okay, we're gonna go to Michigan Storm Chasers now. They're on right now, which means there is something going on in Michigan. They came on a few minutes earlier than planned. They're supposed to be coming at 6, but they're on now. So it means something must be happening. So we're gonna see what it is. Wait a minute. Yeah, they get a play button. What do I get? Jack squat. Where's that out of? Ashland? Bayfield? Oh, that's upstate. That's way upstate.
Take a look at the rotation on this. We're going to see actually a fairly interesting.
Water rails aren't going to be going off yet, but yeah, these guys are low. You guys are quiet.
Keep your information fresh to keep SNAP food assistance benefits.
When it's time to update your information, report any changes
To your income, employment, family situation, or address.
Learn more at michigan.gov/food assistance.
Their guys are low. White Pine, Rockland. I don't know where any of the places are.
Further south here, just across the border, Wisconsin, Iron County, as well as Ashland County,
Okay, that's upstate, which I can barely hear what you guys are saying. You guys are low. Extremely low. Oh, that's Wisconsin. Oh, that's all Wisconsin. It's not even Michigan. I can't hear a damn thing they're saying. They're too damn low.
We also got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for Livingston County in Missouri. So we just had another one hit over here on I-35, just to the west of Gallatin. This is bringing about 80-mile-per-hour winds. It just hit Cameron. Now it's going to go up towards Samsel and Breckenridge. Holy smokes. I mean, there's a lot going on. 14 tornado warnings, 29 severe thunderstorm warnings. Guys, we've had already today 150 severe thunderstorm warnings and 60 tornado warnings. This is nuts. We've had 60 tornado warnings today. We currently have potentially 2 tornadoes on the ground right now.
I'm going to go to Fox Sports real quick. Can't hear Storm Chasers because they're too damn low. We're going to go to Fox Sports. We're going to Fox Weather right now. See what they're saying.
Winds, they mean business. Going up a little bit farther to the north. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in place over Kansas. Kansas City is going to be included under this one. Major storms moving on through this part of the country, and we're going to be watching out for, again, lightning strikes, really heavy rain too. This is a time when folks are trying to head out on the roads, getting home from work.
A tornado warning has been issued.
Major interstates also being impacted by these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds radar indicated at this point. These winds are going to be the most impactful. On top of this too, we have a hail threat with these storms, so it's not just going to be tornadic or also wind impacts, but also major hail makers too.
We're off from Milwaukee down to Tuscaloosa, Oklahoma.
For folks throughout Kansas, also into parts of Missouri, and even farther up towards the north, and we've seen parts of Illinois and also into the Midwest. Talking potential wind intensity, we've already seen again 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Wow, 60 here.
For folks over into parts of Kansas, I mean, looking into behind me right now, I'm actually looking into Kansas City currently. Look at this. Look, Kansas is completely getting hammered by a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning area, lightning, tons and tons of rain. I mean, being out in this dangerous situation, you can see the camera shaking too, just from how strong these winds have been. These straight line winds, they mean business. This is going to be a dangerous situation for a lot longer here. Again, this is over in Kansas City. We're expecting to see these storms moving a lot. Look at that location. Yeah, this is a really scary situation for folks throughout the South, and it'll continue on.
Wow, 370 tornadoes so far this year. Wow. Tornado alert.
So a long night for folks, not only into the South, but obviously up towards the Midwest.
They jacked it up from Michigan again.
And you had said yesterday, KC would be right in the middle of this, and unfortunately,
They jacked it up.
severe thunderstorm rolling right on through. Here's a live picture from Brandon Kopic. Steve's joining us now as the Fox Weather Live team rolls in. Steve,
Looks like something's happening in Rockford, Illinois. As long as we got power, we're staying on. We're not getting off.
My bank is all digital.
But where? Where's your money go? It's here somewhere.
This is whack. Way better. Where are we now?
The credit union. They're on and offline.
A bank. Where we at? I go to this magical thing called a bank. You heard of it? It's this new thing called. There's this new thing called a bank. Okay, more Iowa stuff. Ooh.
We've got a lot of stuff going on here. Here's another tornado warning for Clark and Jackson counties. This is going to go on for 21 more minutes. This one right here.
We're gonna stay on, guys.
More concerning signatures that we have. Tornado likely coming into the Hatfield
Train.
Hatfield out here in Wisconsin needs to be underground. The entire town. Because a big tornado could be coming through right now. This is Wisconsin, and it's going to be coming up towards Neilsville.
Wow. 950, 954, lightning, 955, lightning strike, 956.
That is not what you want to see. It's about
960 lightning strikes.
happening right now, coming over to Hatfield, potentially producing some damage. So
Adams.
that's going to keep going up through north and east. Also, we just got a new tornado warning. For this storm over here in Adams and Juneau counties. This is Well Lake. 35 more minutes. We sheltered on that one. We have just a plethora of thunderstorm warnings. We've got a big one out here for Van
Early in the afternoon.
We also got a 70-mile-per-hour wind, severe thunderstorm warning for Dane, Greene, and Rock counties out here in Wisconsin. Madison, you kind of threaded the needle so far, but the storms are getting closer to you, so we'll talk about you soon. Let's talk to Andy again.
Hey Ryan, unfortunately, I think we're going to see some
pretty nasty potential here from the southern northwest of Rockford, Illinois. And the last few scans in Milwaukee right there, you can watch that book.
Delaware County, Jackson County, not my here yet, so we're not in trouble right now. Yeah, guys, it's almost 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. A lot of stuff is happening. Okay, right now it's almost. Right now it's 5:56.
Tornado could be intense if it's realized, and it could be a longer track one as well.
Okay, we're staying on, guys. We're not gonna get off anytime soon, but we're staying on here. I have to do a couple things real quick here, but yeah. Give me a minute here. I gotta do a couple things here.
It is just south, but I think that this storm, we definitely should be taking shelter now, getting ready to.
Okay, phone's closely charged.
Thank you very much.
I have one thing real quick, then we are going to.
A PBS tornado warning in Marathon County, Wisconsin.
We're staying on. We're not going here.
Wisconsin, we have a PBS tornado warning. That's a particularly dangerous situation. But confirmed tornado, large, dangerous tornado on the ground. This came out of Callan. Moving up towards Johnson.
I need to look up 2 more things here. Then I'm gonna look at another thing. That's it.
In the Marathon County Forest area right now. So everybody inside of this polygon right here is in an incredibly life-threatening situation.
Let's see what the PL 4075 is saying.
This is something that you do not
Enter.
want to be outside for. Okay. This
Okay.
Is something you want to be underground for. This is something. This is the kind of tornado that could potentially devastate
Okay.
entire communities. So it's not your average tornado warning. Take shelter now. PBS tornado warning in effect for 34 more minutes. Let's go back down here to the Rockford, Illinois area where Andy was just talking about. It does look like this storm's going to continue to get worse as it goes up towards Rockton, Roscoe, South Beloit. You guys are all in the path of what could be a pretty damaging tornado here as the storm gets more, organized. Also, we've got another tornado warning for Dubuque. Okay, and this one also looks really nasty.
Let's check it. See you guys later.
Velocity couplet coming together here near Sand Springs, and that's coming up towards Farley, Pleasant Grove, Fillmore, and then Dubuque. So Dubuque, you guys need to be watching out. We've got a very dangerous storm coming up towards you right now, and a tornado warning is in effect. Let's hear from Andy again.
Here, Ryan, the best of my ability to tell, the Hatfield, Wisconsin storm northeast of Black River Falls is producing a tornado currently. We have a tornado on the ground with that just southeast of Hatfield, Wisconsin. That's going to go up into southern Clark County. It's in northern Jackson County, Wisconsin.
Okay, that's all upstate.
It's going to go pretty close to the Neilsville area in Sherwood, Wisconsin.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there's nothing in our area we have to worry about.
This is the one that
Wow.
we were talking about.
From past Thunder Bay all the way to Oklahoma, past Oklahoma City. Wow.
Now it looks like we can kind of verify that this is a pretty big deal here, as it's likely picked up some debris from Hatfield. So this is a tornado ongoing over here as it goes up to the south and east of Neilsville. So everybody.
You know how important a garage or a shop is. It's where good things are built and broken things get fixed. I started running my home garage because
This is the
for
Winnebago
17
County
more
Illinois
minutes
storm.
when 6:15 expired. We may have a weakening trend here where we may actually have a break, but storm's ongoing, but a break of severe weather here. So it'll be at my discretion to continue the stream, but we do have multiple storms that are expected to move up here throughout the next couple of hours. They should not be a long-lived severe threat. In fact, they should be weakening as they push into Michigan. So in between this threat between now and we're going to say 8 to 9 p.m. and then later on tonight, the 10 p.m. and after threat further south for the west side of Michigan. I'm hoping for a break here, but right now I play it by ear. I'm not gonna cut this off too early just yet.
Everybody out there.
We have storms moving in, so we'll keep a close eye on these for a couple hours. But if there's a break to take, I will take advantage of it if I see it. Just to let you guys know. Joel is out. That's where he's at. He is out in the studio currently. He will be back later on tonight. We'll probably be on for coverage if need be. If any storms do come severe further south, he'll be back on here later.
Towards Lewisburg, Nixon, and Aubrey.
I do have a couple of questions to ask for future radar, which I will go ahead and show you guys that to get you guys some entities. Right now, I think the threat is confined to those campgrounds up there on the western side of Cleveland County by Lake Superior shoreline. So it's not a very widespread threat, so I feel comfortable hopping out just for a brief minute to go over the future radar here. We'll go ahead and hand me this. This is based on the latest HRRR. You're going to see those storms cross Wisconsin, come across the lake, and I got to back up one run. Hold on. There we go. Let's try that again. wasn't loaded fully.
Yeah, it is 110% of fall.
So right now we're going to see these storms push across the lake. This is currently 10 p.m. on the model. Here is 11 p.m. As storms arrive, they may be stronger to severe. This model says anywhere south of Reed City, a little bit further north than the last couple of models. Then it comes in further south and it pushes across the state, but you're going to see a distinct weakening trend as it does so. So storms will get their strongest as they first arrive, which is why we're saying it's not going to be a ginormous severe weather outbreak tonight. We could get a couple severe storms, and again, wind is your primary risk up to 60 miles per hour. If there is enough storm fuel, maybe, just maybe, a brief tornado in nature.
They did upgrade this warning though. Okay, they've upgraded
Okay, kids, I want to check.
Tornado warning.
I just need to check one more thing real quick.
We can see it here. So we got a tornado on the ground here. It is literally just to the south of Sherland, and it's going to continue to move up towards Rockton and Roscoe. We got another tornado
Weather for Cook County, Illinois.
Right now here in Winnebago County, Illinois.
It's 79 degrees and cloudy in Cook County, IL. There is currently a tornado watch in effect.
Okay. That's why I want to know. So there's a tornado watch for Rockford. Tornado watch.
To the east, it's in some fields right now, but as it gets closer to
Oh, okay. It's outside of Valparaiso too.
do some pretty significant damage. So we've got.
So yeah, there's a tornado watch for Chicago.
Got Brandon Kopic on it and Brad Arnold and a bunch of other storm chasers. Rockton, Roscoe, take shelter now. This is an incredibly dangerous situation.
Rockford, Illinois. There's a tornado in Rockford, Illinois. There's a tornado in Rockford, Illinois, Winnebago County, Illinois. There is a tornado on the ground in Rockford, Illinois.
It said it just hit something, I believe.
That's not us, guys. It's Michigan, but yeah. For Michigan. Flash flood warning for Michigan.
Unbelievable. Let's go take a look at it from Corey Burkham's point of view again. This is just to the north of Rockford, Illinois, y'all. And I think we might lose sight of it here a little bit because we've got a huge surge of wind and hail coming around the backside here. That we're playing downdraft. That's going to do work to try to make this a much bigger tornado, though. So right there's where your tornado is, right here, and it's going to continue to move up towards Roscoe and Rockton, and as Beloit and South Beloit.
It's tornado emergency.
North of Rockford, but we do have a tornado on the ground here. We can still see it from Brandon Kopic's point of view.
Tornado emergency.
How's audio, guys? How's audio?
Delaware, Iowa, tornado
It's
watch.
gonna continue to move off to the east. And at some point here, we're going to lose visibility of it. We're not going to be able to see it at all, really. And whenever that happens, I don't want anybody to think that the tornado is gone.
Silent motion.
We don't want anybody to think that the tornado is done or it's gone or anything. But just because we can't see it doesn't mean it's there. In fact, it's probably going to be bigger when we can't see it. All right, let's hear from Andy again.
Hey Ryan, yeah, I'm watching the destructive bow echo coming through to the south of Kansas City, Missouri. I think we could have a couple of tornadic circulations coming together there that are just within or just next to the yaw watches. So I'm about to extend those yaw watches to the east northeast there. The cold front is interacting with that, so we have a complex interaction here. I think that most enough tornadoes are possible given how strong this bow is. So I'd be watching out for a tornado potential as well. I would be taking shelter as if this was a tornado warning, since this is a destructive severe. It means that 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible here as it goes to the south side, Kansas City, Missouri metro area, way to the south there near Peculiar, River View Estates, Belton, Grayburg, and Grandview.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Also, Brad Arnold's got a live view of the tornado happening right now in the Winnebago County area. So he's on the other side of that rain shield. We can't see it from Corey Durkin's point of view anymore, but we can from Brad Arnold's point of view because he's on the other side of it. Once again, we got a big time debris getting lofted up here near Rockton in Illinois, and that's coming up to the north and east. You guys got to take shelter up there. Also, take shelter in Kansas City, especially on the south side near Olathe, down there towards Aubrey, over toward.
Okay, we're gonna get off that for a hot second. Clear. Let's go to Fox Weather real quick. So the biggest concern I had was the Cook County area of Illinois. That is where Chicago is. They're under tornado watch until further notice, so we're going to be okay.
In progress. That was the last time I was able to see this thing. I just got a quick clearing, but I just wanted to give you that quick update. You can probably hear the hail on the top of the beast. Small, maybe a quarter of an inch, nothing more than that.
Yeah, and it's impressive that you're able to see that, Haley, because we can just tell from your camera point how much is unfolding right now. The rain, the hail, and then you look at that corner shot. He's out a little further ahead of you, as you had mentioned. And this is just a massive storm. It's so much rain coming down that high precip. Hiding what's behind it, which could be that ongoing tornado.
6 o'clock right now. It's 6:07 right now.
Yeah, tornado sirens. Here, listen to this.
Okay, you see here. Let's punch something up real quick here and see if Rockford, Illinois will pop up. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Wow, 140,000 people are now watching Ryan Hall.
From home updates to major repairs. Now, heavy duty guaranteed.
Why is everyone so fired up?
It's a Stanley Cup playoffs. What's the same thing, son?
Oh my God.
Oh, that's live. Wow, we got.
Highly dramatic scenes here from Brad Arnold as a gang of storm chasers is trying to continue to track this thing down as it goes up towards Rockton, Illinois. Guys, you got to take shelter. This is, the Dominator could handle it, but your roof probably won't be able to. And this is coming up towards some pretty populated areas. You can see debris scattered across this field here. Copic's on it too. Yeah, Copic's in that same line of storm chasers there that continues to track this storm down. Unbelievable. We just watched a live tornado intercept in Winnebago County, but I need to talk to everybody living downstream because this thing is not going to let up. It's going to continue to be a big problem for us here as the storm goes off to the east, okay? I do not assume that the storm...
Hey, Tyler, your theory makes perfect sense.
And it's draped perfectly in such a way that it's going to continue to allow for a tornado to happen there for a pretty long period of time.
You've got ideas, a new project, a better workshop, a renovation that's been waiting. Bauer gives you the tool.
just now
pulls back
got
up
warned
in
here in North
roll
Washington,
back in here.
Iowa. That's already got the start of a
Again,
signature, probably.
About to shift attention
Very
here
strong,
after I go over
very
this one more
close to
time.
Davenport radar.
As I follow the storm,
It's going to head up towards Lone Tree, West Liberty. Eventually, get pretty close to the
Great young kid as well. Lefty as well. Batted from the left hand.
4,000 feet aloft. We've got the last few things
I don't think-
miles an hour. So this is being propelled forward very quickly here. And spin-up tornadoes are happening on the north side of it. Likely a weak tornado just occurred there with that couplet. So I just got warned, and I think it could probably get upgraded to a confirmed tornado. I would not be surprised. We need to watch that storm closely since that's very dynamic.
Yeah, another big tornado is about to come together here north of
You know, for Willy Wonka, after reading the script, Gene Wilder said he would take the role of Willy Wonka under one condition, that he would be allowed to limp and then suddenly somersault in the scene when he first meets the children. When director Mel
taking shelter right now, and then up here in Wisconsin, we still have that confirmed tornado on the ground near Burnhamwood.
Did you see this in the Digital Circus? Recently, Ashley Nicole's aunt, who is the English voice for Zooble, reacted to Gangle's French voice actor in the 5th episode of the Digital Circus. This was her reaction.
Lucy, Gangle est venu te voir. Salut, Soubel! My babe!
Tornado is still down, I believe. Moving up towards south. Everybody over here needs to be sheltered. This is the storm that's coming at you. You don't want to, play around with this one. You can tell that this is a beast of a storm, still producing a tornado on its way out to Winnebago there.
So it's north of 75. Correct, yeah. So
Right in Wisconsin is escalating 100%.
still stuff coming up, and there's free falling here in Rockton. Yeah, I can see the edge of the mezzo behind me.
Shoot.
All right, so this is that right here. I've got a viewer in the WeatherWise app saying that it's hailing here. It's already hailing in Beloit, and it's probably gonna, it's gonna keep hailing. That's actually probably gonna pick up. If you're in Beloit, the first thing that you're gonna notice is the big hail, and then the tornadic circulation is gonna come through after that. So don't lay your guard down if you think you're just getting hail. Back over here into Dubuque, Iowa. We do have a tornado warning for you guys as well. That's going to go on for 47 more minutes. And then I got to go back down here to the Washington County area because, man, this right here looks really bad. The tornado that's about to happen here in south of Kelowna and coming up towards Lone Tree is going to be a big tornado. We're encouraging everybody to take shelter. I do have a storm chaser on this, Brandon Montgomery. We'll see what he sees as he goes down Highway 218 to try to intercept that. We have a tornado warning for Rock County, Wisconsin. That's where the storm that all of our chasers are on. That's where it's going to go next. And then also we've got a tornado warning up here for Burnhamwood. This is another one with an ongoing tornado on the ground right now near Burnhamwood, going up toward Anawa. Everybody up here needs to be sheltered underground. And then, of course, south of Dubuque, Iowa, north of Maquoketa, we've got a tornado warning right now for Dubuque, Jackson, and Jones counties as well. I'm going to go back down into the Kansas City area. How are we doing, Kansas City? Big time storm hitting Kansas City right now. We've got winds, hail, we've got the whole 9 yards, and we've got people, obviously, feeling the brunt of it here in Kansas City. We've got some bridge bozos here. Just one quick call out because it's a busy day. I can't rant on about this all day. Don't park under the overpass. Don't use it as an umbrella. Don't shelter from a tornado under the overpass. That is not a smart thing to do. It's dangerous and it puts other people in danger. We did get a tornado warning for Johnson, Miami, and Cass counties in Missouri. This is south and east of Kansas City, down here between Aubrey and Belton. There's your rotation coming up towards Jordan, Raymore, Greenwood, and places like that. Lee Summit is included inside of this dangerous storm. We do have several cameras out here around Kansas City. This is what it looks like in Kansas City right now. Just an absolute
damn, can't see jack squat.
Winds, hail, rain, lightning, the whole 9. That's what's going through the city of Kansas City right now. And we've got a tower camera over here allowing us to see some of this too from the Y'all Squad HQ. So Kansas City, this is going to keep going on for a while. It's just started. A flash flood threat is going to develop as well. We got a flash flood warning for this whole area. So get ready for that. That's going to be the next thing that you got to deal with. Additionally, up here at the end of Wood County, Wisconsin, we got a new tornado warning, and we're encouraging everybody out there to take
Okay, nothing's on right now for us. Let's go to Michigan Storm Chasers. Flood warning.
This is what I hear about the Wisconsin-Michigan border. Radar sees This is currently not warned. It's heading up. It's going to split Watersmeet and Iron River here along US 2. Right in the county line.
I've been on US 2.
This is going to be Iron County and Bermuda County. And think of that county split. So right now, track these. They're not severe in the Wisconsin side of things. So it may not.
Most of the macabre stories belong to the dark days of medicine. When pronouncing someone dead was a hit or miss kind of sentence.
So we have the story in 17th century Marjorie Elphinstone of Scotland gets actually buried. A few hours later, at nighttime, robbers come, they dig her up, and they're going to take the jewelry off her when she groans. And they all go running off into the night in terror, and she sits up, walks home, and outlives her husband.
Modern medicine avoids uncertainties of the old days by using 5 different factors to pronounce someone officially dead.
Well, the first thing that we would do is to produce some significant stimuli to see if there's any neurological response. And the way many of us do that is we take something scientific like a car key and we push very hard on the thumb to induce pain. Then we check for a pupillary response, usually using a pen light, and see if the pupils react. Then we would take our stethoscope and we would listen for a heartbeat. And usually while listening, we also check for a pulse. And we use the carotid artery. And then finally, we would listen over both sides of the chest for any respirations. So if a patient is not breathing and there's no pulse and there's evidence that the brain is not functioning, then that's the determination of death.
Are you okay for another 7 minutes there, Henneman?
Back at the workshop, Jamie's test run in the sealed casket has lasted nearly 50 minutes. His blood level of carbon dioxide peaked at 3%. 4% is getting dangerous. 10% is lethal.
Waking up in a coffin, surprise, I think it would be a pretty scary experience. This stuff is like what gets you. It's all, being in a box is one thing, but you got all this stuff that's supposed to make it real nice and pleasant, and it's actually really kind of creepy, I think.
Many of these stories are relatively recent. You had a man in South Africa in 1993 who is pronounced dead after a car accident. He spends 2 days in some kind of metal casket above ground, at which point he wakes up, and unfortunately he's not very happy apparently because his fiance won't take him back, believing that he's a zombie, come back to get her.
So the next step is to load this up on our forklift, lower it down into our makeshift above ground grave, fill it with earth, and monitor Jamie until he begs for mercy.
The Mythbusters are about to defy nature in an attempt to bury Jamie alive.
How you doing? Hey, what the hell are we supposed to do with all this dirt?
So buried alive, huh?
Buried alive. You ever heard about anyone being buried alive?
Well, I've heard of it. I've seen movies, but I've never really actually
seen it happen. Yeah.
I'm a little apprehensive at the moment. I'm hoping that the box won't collapse, but I think it'll be all right.
His dry run lasted 50 minutes, but now, under real conditions, Jamie will be feeling stress, producing more CO2, reducing his survival time.
Are you comfy?
Yes.
You deal?
Yeah.
But I've never really actually seen it happen. Yeah.
I'm a little apprehensive at the moment. I'm hoping that the box won't collapse, but I think it'll be all right.
Someone's having a barbecue.
50 minutes, but now, under real conditions, Jamie will be feeling stress, producing more CO2, reducing his survival time.
Are you comfy?
Yes.
You deal?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got your walking, you got your mic on, that's your emergency oxygen, you have your pulse oxygen meter here, camera, thermometer, humidity sensor. You ready, Jimmy?
Farewell, cruel world.
Bye-bye, Heine, man.
With Jamie laid out in his casket, Adam gently lowers him into the chamber.
Well, I just...
I'm going to move around a little bit. That's what I'm going to do real quick before I do anything else. I'm going to do something real quick here.
Frustration is mounting over unsafe water at the Kalamazoo County Jail. Dozens of people have been emailing.
Okay, gotta check out one more thing, and we are going to keep on doing what we're doing. I just need to get my butt denumbed, or what you want to call it. Denumbed, or what you want to call it. Denumbed, or what you want to call it. Okay. Phone's at 96%, which is good. Watch the tab real quick, and then that's it. Now the radios are primed and ready to go off if they need to. I got stuff to do Monday, and that's about it. 14 more. No. $14 hours. $80 degrees outside right now. Okay, that feels better. Let me get on my stomach and lower you guys. See what my phone popped for? Facebook. You see here. Nothing I care about. So I'm gonna go relax for a second. Lower this down a little bit. Lower this down. Okay. Go lay down in bed. I might in about 5 to 4. I need a new carpet. I wish I could do that one thing. Sorry, guitar. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's not that bad out, actually. It's just surprising. It's Friday. It's almost 6:30 at night, and it's comfortable. It's a nice, comfortable Friday night. I got nothing to do this Friday night. I do got something to do Tuesday, but that's about it. Tomorrow, wake up, do a little this, do a little that, go home and do some stuff. Like work on a grocery list or something like that. Or something else I want to work on.
He's about to undergo a rare ordeal. He will be buried alive.
I can't feel that at all. I have a fan. It's at the wrong angle. Too sharp. I want to get comfortable. It smells like barbecue in here, but that's only I can tell you. It smells like a barbecue right now outside. Okay, that's a little better. I can barely feel that. I can barely feel that. And that's a lot better than it was earlier, a minute ago. Actually, that'd be a better idea. Give me a minute, guys. I'm gonna get a fan. I'm gonna get the stick fan. There we go. I just feel that that's better. That little box fan I have, that little box fan, it does work. It's just that it doesn't produce enough cold air. And I won't put the AC on right now. Oh, that's a whole lot better. Okay, I can feel that good. There we go, that's better. That's a little. That's a whole lot better. No offense to the box fan, but I need AD.
To match a bear as closely as possible, Jamie's temporary grave will be covered with several tons of earth.
Roger that. Are you nervous about it? Over.
No, I think I'm fine. It definitely had an effect on the casket, though.
Loading earth death on the steel casket is a calculated risk. It's up to Jamie to make the call.
All I got to say is be gentle on those dumps because I'm worried about the lid slipping off of its sides or something like that.
Jamie, would you like me to come in and check the lid out? Over. He's a trooper, man, I tell you. Oxygen levels?
Oxygen is 98%.
Medics are watching his vital signs closely. Any indication of acute stress, and he will be exhumed.
I imagine my heart's beating a little faster than it was on the test.
You'd be correct about that. It's at 95 right now, buddy. You are almost officially completely covered now, Jamie.
The casket is getting so warped from the pressure that it popped up the corners a little bit.
Suddenly, the major worry is the very real possibility of Jamie being crushed inside the metal box.
This thing's really starting to creak, and it's feeling like it's shaking.
They decide to halt the Bobcat. They hope the casket can withstand the force pressing from above.
It's buckling and changing shape on it. Truly. That's the last one we're doing. One out? Roger that. We're going to get you out. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's buckling. Here we go. Hey! Oh. And he's still alive!
Did it do anything, or is that all my imagination?
No, it definitely was crushing it in.
It's just sitting there, Gordon.
Jamie persisted inside the casket for 30 humid minutes, breathing only the available air.
I started to panic a little bit there at the end. I mean, it's pretty scary. I mean, I don't have any particular fear of closed spaces at all, and feeling those walls starting to go in, it really gets you going. As I'm sure my pulse rate will testify.
This is where your pulse started. And at the point you asked us to get you out, you were off my chart. Your pulse was about 115.
Okay.
It shows, because of your pulse, you were using up a lot more oxygen.
So what are the chances of surviving 6 feet under?
I think it is sufficiently busted. I don't think it's possible for someone to survive a couple of hours in the panic state of being buried, coughing, crushing, all of that stuff, let alone a couple of days until they're exhumed and found to be alive. That's just painfully ridiculous to me.
There you go. Good tested.
You're not proud of it, but OnlyFans,
26-1.
Storm's still hitting pretty hard down here in Kansas City, right near the
Hey everyone, it's Tyler Lee. Recognition radio stations on 87.7 FM are likely to go dark soon. These radio stations are technically low-power analog TV stations that must convert to digital by July 13th of this year, 2021. Station owners are looking for a solution with the FCC, but one large organization is trying to stop them.
It's weird. I did channel 6 one time on channel 6. I picked up 88.5, the local church country station out of
If you're
Constantine.
seeing me for the first time, make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit that little bell icon to receive a notification whenever I post a video. So back to the main subject of this video.
Now Bundy, I sell
Some of
shoes
you
for
may be
them.
wondering why radio stations on 87.7 are called Franken FMs. As I mentioned a few moments ago, they technically are not radio stations, but rather low-power TV stations operating on Channel 6. In an analog TV broadcast, the audio carrier for Channel 6 is on 87.75 megahertz, which can be picked up by most radios on 87.7 FM. This is why some of you may remember picking up your local Channel 6 on the radio prior to the digital transition in 2009. Low-power TV stations were exempt from the original June 12, 2009 DTV deadline and were supposed to convert to digital back in 2015, but that deadline was pushed back due to the huge mess the FCC repack created for broadcasters. It was a long story in itself, but as a result, some low-power TV stations continue to broadcast in analog use this day. I found a few of them in upstate New York, which you can see in my video titled Analog TV Stations Still on the Air in 2021. I attached a link to it in the description of this video. Most low-power TV stations on Channel 6 took advantage of their unique situation to launch a radio format since radios could pick up the audio on 87.7 FM, hence the term Franken FM. There are dozens of them currently on the air, most with ethnic and niche formats. Popular 87.7 FM radio stations include WeTV FM in Chicago, Guadalupe Radio in Los Angeles, and La Nueva in DC. The fate of these TV or radio stations is up in the air as the FCC is mandating that all analog TV stations still on the air must fully convert to digital by July 13th of this year, 2021. If this happens, radio stations heard on 87.7 FM will no longer be picked up by a radio, only on a digital TV set. Throughout the years, broadcasters have tried to work something out with the FCC to continue broadcasting analog audio signal on 87.75 megahertz. Despite the potential progress, one organization is completely against these Franken FM radio stations and is petitioning the FCC to make them go away for good. Now think for a second, what organization would want these radio stations, which provide niche content to underserved audiences, to completely go
NPR?
Maybe a large commercial radio company like iHeartMedia or Cumulus? Not quite. If you believe the organization trying to kill the 87.7 FM radio stations is National Public Radio, oh, the irony. Last year, NPR complained to the FCC that low-power TV stations operating as radio stations on analog Channel 6 are, quote, a grossly inefficient use of spectrum that prevents public radio stations from expanding their signal coverage or otherwise offering a multiplicity of additional public service programming for the American public. Now, despite NPR being a well-respected news organization, a part of their statement is completely false. 87.7 FM is not going to be used for anything else besides VHF Channel 6 for TV. Public radio stations can expand to this frequency because it isn't a licensed FM radio frequency. It just happens to pick up the audio carrier of an analog TV station broadcasting on Channel 6. NPR also claims that Franken FMs can pose significant interference issues to nearby radio stations, yet these 87.7 FM stations have operated for decades with very little complaints. To sort of demonstrate NPR's point of view, I will say that the FM band on 88 to 92 megahertz is reserved for non-commercial broadcasting. Public,
I got some hair here still.
Some may see these Franken FMs sort of unfairly parking on the end of the dial as commercial radio stations. Now there is some hope on the horizon.
Oh, you're
Wait, digital AM radio.
so try to breathe on it now.
Oh, back in a minute. I gotta do a thing. Those blue rails don't start squealing. We're good. We're staying on. Oh. Now that's a good question, but that's for a future video. That's a good question about Gangle. I mean, that's a good question about Zubul. Does Zubul really want to have sex? That's a question I'm curious about.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Melanez. I'm on vacation right now, which means I'm not even in my room or near my microphone or even near my computer. But does that stop the YouTube grind? No, sir, it does not. So, I broke into some person's home, and turns out they got a microphone here. Yay! Digital Circus Episode 4 Fast Food. You have to come with us.
Hey everyone.
Ritz Drizzle Minis. The salty sweet combo with your
Where's that device to help out?
While other networks keep hiking their prices, Boost Mobile has something they don't. And a limited plan with the price.
Where's that device and it worked?
Hey everyone, it's Tyler the Antenna Man with an update on the 87.7 Franken FM radio stations. These radio stations are technically low-powered analog TV stations that must convert to digital by 13th of July, which is coming up pretty soon. Normally, this will be the end of their analog audio carrier on 87.
Hmm.
What we got here? I got a gold bar I want you to look at.
Come on. Hey, Pops. You want to come with us?
Where in the world did you get this? Well, just passed a few months ago. We're cleaning things out, and we found this thing.
Great. What happened to be a tourist or whatever?
I came to the pawn shop today to see if I could sell my old gold bar. And this bar kind of really surprises. I never really heard about it, and nobody else. I thought we had to give this look at and see what it's worth. Maybe sell it, get some money, and split that up among the family members. What do you think, Pops? It's gold. It's a big chunk of gold. You got approximately $24,000 in gold here. Wow. When you've been a pawnbroker as long as I have, you know real gold when you see it. And judging by the weight of it, there's a lot of it. For 1971, it was against the law to own this. You weren't allowed to have more than, I think, 5 ounces of gold in your house, period. It was a federal offense.
It was called the Gold Confiscation Act. FDR in the Depression bought all the gold off everybody in the United States for $20 an ounce. And it was up until the 70s when Nixon took us off the gold standard that we were allowed to hold gold again.
There was a lot of people in this country who hid it because they didn't want the government taking it away.
During the Depression, FDR made it illegal to own gold. You could own a little bit of jewelry, a little bit of coins, that was it. The reason he did this is he wanted to devaluate the value of the dollar, hoping that would spur the economy along.
The weird thing about it is the markings on it right here. What the XX means, I have no idea.
So what's the deal with this white stuff on there?
Sometimes they cast this little mold, it's called investment. It's like plaster Paris, but different. And you'll have crustaceans like this in it, but it'll flake right out with your fingernail. And this feels like it's actually like coral or something. I mean, it looks like shipwreck stuff, to tell you the truth.
Meaning like buried treasure?
It could be, yeah. Was your grandfather a diver or anything like that?
I don't know if he was or not. He was down in the Caribbean for a while, and I don't know if he came across something there he'd never tell anybody about.
I buy gold from people every day, but I never have gold bars from a shipwreck walking to my shop.
This thing might not be worth its weight in gold. It might be worth way more. So, what did you want to do with this? You want to sell it? Yeah, I want to sell it. I would like someone to take a look at it. This could be off a ship just because of this right here. So I'll find out if it's treasure for you. That'd be great. Okay, thanks.
I'm president of Big Blue Wreck Salvage and a marine artifact expert. I'm passionate about the pursuit of history and information. Well, what are your concerns, Rick?
What the XX means, I have no idea. And it looks like there's some crustacean on the back of it that's not from casting.
Well, what you've got here are the finest markings. These particular stamps I recognize from the 1500s. And even at that time, gold was evaluated on a 24 scale. Well, it's marked as 20 karat.
I could see with my own two eyes that that's more gold than 20 karat.
Well, they had taxes in the 1540s and 1550s also. So if you can get it marked for less, you can avoid some of those taxes.
I think it's pretty funny that back in the 1500s, people were trying to cheat on their taxes.
Modern testing would bring this in at probably 22 or better.
Okay. So you think it's off a ship?
Well, what you have is definitely coral incrustation. Coral will attach itself to something harder to grow.
Okay.
That would have taken, decades to have attached itself. This thing was underwater for a long time. And this is definitely shipwreck treasure.
Okay.
There are two sites that have yielded bars of this type. One is from the coast of Texas. The 1554 Spanish fleet was wrecked there. And there's a site in the northern Caribbean.
So how much do you think it's worth?
Mil times 2 is what you're talking about.
Okay. Remember earlier when I said $24,000 in scrap? Yeah. Scrap is melt. It's just like a trade journal.
So you tell me that's worth $48,000?
In that neighborhood.
Yeah. Melting down the wedding band, stamping X's on it. People get the coral to grow on it. I got a fish tank.
All right, thanks for coming in, Noah.
My pleasure.
There's probably not a lot of people out there willing to buy this thing. But here's the deal. The people that are willing to spend a lot of money. Trust me, a lot. So now that we know, what do you want to do?
I still want to sell it.
Okay. And how much would you like for it?
Well, if it's worth 48, I want 48.
Yeah, money talks, we're talking different languages at the moment.
44?
No, because if I put this in an auction, they're going to charge me 20%. Okay. On it.
Oh, you got to give me more than that with 48.
35.
I'll give you $35,000, and I don't want to pay you that.
Deal.
Cash money. All right, $35,000. Let's do some good work.
Totally pumped to get $35,000. It was a lot more than I expected. So I'm pleased as much to get that.
Okay. Okay. And one more thing. Nearest post office. I need to go to the post office and mail it home. That's how I do that, money. Okay. One more thing. What? I do need to do one more. Okay. Plus, you told me where I can get some stamps, and plus you told me where. You know, I'm stupid. Where? I have a question. Could I mail this back? Could you help me? Okay, one thing. Do you guys mail stuff out? Wait, I want to mail this home.
Oh, I didn't notice these. It's a hot rod. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another.
I'd mail that suck. I'll mail that money home.
Join myself and Angus up here on the abandoned farm in North Iowa one last time, as we are here trying to get this 1950s, 60s Willys Jeep truck. This thing has been here for nobody knows how long. It's been buried in the ground, as you can see, for a long time, and we're going to see if we can get this sucker to run and ground. Mr. Goose, please.
I gotta do one more thing here. We're staying on, guys. We're not going off. We're staying on all night.
Big shoulder shrug all around. Yeah, this thing's been sitting here for about 10 inches. Specifically.
I just need to see what's playing on TV tonight before I go to bed. We're staying up all night long, but I still want to see what's.
Hey, glad that works. The seat's toast. There's that glass stand there.
starter. There's two starters. I know we want to see it. Missing a gas pedal. It's one stick though. That's interesting. What do you think there is? High, low, and four-wheel drive? Must be. In the back, we've got just a ton of crap. Like, it's full. And of course, it's all giant cast iron pump houses and stuff. And my back is going to love moving all day. I'll move this. It seems like rear tires equally buried. If you saw the Wrangler episode recently, you saw us try to move this with the Wrangler, and it absolutely did not move.
Okay. Happy Place is on tonight.
I'm sure all the brakes are completely locked up, and it's also buried. Check. Moving up front, I'll pop the lid on that sucker right here. Well, it's the same latches all the way to the Ooh, it's a repainted motor. You know what that means? Rebuilt. Yeah. Actually, it may have been. It's not bolted in.
I wish we had a channel. AV, football. Okay. Corn to gym.
Well, I don't know about you. It's kind of chilly. And I wish you had to work double to predict how cold it is. Yes. 26 out today. What that time?
The kid.
First time on the channel. All right.
Jeopardy. Andy Griffin.
See if it's actually rebuilt / doesn't speak. Good call. Yeah. Oh, over it's on the stand. Oh, that's good.
Okay, what's on right now at 7? It's on at 7 o'clock. MASH. Okay, 10 o'clock. 9 tonight. Okay, nothing I want to watch tonight.
Is that a football start once? It must be. Yeah.
Transformers, robots in disguise. Mm-hmm. Wow, season 13. That's old.
And it's where the radio's supposed to be. And the radio is where the speedometer's supposed to be. You know, when people say they look at a 50s car and they go, back when they knew how to make a car. I don't think they knew how to make a car. They were trying a lot. They used a lot of metal. So if they're going to let it put their on this, all of them is not look, you got to link together. So they must have had the thing running to test it. No filter. Cool.
Let's do a get your hands on a Citroen. That'd be. I just thought of something stupid. Ega! Ega! Ega!
It's cold. We're going to go over here past the alley into the sun and out of the wind. See when it starts. Guess what we left in the Jeep? No. We're back in Sigourney again. Got to do everything with what we got. Alright. Oh, there's Ratchet. Actually, one of the Ratchet was outside. And that's a hammer, if I remember right. Ah, yes. Back in the shed, I hope to never step foot in again. There's a 3/4 inch wrench. Nice. And here's a 3/8 inch wrench. And there's a bunch of wrenches I found yesterday. Well, these are the only ones we're going to need. Oh, quick PSA to save you from getting 1,000 emails and messages. This farm is sold. So everything on it is sold. So save yourself from emailing me asking every little sign or fender or part that we found on the farm is available, because they're not. I think I got like 200 emails. 100 of them were people asking if they could buy the parts that I just bought, that I needed, that I've been looking for years. Answered no. And the other 100
different people wanting to buy random stuff. So for those guys, no, I'm sorry, the property is sold. Okay, back to work.
Thomas Hammer. It's the one I thought I needed for the Jeep last time. I knew I saw it somewhere.
You're telling me that's better than the blow on a stick?
I'm not saying that, but I am saying it's different.
I think this guy was stronger than we gave him credit for.
I found a full set of ratcheting and wrenches. How many hell are those all the time they were working out here?
They were weird. You went with those. I just need a bolts.
Phillips screwdriver. Yeah, I successfully found like 15 lawnmower blades. There's more. Oh. That must be the biggest Phillips screwdriver I've ever seen. Here, does this work?
Honestly, it probably won't.
Okay, clearly I don't work on anything. It's taking me 15 minutes to find the pair of pliers up here. Alright, well, we'll come up with a random pile of tools. No, I'll throw a screwdriver. Nope, there's hilarious. There's a pile too. Yeah, we've seen like 20 flat blade screwdrivers while we've been here. Not one Phillips. Alright, so we got one stripped out Phillips. Wait, we have a vice grip, right? Cool. All that for nothing. Alright, let's swap everything over, see if we can get the thing working. Off the old, on the new. See if this one works at all. This is a big file we found. Clean that up. And then use a snap on it.
Alright, screw time.
I'm not going to leave you alone. Give you some space.
The screw isn't filled totally.
Throw the trouble. Give the trouble felt right here. Okay, send some wires and see if we can jump this thing before.
Heck yeah.
Not better, Dylan? There it is. Yay. There it goes.
The hell are they doing? I have no clue.
We might be here long. Well, believe it or not, I ended up breaking the book cable anyway. Weird. Let's see. We forgot this terminal out here last time on that track. Yeah. Just slap it in here and boom. We got a positive cable.
What do you mean we purposefully left it so that we would be able to do this?
It's already 7 p.m. Eastern time, and no problems right now, which is surprising.
Starter hardware. Do you see any?
I need to do one thing real quick. I just already got to do one more thing.
Smallest jack. Or is that the starter pointer?
You're such a silly kitty.
With over 30 different Nixons, it's easy to show off your sweet side with a fresh frozen custard creation that's all you.
There's a bunch of loose head bolts on this thing.
Tornado warning in Michigan?
Okay, I've got starters in. Wired up to it. Where do we are?
Okay, it's Wisconsin. Okay. I was going to say.
Well, you can use the actual thing. Yep. You want to just install the thing properly? Oh, we got her right off the ass in there. Whole pile of random bolts right there.
Gotta do one thing real quick.
Install that guy right there, and then see if we get the crank. Mixing the old with the new. All right, I've got two now. Let's go. Good. Okay. Was that you stopping or did it stop?
I cut the grass today, but I couldn't find the camera. I could not find my camera mount I was looking for, so I couldn't. I did cut the grass today, but I did not do it live because I could not find the camera mount. I misplaced my camera mount I needed, so I could not film it. Sorry. I cut the grass today, but I did not film it because I could not find my camera mount. I couldn't even find my pole. I misplaced my pole and I misplaced my camera mount, so I couldn't film it. Sorry. I've been doing a lot of stuff, so yeah. Yeah, it worked well. I just didn't film any of it. Sorry. I didn't have a camera. I could not find my camera mount. I couldn't find my head mount or my pole. I misplaced them. Yeah, I could have left them at Phil's. Then I was doing my brother's house, my cousin's house. I'll have to look around so I can find them again. No, I did not. I could not find my head mount or my pole. I found my suction cup. So, yeah, I kind of misplaced my pole, my mount. Looked for this morning, could not find either one of them. I got the cameras, I just don't have the mounts, so I couldn't actually film anything today. Sorry.
I know those suck. All right, let's try to get that thing out of there. Might not be in the cards today for this guy. This is a contactor. As you can see, we cleaned up this surface here. We've got to clean up this post on the other side.
No, I left them at my brother's house. I think I left them at my cousin's house by mistake. I think I left them at my cousin Phil. I think I left it at cousin Phil's house by accident when I was at his house about a while ago. Was it my cousin's house? I think I left them over there by mistake. So, yeah, next time I get a chance to go to see him, I'll have to get them back. That head mount I had to order off of the ordinary one if I want to, but right now it doesn't really matter. I don't really need to film mowing lawn. I just need to make sure I do mow the lawn. That's the train. So we're gonna be on here for a while. We're gonna be on here. I'm gonna do a long video tonight. I know where they're at. Most likely, if they're not with me, if they're not here, they're at his house, which doesn't really matter. So yeah, it's all right. Tablet's charging right now. Phone's fully charged, and we got some stuff to do this weekend. Actually, I gotta make my grocery list because I'm going shopping in a couple days. But right now, we're just relaxed. This video, type of grocery list up. That's about it. So yeah. I don't know yet. Harding's. I'm going to go to Harding's. And 2 other places I'm going to. So, yeah. I got to make a list. So, I do like a loop. I go to Harding's. Then I go to Aldi's for some other things. I usually go to Aldi's just to get water. I don't know. That's what I'm going to have to do. I usually go to Aldi's to get water. Nothing else. And spare thingies. Most of the time, I just go to I go to Harding's and I go to where else? I go to Walmart. Yeah, Walmart's remodeling their stores, so it's a little more confusing. I hate when stores do that, remodel the stores. It pisses me off because where stuff is, I can't find it. I mean, I don't go to Meijer. I go to Walmart. I don't go to Meijer's anymore. Meijer's is just too damn confusing now. I can't find looking for it at Meijer's anymore. Because I moved this to this and this to that. I just went to Walmart and got my stuff because Meijer's is too damn confusing. I got lost in Meijer's already 3 times, or I got lost in Meijer 3 times. 3 times because they remodeled it. Yeah, I like the Meijer was just small and one way it's built, but when they remodeled it, I don't go there anymore. It's going to Elkhart. It's going to Grand Rapids. That's where it goes. The train goes to Elkhart or Grand Rapids. That's where the Grand Rapids. That's the line. The Grand Elk line starts in Elkhart, ends in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Which is weird because in Cassopolis and Schoolcraft, the train line is the Canadian Northern. Doesn't really matter. A while back there was a ghost train. The ghost train's a train. It doesn't belong on it goes on a different line. A while back there was a ghost train. A few months ago there was a ghost train. Norfolk Southern came by, which is not usually coming on the track. Ooh.
I'm not saying that, but I am saying that. Okay. I don't think it's cheap again. So it's very small. Getting cooler as it gets taller. I think there's no way in hell these front brakes spot. This thing is
You could ride the Amtrak to Grand Rapids. I mean, the only footage of me riding a train is the Southern Coast train from Michigan City, Indiana to Chicago. Yeah, you can ride the Amtrak to Grand Rapids if you wanted to. I don't got the money for it though. And if I had the money, I take the Zephyr or I take the Zephyr or the Star. If I had the money, I take the Zephyr or the Star. Actually, no, wait, sorry. If I had the money, I take the Eagle. No, actually, Kalamazoo, Niles. Actually, I had the money. I take the Eagle or the Zephyr. California Zephyr starts in Chicago, Illinois, ends in L.A. Or I take the Texas Eagle. That would be fun. From Chicago to San Francisco, 66 hours by train. Ooh, but I don't think I ever take this to South Coast. That South Coast train from South Bend to. I think the South Coast train from Chicago, from South Bend to Chicago. The Southern Coast, the South Coast, what do they call it? I don't know. That's independently ran. Nearest train station would be Kalamazoo, the Amtrak station, or the Niles train station. Pop quiz: the Niles train station has been in some movies. Ooh, what movies? No clue. I'll have to go to the bathroom real quick. But yeah, the Amtrak station in Niles has been in a few movies over the years. I think 3, maybe 5 movies. I'm not sure. I should talk about that, shouldn't I? Well, there is something I should tell you guys. Speaking about the Amtrak, which is true, 20 years ago, I used to live right next to the. It's kind of funny, though. 20 years later, I still live near the train. 20 years later, I still live near the railroad. It's kind of funny. 20 years later, I still near the. It's funny. 20 years later, I still live near the railroad. I'll explain in a minute. Let me get water. This week. Yeah, it's kind of funny though. Okay, let me explain something. 20 years ago, back from 02 to 04 or 5 area. From 02 to 05, I lived in the community of Buchanan, Michigan. Buchanan is famous for that motocross thing, Rabbit Trail, and I used to live in Buchanan, next to the Amtrak in Buchanan, Michigan. This is under the Amtrak. The train would go fast through the road crossing, so fast that the gates give you a 5-second head start, a 5-second warning. And it's, Amtrak tracks are a little slanted. They're going down tracks at light speed. Now, that train came from Niles or somewhere else, so I'm not sure. But yeah. Now, I made a slight error. There is a Dowagiac station in Dowagiac, Michigan, and a few other train stations around. But I have never rode the Amtrak. I've only rode that South Coast or that South, whatever it is, takes you to Indiana. It doesn't really matter. I take the train always to Chicago. So I actually know the Amtrak in Buchanan. 20 years later, still didn't know the train. Whoa!
Good to know. Yeah. Let's look up the ignition system, send some points, get sport going. Okay, ignition time. I cannot believe how clean the inside of this shooter looks just by having a tap on it. Okay, those are sanded.
Neighbors mowing the lawn.
Wipe them off the best I can.
They're push mower. They're not using a rider, which sucks.
Oh, very good. All right, been a couple minutes. I think it's been oiling up some stuff inside. Yep. You gotta shake it like it's freed up. And some gaps, maybe.
Loose as goose.
Hmm.
So he was on the juice, but
Meanwhile, over here, we got some hot wiring going on. I got our points cleaned up.
We're gonna drive that antique.
Just right here. The points are working. Let's get some plug wires on this thing and see what happens. Okay, I don't know if we'll hold start, but we'll have it for a second. I'm just gonna pump it with the starter on there. Here's some fuel. Ready on the gas.
yes.
Just going to see if it pops off. Ready? Ready?
It runs.
Great boy.
They got an antique Jeep to run. Willie's truck to run. Wow, that's pretty neat. And when did this come out? Oh, a year ago? I haven't seen this one yet. I started watching Uncle Jig started a few months ago, so yeah, wow. I had to run. Wow. I can't read your guys' comments. You just can't see it right now. The cat's in my face. I'll look into it in a second. I'll look into it right now.
But damn, you can run. Yeah. Good that you called for the light. All right, well, let's bring up a proper ignition system and a fuel system and see if we can get this thing safe and idle.
Cool. Sure. Okay. Now that we know we need a starter, we have one on this boat. It's a little crusty and junk looking though. However, I do remember there's this boat. This is a good starter solenoid on this.
You don't go reason down this road, jerks.
Now it's the Chevy engine, so it's not there. Oh, well, there's a solenoid on the treatment pump. Maybe I can steal that guy. Yeah, this will do. We'll be taking this now. And there we have it. Let's go wire this up on the Jeep truck and let's see if she'll drive.
Got the solenoid off the boat, wired up with my excellent terminal skills. But you get some fuel tank.
Yes, I stole the one that we use on the 8M in there. Yep, still got gas in it.
All right, fuel system's all hooked up.
Okay.
Solenoid is all wired in place. I notice. What happened? Things out. That's all. Okay. All right. Let's go see what we
All right, schedule real quick.
Actually, you know what, Angus? Before we get too far ahead in this whole stocking solenoid and everything, and setting this thing up to drive around the yard, we should probably see if it even would drive around the yard. Got the rear tires in the air. What do you think the chances of the clutch is probably not working?
Well, went all the way down. It felt like it was spring.
Okay, you can watch. Okay, so we can watch the race this week. We can watch the race today. Kansas City on Fox, then Talladega on Fox. So that's good. So there's 2 races we can watch on Fox. Then Prime crap. June 7th, Michigan.
We can, however, put some work in and attempt to get the state tonight.
Triangle.
Yes, let's do that. The whole thing is open. Should be. There we go.
That's exciting.
That fell down. That will probably fall again. Next one. It won't be all.
Okay, we'll go back to Homestead. So yeah, we can watch the races Sunday if you want to. Yeah, we can watch NASCAR races Sunday on the channel. We'll see about watching NASCAR this Sunday, guys. Because racing this Sunday on Fox. So this week and next week, the racing on Fox. So yes, we. So yeah, guys, we might be able to watch the race this weekend. Who knows? Hey, it's on Fox, so I can watch it. And on cable, but I can watch it on Fox. So yeah, we can watch this race. This race is Kansas. After that is Talladega, which everyone knows Talladega is the worst track of them all is Talladega. That's a lot worse than Pocono. So yeah, we are going to watch the race this Sunday on Fox. I wish Michigan would race on Fox, but they don't do that. But yeah, it'll be on Fox. So yeah, we will watch NASCAR maybe this Fox this Sunday, maybe. But I do really want to watch Talladega next week.
He's just discovered that there's immediately an access panel to get the North Clutch housing. So we're going to cut that off and see what the heck's going on. Oh my God, it's what? It's partially disengaged. Because I see the throw out bearing coming in and touches right there. Oh, and then it really hurts moving at all after that. Okay, well, back to trying to get my gravity tank set up. In doing so, our fuel light snapped off.
2-ish. 2. And yes, we might watch the race on Fox. Oh, I need to look at it real quick. There is a race I do really want to watch real badly. I need to look at it real quick so I don't forget. Indy racing schedule. Long Beach, don't care. Okay. I don't know. I need to look up some real quick, guys. I'm looking up something a little more important right now than
it's just smoking now. Maybe we did get all the go out of it.
Where's it at? August. August 23rd. August 23rd. No way. That race I do need to watch.
Another 6-volt starter adventure with a 12-volt and a jump pack. This wasn't a 12-volt generator and 12-volt starter. This is crank.
Oh, that's July. I need August 23rd. August 23.
The data plate says serial number 4WD34174.
IndyCar.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more times.
Races at DC. I'm gonna make that purple. That's purple because it's special.
That's so good.
Save.
Fire up. Give it one more.
There we go. That is important for me because I am going to watch that.
Okay, well, I guess that's.
I gotta look up one more thing.
We should have celebrated and called it good as soon as it sat there and ran for a little bit. What do you say we drop it down on the ground, get the trailer in front of it, and load her up and get her out of here?
IndyCar race schedule.
All right, let's do it. All right, for the first time since Christopher Columbus walked these plains, I think, somewhere around there. Let's see if this thing moves.
May 24th.
I don't know if I'm satisfied with calling that quits right there. I don't think I am either. I think I'd order a starter online and we come back to this. Yeah. I kind of want to try to punch this thing around the yard. It would be kind of funny. It would be great. All right, we're not calling it quits yet. We let her run for like 5 seconds. So I'm going to get a starter and some other parts ordered, and we'll be back to finish this. We'll see you then.
Indianapolis 500. Indianapolis. Purple. Save. There we go. If I could go to any races, I would, but okay. So there's 2 races at IndyCar we do want to watch that I had to put in here already. Now, we are going to watch NASCAR, but IndyCar is going to be going to DC this year. And yes, I will watch that. I put my phone so I won't forget. I'm not a big fan of IndyCar. You see here, I wouldn't mind going to Indianapolis. That's only 300 miles. I mean, I wouldn't mind going to Indianapolis. That's only 300 miles from here. I also wouldn't mind going to DC to watch the race there. Now, there was rumors a few years ago. It didn't happen, but this is the closest thing to what we actually had. There was a rumor a while ago that some big investor, if you ever played Forza Horizon, if you ever played Forza Motorsport number 2, this would have to go with it. Okay. Let me pause this. A long time ago, if you ever played Forza Motorsport 2 like I did, there was rumors that that track that used in NASCAR and Forza Horizon, okay, in Forza Motorsport 2, there's a track called Times Square, New York, where you actually race around Times Square and anything you want to. Now, the thing was, though, there was kind of a thing was going to happen. We put NASCARs in New York City at one time, but it never happened. This is close enough, okay? Doing motorsport racing in Washington, D.C. or District of Columbia is close enough to doing the New York thing. Now, a guy who was part of the FIA at one time wanted to do NASCAR, wanted to do IndyCar or some kind of or NASCAR in DC, in New York City. It didn't happen. But doing racing in DC, Washington, D.C., District of Columbia, doing IndyCar there, I understand what they're doing for it. 250 America. This is pretty cool. So we're going to see how this goes. IndyCar season is a lot shorter than NASCAR is, but we'll see how this goes on stuff. I don't know. I'll watch it, though, and see. Now, I have 2 Indy races that I do need to watch this year. There's two Indy races I need to watch for personal reasons. The Indy 500, I have to watch that, and I have to watch the DC race. That I do have to really watch. That's those races I need to really watch. Now, I did see the 100 running of the Indy 500. Tara, when's the 24 Hours of Le Mans? I will no longer see that race anymore. I seen the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the 100th anniversary of the 24-hour race of Le Mans, and Dennis Rodman waved the flag for the 24-hour race at Le Mans during the 100th anniversary. And the 24 Hours of Le Mans is scary. If it's on Fox television, on antenna, I can watch it. If it's not an antenna, I can't watch it. I mean, I'm watching two races back to back this week. I'm going to be watching Kansas and then Talladega. So I'm going to be watching, and there's a few races going to be on NBC. But if I had cable, I'd be watching the races 24/7. I'd be watching the races at cable, but I don't got cable anymore. I got rid of my cable. It's just too expensive. Besides, guys, I've been working on stuff for you guys, so give me credit, guys. I'm working best I can. So there's actually a couple races I want to. So there's only 2 IndyCar races I actually need to watch. Everything else can be whatever. But yeah, that's CBS. Not anymore. CBS stopped doing NASCAR racing years ago. Yes, sir. Fox and NBC does antenna racing, but everything else is on cable, which I don't got cable or Prime. I don't get Prime. Now I've been near MIS. Well, okay, I've been in Jackson, which is near MIS. I've been to where the Green Bay Packers play at. I've been to Michigan State. I've been to U of M. I haven't been to Michigan State University. Got lost in there, but that's all I'm going to say. I mean, I wouldn't mind going to a NASCAR race. No. Never been in jail. Besides, I wouldn't make it in prison. I'd be dead. If I ever go to prison, I would be dead in 24 hours. I'd be dead in 24 hours. I would make. Oh. Yeah, I've been outside the prison in Jackson. I filmed it once. But even been outside the prison, outside of Coldwater too. But don't worry. It doesn't really matter if I end up in prison. I'd be dead in under 24 hours. I know it for a fact. I'd be dead for. I'd be dead in 24.
No engine mounts. At least not this one. That one does have a bolt on this one loaded it. So if one's good enough, good enough for what we're about to do. I forgot about the starter bolt.
Yeah, I'm just saying I wouldn't make it. I'd be dead in 24 hours if I was in prison.
Okay, well, let's see if our new starter fits. We'll start there. Okay.
And that's what I'm going to say. I would not be in prison much longer. I would be in prison for less than 24 hours because I'd be dead within 24 hours if I was in prison. I'd be doing what a colleague said. A colleague of mine, like I said their name, said if they're in prison, they do the same thing I do. So that's all I'm going to say. Their name's not important, but yeah, me and him both agree that we both do the same thing if we end up in prison. So yeah.
They built this for us. It's something they sell. They had to build one. Sharper. We got this called Wasp.
Nope. I've been in the back of a police car a couple times. That's about this year. I've been in front seat of a Crown Vic, back seat of a Tahoe, back seat of a Explorer, front seat of a Durango police car. Does that count? So I technically been arrested 0 times.
Really do the starting part. Yeah, looks just like I remember. Floppier than I remember. Oh yeah. Well, this didn't work. So exit stage right. That's gone now. Anyway, time to put the new one in that'll definitely go right.
Besides, I never did nothing illegal, so I have never been to jail. I did nothing illegal. Except that.
It does. All right, let's get that bolted down.
Yeah, one time they did. It was 2 degrees outside. What do you expect? And then it was at one time the cop did that one thing to you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Then there's at one time the cop did that to me too. At one time. Oh well. Besides, that was back in 2013. It doesn't really matter. That was back in 2013.
That's so weird to hear.
Nope. Never handcuffed. Something else happened. I almost ended up somewhere else in 2013. Just leave it at that. So yeah. But never been tased.
As you can see, we've got some 2-stroke gas because it's so
I'd rather not say what the stuff was, but I've never been tased. Nope. Nope. I keep my nose clean. That's what I did. So let's change this. Let's change the subject to something else, please, because I don't want to talk about any more of that stuff. Let's change the subject, please, to something else. I might do it. I mean, I have 06 and I have 5. 06, I have to get a few more credits so I can get the truck. We love the truck. But I don't want to play right now. I really want to play NASCAR Thunder 2002. That game's fun, but I can't find the game. NASCAR Thunder 2002 for Xbox. I like to play that game because that game, when you have to do a pit stop, they make you do every single lap. Give me a break, guys. I'm working on. I got stuff I'm working on. Maybe tonight, later on tonight and tomorrow, maybe. Who knows? We'll find out. This is a long live stream, so yeah, we're just on a long live stream. We've been on now for 3 hours. Chicago is under a tornado watch until further notice. And that's about it. I need to check some real quick here. It was Yoder's. I'm going to look up a couple things real quick. No. If something I'm trying to watch, I would tell you. Cook County, Illinois does, but nothing else. Rouge is explosion. Rouge is boom boom.
Especially hard to tell with our exhaust being optional for all the gases. Okay, points of it again. Let's try this again. Now I've got the throttle table lining up the roof.
Or 7.
Give the old carburetor clean. It seemed to work. I'm going to give her a couple more.
National Weather Service. Wow, Indiana's clean. Indiana's clean. Like, too clean. Okay, so your outlook in your area. Low, low. Okay, low. 10 to 5. Tornado low, hail low, wind medium, flooding low. I'm not Sturgis and count on 3 rivers.
Yeah, for sale, $10,000. What do you say we work on that clutch? See if we can get that thing to move back and run to the shaft. It's so exposed. We might be able to with enough persuading and lubricating. Yes, exactly what you want on your clutch. The new shirt, persuade and lubricate. I don't think it's TV blast and hammer time.
Okay. A little bit of rain, but not much severe. Nothing severe.
What's happening right now? Is the clutch has been pressed in
KPX,
and the levers pulled.
KSBXL. Okay, rain tonight. That's all it says. Sure, Niles.
Move up that shaft so we get that spring pressure to push the pressure plate forward against the clutch and against the flywheel, and then re-achieve engagement, and we might get a clutch that works.
KPL.
I'll rotate the motor bit some kind of result. Sounds good. Wait a minute. Can you just crank that again?
49.
Okay, it's turning the transmission input shaft. The clutch is engaged just fine. Transfer case in neutral. Oh my god. I don't know, probably. I'm sure some kids were playing in here. Yeah, felt like it was. Try that.
Okay, we're good.
Look, truck moves.
We're good right now.
Kids probably playing in it. Or the guy.
We're starting a flood watch. It went down a little bit, but Vicksburg and upstate Michigan is pretty bad still. So yeah. I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow yet. Nope, we're under watch.
I might get to drive it too. I might have to sell the fender. Alright, Angus says the starter now. I've got the throttle choke. Give her hell.
Well, I don't. At least we don't have to worry about. Correct, their pounds. It's moving.
It moved. That was a little flip. I was off. I know. It was, well, we got a flat tire in the front. Yeah. Maybe we need to deal with that. Yeah. How the hell do we deal with that? We'll make it round. I think you just say you have a string. A string? Oh, for the throttle. I was like, that doesn't help the tire situation. But okay, solution time. There's a goofy 16-inch rim, but it's a 5 and a half-inch lug pattern, just like an F100. Of which I have a spare tire. I don't think our center is going to be big enough at all, so it's going to go in the rear. In the meantime, I'm going to be taking this piece of high tensile fence wire and running it through this hole I found conveniently in the firewall. And I'm trying to hook it right here so that Angus can push on the throttle and have himself a throttle. Let's see what we can do.
I'm not watching the Word Channel right now. I'm just relaxing right now. I might, after we're done watching this, I might watch Fox Weather or watch Ryan Hall.
Like, we'll sell it to you, Chrysler, under one condition: you keep our left hand button up threads on the driver's
It was okay. It was Willys, American Motors, then Chrysler.
What year do you think this thing even is? 50s?
Hudsonville. Wow.
No, I think it's 40s. Jeep Willys truck manufacturer years. 47 to 65. So it could be literally anything. Oh, they have a flow chart. Do you have a split or single piece with?
I thought I was doing everything right for my dog. I wasn't. I had no idea my dog.
So it was Willys. Okay. Jeep had a rough history. Okay. This here. It goes Willys, Overland, Kaiser, American Motors, Chrysler. Now today. That's how Jeep. So Jeep had a lot of people. The one that had Union City was at F3. All right, so I used green. Yeah, I struggle with it. I mean, if you go to down south to like South America, do tornadoes, they still do use the F signal. They use the original. They don't use the EF. They don't use the enhanced. They use the classic tornado schedule.
Because when your arteries expand, it allows for smoother blood flow throughout your body. Increases diameter, you get more. That's where Blood Flow 7 comes in. Blood Flow 7 contains S7, powerful antioxidant blend that boosts nitric oxide production.
I'm thinking this year's gonna be a little more. We already had about 400 tornadoes already this year, which is surprising. We already had about 400 tornadoes this year. And the first tornado I was into was about 25 years ago.
Improve circulation, better energy levels, better oxygen delivery to your organs, and support for healthy blood pressure levels. So click the link, learn more about Blood Flow 7, and take the first step for better circulation and heart health. Don't just eat right and exercise. Do more. Give your heart
Maybe a fucking cat, not a person.
Blood Flow 7.
Windshield. Split. If split, go to number 2. Number 2 says, are you a 4 or 6 cylinder motor? If a 4, go to number 3. Number 3 says, are your spark plugs straight on top of the head or at the side of the 45-degree angle? If they're straight, go to step 4. You have between a 46 and 49. Oh my God. I think this is the oldest proper vehicle revival the channels have done. Accidentally. 46 and 49. Wow, they've just invented the end of the war.
Wow.
Yes, look at that. Look, the white wall looks pretty good on there. Let's swap that air up one onto the front and see if this thing moves. All right, give me front test. Yeah. And pull for emergency stop. We got 1 tire, 2 tire. Gives the ability to get out of the baby, right? Yeah. You can't burn up in a hurry. First attempted driving since the war. I don't know.
Since the war? Which war? World War II? I wasn't around. That's pretty cool. That's 40, late 40s. Mid 40s. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. Yeah, well, I checked the National Weather Service. They said the chance of level, high wind, medium. Remember, I got 2 weather radios that would start squealing if something what happened. We have 2 weather radios that start squealing. Well, we've been almost on the air now for 4 hours straight.
I left the wire on the tires. I got rid of the coil.
Uh-oh. Nope. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. Tomorrow's a mystery day.
And the proper test is to have full-time power and to interrupt the ground for kitty deuce and sequential curves. You know?
How to be a jackass with an old 40s Jeep is watch Junkyard Empire. I mean, watch Junkyard Digs.
As you can tell, we have about 8 minutes away left to dark. It's supposed to rain all night and for the next 3 days. So our only chance of working on this is if we get it to the hard pack and not destroy the yard. We have to pull it up there. I think I know just the thing.
Wonder what? An air Jeep.
It didn't do it last time, then it gets a second try. I don't think his headlights are pointing very well. What?
You guys are just working on that Jeep recently.
All good back there? Here we go.
You're just working on that Jeep recently.
Got it down in 4 low.
You're just working on that recently. I'm not sure what I'm doing yet this year yet. I kind of got plans in July. That's all I got. And if I don't do my plans in July, I'm going to be pissed. I'm trying to save some money because I want to go to a hotel this July. That's about it. If I can't go to the drive-in, I'm going to be doing what I really want to do. Go to a hotel with a pool.
All right. That'll do it. See you guys tomorrow. Oh, good morning. Morning. So you can join us right where we left off. I'm removing the coil. We have the new one. There we go. Let's get these swapped out and see if she runs today. Whoop. Right in next to the brand new starter. We're really getting invested into this thing we hope to get rid of for no investment. Well, I don't think I've ever had a photo.
I might go fishing, might not. I mean, fishing licenses are expensive now. $30. I don't know.
Okay, let's hook this sucker up to see what she does.
Yeah, in June. Put your bonnet back. It looks so weird on its bonnet. It needs a bonnet. I put its bonnet back on. It looks so weird on its bonnet. Hook the bonnet back. Put your bonnet. Ooga, 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 ooga.
Cool off a little bit before we do a little circle around the yard. Good way to break the motor in, though. I know.
Oh yeah, the brakes probably gonna still fine.
Dude, check it out. 1946 to 49 Willys Jeep that's probably sat since the 80s, 70s, 60s, who knows? And it's out here driving around with nothing more than a starter and a coil. That is awesome. That runs so good.
That would be. Yeah, I can't fish live. Because where I go fishing, there's no cell service. So where I go fishing, there's no cell service. So, yeah, I used to do that. Where I go fishing is a private place. There's no cell service. I don't fish in a river. I fish in a lake, a secret lake, that you guys have to watch my videos for where it is. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, too fast for our ignition wire. Our haphazard ignition system failed. Go for a second, you can hold it line. The suspension actually suspends. It's doing it.
No, not Goose Lake. Not Goose Lake. You're not going to find out what lake it is.
That is hilarious. What a happy little motor. A little warm. Let's let her cool off again. Just a video thing, just being a show hot and see what's next. Well,
Still want more.
probably wait for the rotary cool.
It's so robust, I can just like throw it and be fine.
Well, so see before the drive works?
Yep. How about you, Up? You want
shits and giggles, and because it's a Jeep. Obviously, we have to do Jeep things.
Not Lake Michigan. You're not gonna find out what lake it is.
That's just the thing.
Oh, you're gonna see that. Oh, drive works in that old Jeep.
So dead. I can't believe that started.
That is not gonna work out, I don't think. It's a Jeep, built Jeep too.
In hindsight, that actually makes
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
Of course, it was just stalling out. What were we expecting? I was expecting to go over it. It's a jump, You would think it maybe would have done it. Well, let's say we get in 4 low. Yeah. I'll lock your hubs, you go for 4 low, and then we'll save what battery we have left. Yeah. These turn? Holy shit, they turn. Okay, supposedly that's big as box, maybe. This thing goes over the hill, we give it a full restoration. Mostly in your honor, because you'll probably perish. I don't like this anymore. You able to get 4 low? Yes, I was. Holy crap. Down is
Nope.
in instead of out, which means something, and then all the way up is low. The Wrangler made it to specifically right in the center of the screen at the base of that stick. Before I said, no, go back.
Nope.
I did say that. I was the right was about this long. This way we're gonna go. This is a good bit longer. Here's the on. All right, Mom. All right, on the wood. She flipped out real bad. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple times. I made some good money one time. One time I played blackjack, I made a lot of money. Used it for something useful. Like I said, I paid for it.
It's like fillable and even better. It has SPF 45.
I don't play blackjack like I used to. You play blackjack, you play roulette. But I stopped doing that because it's risky. Actually, I made a little budget. One time I played blackjack, I made a lot of money. Made $200 a couple years ago.
Having an assistant is more.
Yes, sir. About a couple years ago, I made about $200. About $200. No. First, I showed my grandmother the $200 chips I won. Then I cashed them in. Okay, actually, she first showed my mother. Then she showed my grandmother. She was surprised. Sheboygan Dam is under. Okay, Sheboygan Dam is still under that warning.
Of you, but you can definitely see the lowering.
Confirmed tornado.
Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Nope. Hell no. I saved that money up and used it for something useful. I did. I lost that. How did I use that money on something useful?
But you're still seeing yellow and orange emerge in the northern mid of Michigan, which would speak to a higher rain rate and more instability. The good news, though, is by Saturday midday, likely looking at improving conditions, clearing skies, and hopefully the water will start to kind of recede. Because what you're looking at here is the overall trend over the next several days, and if not over the week, that you're going to be looking at this. Now, notice the record before this event.
Not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm doing the list. I don't have to do it. I'll do it Thursday. I bought Barsk this morning. This morning I went to the store and bought myself a Barsk.
When you start talking about the rain and it moves out, that doesn't mean the event ends because the river has to take time to come back.
I bought me some Barsk this morning. Bought me a Barsk this morning because they had no. I couldn't. I don't remember. It was not cheap. It was expensive. It was there or A&W, which it looked like A&W didn't give me much root beer. I had to buy Barsk. I wanted mug, but they didn't have a mug. Where is this out of? This is last week's Kansas City. Okay.
Already, where you're zooming in over your neighbor's home and you're seeing a rope.
Okay, where's that out of?
By the way, you have the opportunity to share
Oh.
those pictures and videos. Now we take you to Rochester, Minnesota, where sadly this
Yeah, I don't buy root beer at work.
now confirmed has made extensive damage at the surface. Looking at this one, this is a cone tornado. Well away from this, from Sean Kelly, safely able to capture this. Then you look at this now even closer. And this is something I talked about, is that in this vantage point, you can see the tornado. And that's because you have the luxury of a camera. Off the top line of sight, you can't really even see it. And then there's an indication that maybe there's multiple vortices in this.
I look at porn.
Minnesota. All this energy has continued to blast through the Midwest. This is an Alaska
Hornet.
boy, courtesy of Missy, showing you another.
Hornet. Let's see here. There's just nothing on right now. It's just Friday night. There's nothing to watch. Only been 4 hours. And that's it. Yeah, but I don't drink root beer at work. I ain't go to work at all. Ugh.
More love and some logistics than these three.
Ola, where are you at right now? You happen to be under an overpass? Didn't know you were a bridge bozo. Get out of there. And then we'll help clear that up. All right. All right. Let's go down here to Kansas, where we do have a tornado warning. My goodness.
Oh, an idiot does that.
Kansas. Sorry, this is Oklahoma. We've got a tornado warning for Ponca City, Call City, and areas up there towards Lyman. Okay. We've got Taylor on this. Taylor's on it right now. We've got a tornado.
How stupid are you? You don't go under an overpass, you dumbass. Oh, an idiot does that. Okay, though that was at one. Okay, at one time that was an exception. At one time, that one time there was an exception. At one time that they did it, and no woman barely survived. That kid survived. There was a very rare exception that works. A very rare exception that works. But no one does that.
Hello, I'm Sunny Williams. I'm up here on the International Space Station. So this is no.
Well, okay, there was that one exception. That was a rare exception, and that was safer. Okay, there was a rare exception that people were under an overpass during a tornado. Well, there was a rare exception. Why? It was near a factory area, and the overpass was a lot safer. So sharp pieces of material wouldn't hurt you. Okay, that was the only exception that was good to be under an overpass. But that's it. Go to the basement or a ditch. Or if you're in a car, get under the dashboard.
This is a really cool module. Of course, most of these modules you see, they have 4 sides.
Or like me, go under a bed or some clothing or something. Like for example, if there's a tornado right now, I have to go down the basement. Duck and cover. Get under the dashboard of your car. Or if you can't, get in the back seat of your car and cover your head. Or if you can, get into a building. Get into a straight structure like a barn or a dumpster. If you're outside, get into a straight structure. I'm just saying. They say if you have to get in a dump. Last resort, get into a dumpster. Actually, that actually happened one time. One time, a kid a kid and their father were at a place. Tornado came. They seek shelter in a dumpster. I mean, there was reports of this and that happening. But I mean, there is some things that people have done over the years that people do regret. Like one person, like I said, one person did that.
This month marks the anniversary of a devastating tornado in Kalamazoo. Bill Steffen joins us now from his man cave to talk about that storm.
Yeah. I mean, it depends, really. It depends, okay? I mean, some people say a dumpster. Some people say this. Some people say that. I mean, me personally, I mean, if you live in Michigan like I do, you get told to do 1,000 different things to do. And they tell you to do this, they tell you that. Me personally, the first tornado I've been in, the first tornado I was in was in F3 back in 2001. I did a video on that. I did a video on that 5 years ago.
A flexible, low dose of 24-hour relief. Take one tablet for mild symptoms or two for your worst symptoms. It's a flexible way to seize the day.
DPI. This is WPKI. WPKI. Never heard of that. Okay. Don't know who you guys are based out of.
So what do we got here?
We have notes from the Republic and the government of Texas.
Right, that is pretty cool. It's pretty amazing. Most people
I watch WWF.
the country already, and it'd be really cool to have their own money too.
Absolutely. I came to the pawn shop today to sell a set of Republic of Texas and a government of Texas note. This is the real currency that they used back in the 1830s and 40s. The reason I'm trying to sell the notes is the business that I own has invested in them. It's time to refund the business.
So we have 9 Republic of Texas bills, and this one that says Government of Texas. We have Sam Houston right here. He was president. Most people don't know that. It just wasn't of the United States. It was the Republic of Texas.
Absolutely.
Texas was part of Mexico. There was a revolution. They declared their sovereignty. It was its own country. And then the United States government sort of annexed Texas, saying, you're part of the United States. The people in Texas really didn't dig that. Texas has a wild history. Native groups like the Comanches were fighting in that area for over 1,000 years. And when European explorers showed up in the early 1500s, the fighting just got worse. Finally, Texas declared itself independent from Mexico and was its own country for 9 years, before the U.S. government annexed Texas in 1845. So tell me what you know about the bills.
The notes were produced between 1838 and 1840, finest set of notes known to exist. All the notes have been authenticated and graded, so there's no question as to their authenticity or their quality.
Not only are these bills old and rare, they've already been authenticated and graded, and they're in great condition. I can definitely sell these and make a profit if the guy will let them go at the right price. So what were you looking to do with them all?
Sell them.
Okay, and how much did you want for them?
The 9 notes of the Republic of Texas, approximately $25,000, and then for the government of Texas note, $650,000. $650,000.
Oh, really?
60.
Why would you think this bill was worth so much?
That's the rarest of all of them. It's the only known uncirculated specimen graded. The next highest note is AU-58, which is about uncirculated.
Okay, and you know how much that one sold for?
I still own it.
Okay. All right, so we have nothing to compare the price to.
Nothing.
Do you mind if I call someone and try and figure out this price here?
I think that would be a good idea.
650 grand is more than I've ever spent on anything coming in the shop. So there's no way I'm going to shell out that kind of money until I have someone look at it. Who knows? It could be worth every penny.
Hi, guys.
Jay, how's it going, man? What's
So this
going
guy
on,
has a lot of money.
You guys call me in when they have a piece of currency that they need more expertise.
The guy's got a lot of stuff here from the Republic of Texas and one from the government of Texas.
It's like a nice collection. These notes are part of a very colorful history. They're fascinating, they're scarce, and they come up at auction, usually in lower grades. Early Texas notes can be very rare, and like anything else, it depends strictly on condition. This gentleman might have something real valuable here. What we asking for this group?
In the neighborhood of about 25,000 with a $500 bill, which you very rarely see.
So you're evaluating this at around 10,000?
At least, yeah.
And these you're evaluating at about 700 to 1,000 each?
Yeah, about that.
In my opinion, the retail value on these would be $300 to $600 each.
Okay.
On the 500, I would say a couple of thousand. In an auction, it could go for more.
But not 10,000.
Not even close. Now, this is quite a bill, this Government of Texas $10. I believe this is the highest grade they've ever issued for this. This is very different from the rest of these. I think it's in fabulous condition. What were you asking for this?
650,000.
Yeah. Actually, that's not even in the ballpark. That's over the moon, over the planets, over the stars. Has anyone offered you a quarter of that?
I've turned down that offer.
Well, have you saved their phone number?
Absolutely.
You better run and take it before they change their mind. I would put a much lower value on this.
Okay.
In my opinion, the $10 Sam Houston note would retail for $5,000 to $7,000, and on a great day at a great auction, $10,000.
I paid more than that. I've looked up the auction records to know where they trade. This note, of course, has never been seen before.
Well,
like it.
But it's still a limited number of collectors. It's not like $20 gold pieces. It's not like silver dollars that have millions of people that are interested.
Absolutely.
This is a small universe of collectors, maybe a few thousand real serious collectors. So the fact that something is the finest known is great, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's worth a fortune of money.
Most people don't have a clue what it's worth.
You're on your own. I'm
Thanks,
giving
Jay.
you my opinion.
Okay.
It's a free country, and people can ask whatever they want. I have to give my opinion based on what I consider the real world, the real market.
Obviously, we're really far apart. You know, my guy says 6,500. You're saying 650,000. So
I appreciate you bringing in an expert, but obviously this is so rare. He just doesn't normally deal with it. And if I could buy notes at his prices retail, I'd probably buy him out.
Jay's my guy. I got to listen to him. I've never had any deal that far apart before on prices, but
just more research and more time is probably what we needed.
Obviously, a deal's not going to be made here today. Just a difference of opinion happens all the time.
Absolutely.
No hard feelings.
No hard feelings.
All right.
Certainly, he doesn't know enough about the Republic or the government of Texas to give an accurate number. This man just doesn't have a clue what he's talking about.
Hey, really?
They had this idea to bring gold back to the raw materials and make use of it. Everyone told me this was going to be impossible. But Chase believed in it. And when a bank like Chase believes in you, it makes you believe even more.
I don't watch wrestling, not that much. The only wrestling I watch is Rocky and that grudge match stuff.
Hi there.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Got a 1922 proof high relief matte finish corner.
Okay. Where did you get this?
I won it at a poker game, believe it or not.
This is like one of the holy grails of American coins, and you won it at poker. Yep. Whoa.
Came down to
Money, 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 money!
Trying to sell a 1922
Watch Pawn Stars a little bit.
coin. I don't know a lot about it, but the guy who lost it to me said it was really valuable. So hoping to get 20,000.
This is cool. In 1921, we brought the silver dollar back. And the story goes, they were going to try and make some really high relief ones. What this means by high relief right here is the image really comes off the coin. Okay, it's much higher detail. And I don't know the exact story, but it was this problem, so they got held down. And most people didn't even know they existed for like 15 years. Then also some stories came from the net that they actually existed. So there's like a dozen of these things in the world. Pretty rare. But what's beyond rare? The 1922 high relief peace dollar is one of the rarest coins in American history. It definitely shocks me that people will walk my counter and pull out an item worth $50,000 or $100,000. I definitely want this thing, but I have to make absolutely sure this is the real deal. Silver dollars is what every coin collector collects. Everyone collects silver dollars, and maybe they collect $10 nickels, but they all buy silver dollars. Okay, that's the mainstay of collectible coins. Okay. So, how much do you want for it? 20,000?
No.
What, you want 20 for it? 20,000?
Do you think it's worth it?
Sure, no problem. No, this is worth a lot more than 20 grand.
No. This is worth a lot more than 20 grand. It is? It's getting darker fast. fucked. River flood warning. Rains in, I know it's gonna rain like 4 hours. It's gonna rain like 4 hours from now. It's gonna rain 4 hours. Which we don't need the light on it now, do we? No, we don't need the light on it now. Check one more thing out real quick here. I'm staying up until goals at 5,000 subscribers. Down 2. But it doesn't really matter to me because I'm still working. 2918, our goal is to get 5,000 eventually by the end of the year, maybe, or less. I mean, we get 5,000 subscribers by the year. That'd be nice, but no, I don't watch wrestling. And WWF TV series. Why?
That's pretty awesome. Okay. So, how much you want for it? 20,000? What, you want 20 for it? 20,000? Do you think it's worth it? Yeah, sure, no problem. No, this is worth a lot more than 20 grand. Well, that's pretty awesome. Do you mind if I call a friend to take a look at this? I have a few mega concerns here, okay? I've never seen one in person. And I just want to make sure everything's legit. I mean, if someone was to take coins, this is what they do it on. I have actually friends with a guy who works in NGC. He's one of the best coin graders. And if everything's legit, maybe we'll do some business. Sounds good. Right. Hang out. All right.
I think there's a good chance it's legit. Obviously, nothing in this world is 100%, but I'm happy with an expert coming in for sure.
Dave!
Rick, how you doing?
I am doing absolutely fabulous. And this is it.
Wow. It isn't every day a 1922 high relief peace doll that walks through the door.
This guy got proposed to me.
Oh my goodness. It's always nice to get called in on an exciting coin. This coin is particularly interesting, historical, and it's rare as hen's teeth.
Now, what exactly is the story with this coin? I mean, this was the coin the government minted, but no one knew they minted it for like 15 or 20 years.
That's correct. None of these had transacted until 1937. These were more or less unknown, and they carried over the high relief of the 1921 issues, all of which, by the way, were stuck in a 1 week period at the end of 1921. Now, the high relief design was sort of a triumph of art and a failure of technology, because although they were beautiful, they couldn't strike them with enough pressure to get a lot of them out. So they ended up early in 1922 having to reduce the relief of the design.
Okay.
So I assume your main concern is it real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
It is in an NGC holder, which is wonderful. The holder is completely intact and genuine. And the coin is perfectly legitimate. It's one of very few known.
Okay, so the big thing is, what's it worth?
One of these sold very recently. It brought a touch over 100,000. It's a little bit nicer than this, but not too far apart. I think this coin is worth something north of 50, but less than 100.
Okay. Thanks, Matthew.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. There you go.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. Huh?
Sounds good. I'm quite excited that this is the real thing. Very few specialists have had the chance to actually handle them, but finding one of these, especially walking into a pawn shop, is really extraordinary.
I should have just gave you the 20 grand and I called it Dave. I'm happier now. I'll give you $65,000. What about 90? I think 90 is fair. You were willing to take 20 grand for it. You weren't willing to offer me 20 grand for it.
Take 65 and go. Take the money and run.
Into Burlington. That rotate.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick look at some stuff.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before.
Okay, we've been on for 4 hours. I don't know how long you stay on YouTube for, but we do got a little surprise happening around midnight.
Like I said, I live on the second floor. We're in the bathroom. I'm watching the stream. That's fine. As long as you're away from windows, if you can't get down to the first floor, that's fine. Get away from the windows. Get into an interior closet or hallway or bathroom, and I think you'll be just fine. Just make sure you stay away from those windows, and that's what we'll be dealing with.
Oh, it's outside Milwaukee.
Tornado warning up here in Waukesha County as well. The rotation with this one is a little bit less intense than some of our other ones, but it's still rotating. Okay, we still got a rotating thunderstorm tornado flying up into Waukesha right now. So everyone needs to be taking shelter out there. Everybody needs to be taking shelter out there right now. Tornado warning does continue over here for Knox and Stark counties for the next 6 minutes. Stay sheltered out there. But I want to go back down here to O'Keene in Oklahoma. This is going to be for Blaine.
We don't have to worry about anything right now because we're doing good right now.
With Barry the ballistics bust assuming the position.
Okay.
With Barry the ballistics bust assuming the position, everything and everyone is ready.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, run.
Now they just have to wait for things to warm up
Burn the bubble, there it goes. I'm starting to move.
and pass the time making a few predictions.
Underneath that little hat is a metal, like a bottle cap. I think that's going to blow off first before the glass ruptures.
I don't think this is going to work. You got a high pressure situation inside the bottle. There's nowhere for that pressure to go except out. It's going to turn that bottle into a bomb.
Oh! Well, it didn't explode, but you were right. The top popped off and the bottom blew out.
I call that an explosion.
Explosion or not, it looked pretty dangerous. There was hot oil and wax erupting in a volcanic geyser. But no glass shrapnel in Barry the ballistic bust.
Yeah, he's clean.
Let's clear out some smoke pinches.
We didn't get any shards of glass in the bus. What happened was the cap gave way, released all the pressure, released all the liquid inside. As soon as the liquid was gone, the heat from the stove actually shattered the bottom of the bottle. So we didn't get an explosion that the myth's talking about.
No explosion means there are still plenty of loose ends in this story. But what is clear are the two reasons why you shouldn't put a lava lamp on a stove. The first is written into the safety instructions.
Do not use any other means to heat up the lamp other than the bulb provided.
And the second is this.
All right, so this is test number 2. We're going with the lava lamp with the bottle cap top instead of the safety cap. This kind of bottle cap will hopefully be stronger and will hold that pressure inside, allowing it to explode. And that's what we're looking for here in this minute.
But 10 minutes in, and it looks like...
Oh, I hear something, and I can see it leaking.
Tori's theory has a few holes in it. But despite the leak, the cap holds, and the pressure continues to build. And the escaping flammable lava makes things even more interesting.
Oh, that is looking a little out of control. Oh, wow.
Yeah! Look at that, it's just extinguishing itself right now.
Oh! Okay, that is an explosion.
Was awesome! Yeah! With the explosive potential of the lava lamp confirmed, Our team of forensic investigators check out the scene and, more importantly, Barry.
The bottle is completely disintegrated.
Here's a small shard of glass.
I mean, how deep was it?
It was just surface.
Based on what I've just seen, I absolutely believe that this could be lethal. I mean, the amount of energy that we got out of one of these bottles with no modifications whatsoever, it was right off the shelf. That's a lot of energy. And I think that that could definitely blow a piece of glass right into your heart.
And to prove it, all they have to do is cook up some more explosions.
The burns alone will kill you.
Start getting fired. 24 minutes to start getting.
It was like right on cue. If this replay is anything to go by, the
It's confirmed.
will have been lucky to escape without taking a hit.
Confirmed.
But it seems like Cool Cat Barry has 9 lives.
Man, I don't see any big pieces in it now, but I have to say I'm pretty convinced by this explosion due to the fact that the shards are much bigger than we've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're all over the place.
So, how's this first scenario? Guy puts a lava lamp on. It's taking 20 minutes. Obviously, you're gonna get bored sitting there watching it. He walks away, all of a sudden smells the smoke, hears all the screaming, comes in to turn it to low, and then it explodes.
So he's leaning over. Look at CSI Carrie. Yeah.
Okay, but where to from here? Keep exploding lava lamps until they get a direct hit, or ramp things up a little?
So our next scenario that we're gonna try is the experimental one. We're gonna try to get that capsule solid on top of the bottle and see if we can't get more of a compression and explosion and maybe get a fracture from this bottle that would have created the shards that killed him.
To improve the bomb-like qualities of the lab cap, but not very well.
I'd say he gave up.
With the Lavaland contents escaping, they decide to stage an intervention. A squirt of cold water from a spray gun should help things along.
The theory was the shock of the cold water would cause the glass to fracture. Look on your face. It was priceless. All right, let's go see how he survived or not. Whoa! Now that is a result. That's crazy. That is a result. You know, I think eventually, given the number of bottles that we had, we probably would be able to get a result like this without having secured the bottle cap on there. It seems to me that it's just luck of the draw. Every time.
Every GTA game is set in a real American city, but Rockstar doesn't pick locations randomly. There's a pattern to how they choose, and once you see it, it tells you where
At Open Farm, we have hints over the ingredients and standards of our farm. Experience hydrated, nourished skin with a powerful daily moisturizing body wash, leaving skin feeling clean and moisturized. And the Aveeno Daily Moisturizer Lotion strengthens the skin barrier for 48 hours of hydration. Don't settle for dry.
Every GTA game is set in a real American city, but Rockstar doesn't pick locations randomly. There's a pattern to how they choose, and once you see it, it tells you where GTA 7 is likely going. It all started in 1997. The original Grand Theft Auto didn't just pick one city, it gave you 3. Liberty City, based on New York, San Andreas, based on San Francisco, and Vice City, based on Miami. These 3 cities became the DNA of the entire franchise. Every mainline GTA game since has been set in one of these 3 locations or their surrounding regions. Rockstar planted their flag in New York, LA, and Miami almost 30 years ago, and they've never really fully left. GTA 2 is the one exception. It was set in a place called Anywhere City, a generic, futuristic, unnamed city that deliberately avoided any real-world connection. It's the only GTA game that doesn't map to a real American city, and Rockstar never tried that approach again. It's almost like they learned something. That's entirely with 2 GTA London expansion packs. The only time the franchise has ever been set outside America, but they never revisited it. The The real story begins in 2001, when Rockstar took the series into 3D and locked in the rotation that would define the franchise for the next 25 years. GTA 3 launched in 2001 and dropped players into Liberty City, Rockstar's version of New York. It was the first 3D open-world GTA, and it changed gaming forever. But what matters most for the purposes of this video is the location choice. New York, East Coast, dense, vertical, gritty. 1 year later, in 2002, Rockstar released Vice City, this time Miami. They didn't go back to New York, they didn't pick a new city, they went to the second city from the original GTA, Vice City. The 1980s setting gave them a completely different visual identity. Neon lights, pastel suits, palm trees, Coca-Cola. It felt like a different universe from GTA 3, even though it ran on the same engine. Then in 2004, San Andreas. And this is where Rockstar did something ambitious. Instead of picking one city, they built an entire state. San Andreas was a fictionalized version of California in the past, containing 3 cities: Los Santos, based on LA, San Fierro, based on San Francisco, and Las Venturas, based on Las Vegas. So look at the pattern so far. New York, then Miami, then the West Coast. East, Southeast, West. Rockstar wasn't just picking random cities, they were rotating across America. And each time they chose a location that would give them a completely different visual identity and cultural backdrop. But here's where it gets really interesting. Rockstar almost broke this pattern entirely. In the mid-2000s, while GTA was at the peak of its dominance, Rockstar was quietly exploring something radical. According to Obey Vermette, the former technical director of Rockstar North, the man who worked on 4 separate GTA games, the studio seriously considered setting GTA games outside the United States entirely. Rio de Janeiro, Moscow, Istanbul, and the one that came closest to actually happening, Tokyo.
Ooh.
A separate studio in Japan was going to take Rockstar's engine and code and build GTA Tokyo. It got far enough that the team had a concept and a production plan, but it never made it to full development. So why did they kill it? Vermette's answer is revealing. He said that as the budgets grew bigger and bigger, the risk of an unfamiliar setting became too high. His exact reason is that America is the epicenter of Western culture. Pretty much everyone in the world already has a mental image of New York, LA, and Miami, even if they've never been there. You can't say the same about Istanbul. In other words, the pattern isn't just creative, it's financial. Rockstar picks cities that the global audience already knows, because familiarity reduces risk when you have billions of dollars on the line. So Rockstar stayed in America, and the pattern continued. In 2008, GTA 4 brought players back to Liberty City, New York again, but this wasn't the same Liberty City from GTA 3. It was rebuilt from scratch in HD with a grittier, more realistic tone. The story followed Niko Bellic, an Eastern European immigrant, which gave the city an entirely different cultural lens than anything GTA had ever done before. Then, 5 years later in 2013, GTA 5. Los Santos, LA again. But like Liberty City, it was completely reimagined. The map included not just the city, but the surrounding countryside, desert, and mountains of Blaine County. Oh, and it became the best-selling entertainment product in history, with over 200 million copies sold. And now, GTA 6, launching November 19th, 2026. Vice City, Miami, returns for the first time since 2002. But this time, Rockstar isn't just recreating the city, they're building the entire state of Louisiana, their fictionalized version of Florida, including the Keys, the Everglades, and multiple smaller cities. Rockstar even sent scouting teams to Florida to photograph locations in person. The mapping community has traced their research to 2015, years before people assumed development had even begun. So now step back and look at the full map. New York, Miami, West Coast. New York, West Coast, Miami. It's not perfectly predictable, but the pattern is clear. Rockstar rotates between their 3 core regions, and they never repeat the same location back to back. So where does that leave GTA 7? We know GTA 6 is Miami, and if the pattern holds, GTA 7 should either return to New York or the West Coast. But Rockstar has already done both multiple times, so the question is, which version would feel fresh? New York was last visited in 2008. By the time GTA 7 comes out, which, given Rockstar's development cycles, could be the mid-2030s, A modern-day Liberty City rebuilt with next-generation technology would feel like an entirely new experience. But there's a more interesting possibility. Remember what Obey Vermey said. Rockstar is stuck in a loop with about 5 American cities. 5. We've seen New York, Miami, and LA multiple times. San Francisco and Las Vegas appeared in San Andreas. That leaves one major American city that GTA has never fully explored.
Chicago, Detroit.
Chicago.
Detroit.
It fits every criteria Rockstar looks for. It's globally recognized. It has a distinct visual
Chicago, Detroit.
The skyline, the lakefront, the neighborhoods. It has a deep and complicated history with crime and corruption that's perfect for GTA's theatrical lens. And it's a city that no major open-world game has fully explored at the scale Rockstar would like. And they may have already hinted at this. Cursor City, a gritty Midwest city, has been mentioned across multiple GTA games, but never fully explored. Fans have long debated whether it's based on Detroit or Chicago. Either way, the scenes for a Midwest setting have been lighted for over 20 years. Of course, we're talking about a game that's over a decade away. Rockstar could surprise everyone, but if the pattern holds, and it's held for nearly 30 years, GTA 7 may go somewhere it's never been before, and Chicago might be the perfect fit. If you want to see more deep dives on GTA 6 and the future of the franchise,
Wait.
please subscribe.
If they went to GTA 7 is based maybe Motor City. Maybe Motor City.
That video is working. The numbers are genuine.
If they ever decide to go to Michigan, it'd be Motor City. I think it'd be Motor City.
That might actually have some money in it.
That'd be Motor City, wouldn't it be? I want to like.
Hey, how's it going? All right, I've got 4 original Warhols. You have 4 original paintings by Warhol. That's correct, yeah. This definitely looks like something he would do. He was into shoes. So what? You're wearing like lady shoes, are you? No, but
I came to the pawn shop today to try to sell 4 Andy Warhol original paintings. They've been sitting in a closet, and I heard that Warhol just sold for $36 million, so I dusted them off.
So where did you get these?
My father was an art historian, and he bought these about 25 years ago. They were given to a guy actually that worked at the factory.
What's the factory? The factory is Andy Warhol actually started an art factory where he had a bunch of people working for him making art. And since it was Andy Warhol's factory, he signed everything, and it was therefore a Warhol. He more or less invented pop art.
It's a factory.
I tried everything to discover that. And then I found Nicerol. It works differently.
That burns my head.
Its active ingredient is 10 times more effective at fighting fungus, the primary cause of damage. Say goodbye to stubborn damage with Nicerol. Now in refreshing peppermint and tea tree scent. Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. Lo mejor de entretenimiento en un paquete.
Speak English, not gibberish.
Reports coming in, lots of tornado reports coming in. If you've got pictures or videos that you want to share with us, feel free to do that over on RyanHollyall.com/submit. RyanHollyall.com/submit. That's the best place to share pictures and videos right now.
I hate when people start speaking Spanish in the middle of English.
So what do we got here?
Well, it's a desk.
Critter. That falls down, hits the hammer, the bullet flies out this way. You ever seen one?
I've never seen this. What is the practical application? That's what's going through my head.
I don't see one myself.
To have this all built in like this in a tiny little desk. Nobody's going to buy this for their children. I have been collecting guns and weapons since I was 10 years old. I've never seen anything like this. You can see that it's been broken in half once before, but I do not think that a bullet hitting this broke that in half. And if it did, it would have blown this completely off, or it would have put a hole in it at the very minimum. The realm that this item falls into is a collector's novelty. It could have been even just a one-off, or maybe a movie prop, what have you. Who knows what it was really used for?
The other thing is, I don't know how old this thing is.
Anything manufactured before 1898 is okay. You can ship it, you can buy and sell, no problem. Anything after 1898 has to be registered through an FFL licensed dealer with the ATF. The barrel is so tiny, but it's open-ended, means that it could shoot a projectile, and that's an issue. And the other part of this is that, okay, it's one to have a gun, but now you have a concealed weapon because it's a hidden gun. Have you had it apart?
Yes.
Okay, was there any name of manufacturer or any kind of markings on the firing mechanism?
There was the beginnings of a patent number. It said patent 1, and then you can't read the rest.
It looks to be in that 1890s to about 1910 era, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other for absolute certainty. So if I can't guarantee it, it's a gray area for you, and it's not worth the risk. Here's an option. You'd have to bring it to a gunsmith and have him professionally deactivate the mechanism. Then it can be legal to buy and sell.
Oh, I'd love to do that, Ben. That's what I'll do.
I wish I could help you out more. It's just one of those things. Thanks for bringing it in.
Oh, you're welcome.
I really wish I could have bought this because the odds of another gun test coming in here are slim to none. But the law is the law. Hopefully she'll get it deactivated and bring it back because I would love to have it. Hey, how can I help you?
I have this guitar here, and I wasn't sure whether or not I could legally sell it.
Yeah, I've never had anyone ask me if it's legal to sell their guitar. And that would explain why. It's a tortoise shell. Okay.
I came to the pawn shop today to see if I could sell my turtle shell guitar. As far as its value, I had no clue. If I was able to sell it today, that money would go towards my daughter's college.
Where in the world did you get this?
I bought it at a pawn shop, and for some reason I was drawn to it. I've done a little bit of research on it. The UK government has one that they confiscated through customs. So does the Australian government. And there's a very limited amount of them.
For centuries and centuries, people used tortoiseshell for everything. I mean, it was really prized for a long time. Tortoiseshell was real popular back in the day for me. Combs, sunglasses, guitar picks, all sorts of stuff. It looks cool and it's incredibly durable. But some tortoises became endangered. So in the early 70s, the trade in tortoiseshell was banned. I mean, it really is beautiful. The way the light goes through it, it's browns and reds and oranges. But my problem here at the moment is, I don't know if it's early 70s or older, which would determine whether it's legal for me to buy this thing. You have to think about it. A bald eagle feather is a $10,000 fine. It doesn't matter if you thought it was a turkey feather. If it turns out to be a bald eagle feather, they're going to take it from you. They're going to find you $10,000 and tell you ignorance is no excuse for the law. So I've never been here. I have a friend at the store right down the street, so he might know the laws on it.
That sounds good.
Okay, let me give him a call. All right. I've seen a lot of instruments come from the store, but never anything like this. Making a new guitar out of tortoiseshell would be against the law. So if I can verify that this is old enough and legal to own, then we're looking at an extremely rare find here. Hey man, how's it going?
Pretty good, how you doing?
All right. This is the guitar I called you about.
Wow. Sea turtle maybe? Cool, very cool. You guys usually call me down when they have anything with strings on it. I used to play in a bunch of different punk rock bands when I was younger, so it's kind of surprising I can even remember anything, let alone all the stuff I've learned about guitars over the years.
So do you know anything about these things?
They were kind of big after World War II, Korean War. Guys would bring it back from the Pacific, and I know they go for a premium. They go for a lot of money.
So do you have any idea how these sound?
You know, I know that bluegrass guys prefer a real tortoiseshell pick because of the sound, the tone of the pick. Looks like it'd be a weird scale, like the neck looks really short, but not having strings on it, I kind of have no idea. It could sound amazing.
Okay.
You know? So, I mean, what are your concerns?
Basically, is it legal owned? And any idea what it's worth?
This is kind of a tough one because I don't think you get in any trouble owning it because there's a lot of this stuff floating around. It's been around for ever. People that make stuff out of tortoise. But I don't know about selling it. I would think one that was made really well, you could probably get some money for it. And somebody did a lot of work on the inlay. You can see the Rosetta pattern around the sound hole matches the binding and stuff. But this is kind of a tough one. Honestly, dude, I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. There's people that have done 10 months of in-house arrest and paid like 20 grand in fines for selling this stuff illegally. That's what I would be concerned with, you know?
All right. Thanks, man.
No problem. Catch you guys in.
Hey, thanks. Good luck with it, man. Hey, thank you. I'm going to look at my options as to what I can and can't do with it. I've got 2 girls, and I don't want jail visits from them. What we got?
I brought in a 1950s German spy camera.
Very Inspector Gadget of you.
I came to the pawn shop today to sell my 1950s Minox 3 German spy camera. It's about the size
Well,
of
they
a
was
cigarette
bring
lighter.
some shit.
I'm hoping to get about $150 for it. It's my 30th birthday, and I'm hoping to get a little bit of extra spending cash.
Where'd you get it?
It was actually given to me from my mom, given to her from her father, who was in the military in Germany in the 1950s.
So how's it work?
You adjust these little dials here, depending on what you're trying to take your photo of. You open it up, it opens up the shutter. You have a little viewfinder there, then you snap your picture, and it loads that photo right onto the film.
Pretty much just like how every other old camera works.
Yeah, pretty standard, yeah.
Ever since the James Bond movies came out in the 1960s, people have just had a fascination with spies. If this camera was used in the field by an actual secret agent, it could definitely be worth some money to the right collector. Now, as far as this actually being a spy camera, I'm going to have to call a little bit of order. Spy cameras aren't sold to the public. They're made by the CIA or the German equivalent of the CIA. If you give a 10-year-old a camera and say it's not just a camera, it's a spy camera, it probably got you out of your parents' hair for a couple hours a day until you got tired of it and threw it in your drawer. This isn't a super valuable camera, but it's unique enough that some photography collector out there would probably really like to have it. What do you want for it?
I was looking to get about $100 for it.
You have a fairly cool item here, man. I mean, it is something that photographers do collect. You have a few major things wrong with it, though. It's old, antiquated technology. I'm not going to be able to get any film for it. Okay. You have Bill McCord's name and social security number carved on it. I'm assuming you're not Bill McCord?
I'm not.
Second of all, somebody engraved something in there right there and removed it. For me to buy something and say serial number removed,
Hello.
and the fact that you're not Bill McCord's name on it, sure. Those are the 3 biggest red flags I can put into my computer system that there possibly is. Okay. I'd say it'd be worth about $50-$60 to the right guy. But with all this on there, it makes it completely illegal for me to have anything to do with it.
All right, man.
So I appreciate you coming in, man.
Hey, I appreciate your time, man. Thank you very much.
I don't think this camera is stolen, but in the eyes of the law, it might as well be. Scratch off serial numbers are a huge red flag in the phone business. To tell you the truth, I just don't want to deal with it. I've got a Penn State University 1973 Orange Bowl ring. Okay. When did Joe Paterno start coaching?
Better, guys?
Today. It makes my grandfather seem young. I decided to come to the pawn shop today to sell my Penn State Orange Bowl ring from 1973. We're remodeling our house and I could use some money. I think it's worth at least $1,500. Pops.
Get away with sipping Eagles on cheese. The freshness is just.
They say higher education is outdated, but at Grand Canyon University,
I gotta wipe windows real quick.
GCU campus students have the opportunity to graduate.
There's some graduate college now.
Private loan debt on average that students at other private nonprofit 4-year
Hey, baby girl.
Affordable education. This is purpose-driven.
Don't worry.
Take action. Find
Don't worry, leave the windows open.
at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Who cares about bikers? We do. Many of our lawyers and staff ride. That's why our
There you go.
motorcycle accidents.
You know what? I'll leave those one open, okay? I'll leave those windows open for you to too. Or go to bed.
Biker advantage. If you're
Wow, 5 hours.
better get burden speed.
I'll be back, guys, at these restrooms quick.
Espresso? Espresso, I can eat pancakes.
Alright, I'm saying I have to go to the bathroom real quick. Mm. Mm. Okay, let's see what we got on the board right now. Yeah, okay. I'm using the lamp right now, and we've been on for almost 5 hours. It's Friday night. We've been on for almost 5 hours. Since it's the weekend, we can be as long as we want.
Hey, what's up?
Check that out. Penn State Orange Bowl ring.
Okay, where'd you get this?
You know, I went to Penn State and guy down the hall played on the team, and he needed some money, and I bought it back then. It was a big year for Penn State because they had the undefeated season.
The name speaks for itself. I mean, it's Penn State. Everybody knows who Penn State is. I mean, we're one of the more historic football teams out there. I mean, I think their first game was 1886. Penn State has a huge football tradition.
1886.
Such a big following. There's people that collect anything Penn State.
On one side has the player's name and his number and their record, which was 12-0, and it has a score in the Orange Bowl.
So who's Jay Clark?
You know, it was Jeff Clark. He didn't play too much, but he was an outside linebacker for the team.
I just love championship rings. I do got a few of them.
What are you looking to get out of it?
I'd like to get 1,500.
Okay. Might we take a closer look?
Sure.
Did you have this ring worked on?
No.
This is the way you got it?
Yeah, that's the way I got it.
I got a problem with this ring.
What's that?
The engraving's been removed on it.
Ooh. I don't really understand what that does to the ring.
You take a normal wedding band that's been engraved. The engraving makes it 100% identifiable. You take the engraving out, there's no identifying it. This is a cool ring, and the price is reasonable. But it's illegal for me to buy or sell anything when any identifying mark has been removed on an item. Serial numbers, engravings, anything like that.
I'd be more than happy to buy it off you for $1,500. Problem is, it's like buying a car without a VIN number.
I could see with a wedding ring, but I mean, here it's Penn State University. It's 1973.
I know that, but you have to look at it from my position. Okay? I can't take it.
Okay.
All right, dude.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't do nothing with it.
Okay.
I know 1,001 people I could have sold this ring to and made a nice profit. There's no way I'm going to buy a ring with the engraving removed. Plain and simple.
Hey, you know, I have a point I think you might be interested in. What do you got here? It's a shekel of Tyre, like from the Bible. Yeah, we only buy American coins, man. So let's take it somewhere else.
Well, hold on. Since when do we only start buying American coins?
The rule.
No.
Whatever. I found the coin at an auction lot, and I thought it was really neat. And they have a lot of significant historical value to it, especially for it to be 2,000 years old from biblical times. And I think they can get a lot of cash for it.
I mean, basically what you have is a really cool coin that is collectible because it's, from Jerusalem. It's from the time of Christ. Supposedly, Judas received 30 pieces of silver to basically drop a dime on Jesus. And it was probably a coin like this.
So there is a possibility this could be one of those coins. Is that correct?
No. The odds are highly against it. They made millions of them. Sure. Okay.
But there's still a possibility.
It's, however, minute. Okay. The shekel of Tyre was a really common coin a couple thousand years ago in the Middle East. But there aren't many left. And even though we can't prove that this is one of the infamous 30 pieces of silver from the Bible, it is still valuable due to its rarity. It's really neat how they made coins back then. They struck these with a hammer that was 4 feet long, and the hammer had the face on it. And they literally stood 4 feet back and struck it. Even the most skilled guy with that hammer was never going to get a perfect strike every time. That's why you'll see like this edge is off center. They're all off center a little bit. No two are identical. Everything about this is right. It's perfect. The problem is someone cleaned it. Any coin collector considers a clean coin a damaged coin. If this wasn't clean, I'd offer you $5,000 for it.
Wow.
Then the big question is how much you want for it.
$2,000.
What do you think, Chuck?
It's old.
Will you take 14?
I can't do 1,400. Just can't really. I mean, it's got the historical value.
It's also been playing that.
How about 1,750? 1,500?
6?
I could do 16.
Yeah, 1,600.
It's legal.
Hey, you want to go write them up?
$1,600 should help out a lot. We've got a lot of expenses with the extra kid, and hopefully that'll at least get us some diapers bought for a few months.
So your dad thinks he just bought the coin that Judas was paid to portray Jesus with.
No.
How are you ever going to prove that?
No.
He's not going to improve it. What are you going to do? Test it for Jesus' DNA?
I make a good buy on an ancient coin, and around here, for some reason, I have to defend myself. Second guessing all my decisions has become like a hobby for these guys.
What did you buy, Rick?
It wasn't the coin that Judas was paid. It's the same type of coin from the same time period. It's not the coin, Chuck. I got a good deal on it. I paid $1,600 for it. And as soon as I can get it authenticated, hopefully get $2,500, $3,000, somewhere around there, I'm willing to bet I'm going to make a pretty decent profit on this. Hopefully that will shut them up.
Well, the price don't sound bad, Rick.
Do you do anything around here anymore besides complain?
Well, that's part of my job.
What's up, Andy?
Hey guys, I got some potentially bad news.
Andy's our head of security, so when he says he has bad news, it can be really bad.
What's up?
An out-of-town detective has called Las Vegas police. The shekel that you recently brought in, there's a chance it might be stolen. They want to put it on hold.
Well, that's $1,600 down the toilet.
Everything we buy goes into a national computer system. Hey, you want to go write them up? And if it comes up stolen, we have to give it back. It definitely sucks, but it's part of doing business in a pawn shop. Okay, so this guy stole it?
Not the guy that brought it to us.
So what, it's been in multiple hands. I'm the last guy, and I'm going to get stuck with it?
Pretty much.
Well, they're going to have to wait. I sent it out to get graded.
That's my dad for you. When it rains, it pours. Obviously, we can't guess what's stolen or not, but throwing away more money on top of it is just his income.
You know, I mean, it sucks that it happens, but what am I going to do?
Damn it, Rick, you can be more careful on what you buy.
Well, how am I supposed to be more careful? This guy legitimately bought it from a different guy. This is just a great excuse for you to complain.
To pay for something, then have to give it back? I might have lost my job over that.
You know they have a point, Rick.
Here's the guys, Andy.
My security guy, Andy, found out that the shekel I bought was stolen. Now he's got some sort of update. I hate to think, what could the problem be now? So what's up?
The coin we've been working with the police on, turns out that the guy who originally owned it got compensated for his loss. It's ours. They released it this morning.
So it's not stolen. I'm gonna live there. Luckily for us, the coin was insured and the insurance company paid for the loss. So that makes the coin free and clear.
Hey, Rick, don't do the end zone dancing.
I smoke and I have COPD.
I don't care.
Children are really worried. My tip is send your kids a text.
My girl's been smoking for a long time. She doesn't have problems. Wow, we've been for 5 hours. Wow. This might be the longest video we ever done. I know.
Cal County. Cudahy? Is it Cudahy or Cudahy?
Might do some gaming tonight. Ooh, I'm gonna do some gaming in a little bit.
Let me help you out real quick. The old man is crazy about solar. He's going to be like a kid on Christmas morning when he sees this. I've never seen you get up from your desk that quick.
I always get up soon.
Not generally very quick.
came to the pawn shop today to sell my silver. I had over 3,000 ounces. Growing up, my dad always told me to invest, so I'm here today to cash in on that investment. If they want less than face value, well, see what we can work out.
Wow, that is a boatload of silver you have right there. Where did you get all this stuff?
So I bought about 12 years ago, and I held on to it, and here I am today.
So what do you got here?
I got some 9% silver diamonds over here, quarters, got these bars, and this thing alone is almost 75 pounds.
Oh, that's cool. Most people don't realize until 1964, all U.S. dimes, quarters, half dollars, silver dollars were all made out of silver. And all paper money was a promise to pay you real money.
Right.
I've been collecting silver, son, for the past 30 years. Silver and gold is a hedge against hyperinflation.
People have been mining silver since at least 3000 BC. But silver mining really blew up after the discovery of the New World, when they found huge amounts of it in South America. All right, I just gotta make sure it's all silver coin.
Okay.
It's really important for me to scan all the edges on these, make sure there's no modern coins in here. When you look at an edge of a quarter or a dime today, you see copper and nickel. 364, all silver, no copper. They look right, it's the right color, it's all 1964 before. You might have to go away and just make sure they weigh the right amount. No problem.
Ow, my back.
So you have 3,372 ounces of silver. He bought right at the bottom of the market. In the late 1990s, silver was at $3 an ounce, but silver is the best conductor of electricity there is, period. Just about every cell phone, every computer, television, they all started needing silver. Well, I think it was last year, 500 million ounces of silver was used just in industry. I hear that there's basically a shortage of silver nowadays. I'd love to buy silver all day, every day of the week, because there's a set profit margin. I can sell it on the market immediately. So what do you want to do with it?
I want to sell it.
Rich, this is going to be difficult to buy. You know why?
When you're talking this much money, there's too much temptation to put a bar of steel or something in the center. And when they make them this big, they don't make them in odd weights.
So you say this might not be pure silver?
What I'm saying is there might be a chunk inside that's not pure silver.
Can we test this thing?
Yeah, drill a few holes on it, take the shavings out, melt them down, make sure it's all in silver. Give me a few minutes, everything checks out. I'll pay you. Doesn't check out, I'll give you an address where you can send it. Okay?
Okay. I never even imagined this might not be silver. I'm really nervous right now.
Testing silver is a little work, but it's not rocket science. First off, you have to drill deep enough to make sure there's not a lead core or some other metal in the middle of the bar. Then you melt down all the filings until they liquefy and you create a small puddle. The last step is dropping some nitric acid on it and seeing what color it turns. When nitric acid reacts with pure silver, it turns a creamy white. If it's any other metal, it can turn green, blue, to gray. Okay, here's the deal. Yeah, it's hard. Now that I know it's pure silver, I'll be more than happy to buy this humongous bar, but I have to factor in the unusual cost of trying to sell something so heavy and odd-shaped. You got 46,000 for the coins, 33,390 for these bars right here, 32.39 times 942 equals. So we got a total of $110,901.
Well, let's make a deal.
That is the deal.
You can go like 115?
No. I mean, there's not a lot of profit here. On $110,901, I'll probably make $1,500 off it.
But can't you just hold all this for 6 months, a year, and sell it for 120?
Or hold on to it for 6 months and sell it for 50? I am not a speculator in the silver market. I'm a businessman.
So what's your best price you give me today?
I'll go $111,000 $99.
How about 112?
No, there's no money to be made for it.
You know, you're welcome to check around, but most people go off the back on everything.
watch warning at the current time. I'm normally on here 9-ish or so we got 9:07 on the clock. So we have, I would say, at least a couple of hours, I think, before we're going to see really anything moving in that's going to be threatening here in West Michigan. So we've got a little bit of time still, and I'll be live at 10 on ARC. I'll be live at 11 on News Channel 3. I'll probably be streaming coverage then as well. So here's what we have on the agenda. It's a live storm update. Of course, severe storms are possible for us tonight. And so we're monitoring that. Right now, the storms have just been going crazy in eastern Iowa. That's now moved out into Illinois and now stretching all the way up into southeast Wisconsin, north of Chicago. And also now stretching all the way back into Missouri. I think that's over Jefferson City, Missouri right now is under a tornado warning. So got an eye on a lot of things going on right now. But here in West Michigan, let me say this as folks are coming into the room. Here in West Michigan, we have nothing going on right now. There's nothing. We're watching the storms on the other side of the lake. We don't have any watches, any warnings right now, and I've got my eye out on the Storm Prediction Center here just to see if and when there might be any kind of mesoscale discussion for us, which would be typically a precursor or a prelude to us getting any kind of a watch here. But right now, there's no watch. There certainly is no warning. Sean, hello to you, Craig. No more storms. Wish I could get that for you, but I can't. Amanda, no need to freak out. Just be alert, right? Watching from Three Rivers. I totally understand, though. All right, totally understand. Vicky, hello to you. Thanks very much, Mike. Hello to you. You on the east side over there? Hello to you. Good evening to you. Donna, thanks for checking in. Appreciate it. Bangor. Jennifer, did not order storms for your birthday tomorrow. Well, how about this? By the time the sun comes up, those storms will be gone. So happy birthday to you. Maybe you got your birthday wish and there are no storms. Maybe Mother Nature just got the timing wrong on that. First cut of the grass this evening, David. Good for you. I pray for calm weather too, Carol, and I'm right there with you. Margie, hello. April, hello. We're going to get some drying out after this. That's going to be good. Jared, hello to you in Lawton. Thanks. Jody, hello to you. Todd. We're going to get to that Kalamazoo look coming up in just a few moments. Margie and Plainwell, understand being a little nervous there. Sally, yes, Colin will be here tomorrow morning. Terry, hello to you. And Jenny, let's talk about these storms. All right, let's get to it. You see what we have here on the agenda. Let me refresh this page I've got going here. There we go. Looking to see again, like I said, I would not be surprised if we come up with a mesoscale discussion here soon. And that is basically the discussion from the Storm Prediction Center that sort of lets you know that people considering a watch in a particular area. Right now, there's nothing like that for our area. So we have this live storm update here. Severe storms right now are just rocking Illinois and Wisconsin. They will be arriving here soon. However, the big question of what is to be the sun. How are they going to be, what kind of strength are they going to have whenever they get here? So let's get to it. I'm going to squeeze myself back here just a bit, and we'll move on to what I've got for you here. Let's go, first of all, there's this for the Storm Prediction Center. If you're looking for some good news here, I'm always looking for some good news. So if you're looking for some good news here, that is that we are at a slight risk for a portion of West Michigan. Much of the areas you can see is at a marginal risk. But we do still have a risk, and I got to tell you, it's hard to ignore when those thunderstorms are pounding away just on the other side of the lake, all the way back down to Illinois, and you know that it's moving in our direction. I've got our timeline from about 11 o'clock tonight to about 3 o'clock in the morning. And by the way, I won't be able to read the comments like I normally can. I apologize in advance. I'll probably say apologies to that a few times over. But please feel free to comment, especially if you have anything constructive to add. We appreciate it here. Hello to Mary and Lawton. Let's see. Yeah, Boundary's got to get some of this. Timmy. And hello to you. Amber in Wyoming, thanks for being here. Appreciate it very much. That's funny there, Jeremy. Get ready to go to the basement. I start 3 a.m. Damaging wind is on the table. Straight line winds are a possibility. Large hail is a possibility. Low tornado risk, but not no tornado risk. And I will say there are numerous tornado warnings that have been going on from southeast Wisconsin all the way back to Illinois right now, even into Missouri. This is a live view here, a live view of Milwaukee that is getting pummeled by the storms right now. So this looking in Milwaukee, and I believe that is the cathedral there that is just south of town, I believe. I'm not sure about that, but if that is the case, then we're probably looking off to the northwest here. Lightning show for sure. I think that there is a tornado warning right now for the Milwaukee area. Maybe not downtown Milwaukee, but the environs there. So they are one of the places under the gun. So this is a live view right now in Milwaukee. Jesse, hello to you. Much. Lorelai, I would say you got to be concerned about it, not to be scared. You got your popcorn, your candles ready to go. Brenda, there you go. As long as it's in a nice, safe shelter. Melinda, I'll get to that Battle Creek in just a few moments. Bob, hello to you. Wind in the lake. Got some clouds there for sure. All right. So that's the view right now of Milwaukee. This is live Doppler radar. And again, you can see we don't have anything going on here. Got a couple of thunderstorms well to the north up toward Pentwater and Ludington. But those are non-severe. Where's the action? Here's where the action is. There you can see the storms right now right over Milwaukee, stretching all the way back into north central Illinois. I know that there's a town called Lena, Illinois that got hit very hard a couple of 3 hours ago. I think that might have been 3.5 hours ago. That is, I think, about 50 miles west of Rockford. They got hit very hard. So Kathy, hello to you in Coldwater. Kathy with a C in Decatur. Mark, hello to you. I need sleep tonight too. Well, here's some good news here, and I'm going to show you the hour by hour coming up. That we're going to be under the gun here from probably about midnight-ish to about 3-ish in the morning. So it's not going to last long, and I just hope it just doesn't have too much of a punch to it. We're going to be here together with this one. Quincy in the house. Brenda, thanks, Greg. Hello. Sue, everyone stay safe for sure. Thomas, ready in South Haven. And Shauna will definitely do that. Renisha, it's going to be moving through Kalamazoo. Let me show you a wider view, and you can see that this line goes all the way back. Now, I stop it there back into western Illinois and northeastern Missouri, but it actually goes all the way back into Missouri and even into Oklahoma. I'm going to take the radar and the lightning off of here, and what you see here, the green is where we have flood advisories, the dark green is flood warnings, but most importantly, the red is where we have tornado warnings. So you can see there are several tornado warnings stretching from Milwaukee-ish, the burbs there, to the northern suburbs of Chicago, and then stretching west toward Rockford, Chicago, and then southwest all the way down into central and west central Illinois. The yellows that you see there are the severe thunderstorm warnings. So numerous, as I posted on my Facebook page, Twitter, X page, probably about half an hour ago, numerous tornado warnings and also severe thunderstorm warnings right now going on with this system. I'm going to look right now at the SBC Storm Prediction Center and see like how many storm reports. Wow, already more than 350 reports of severe weather. 21 reported tornadoes so far from southeast Minnesota to Wisconsin to northern Illinois all the way back into Missouri. So already 21 reports, 127 reports of wind gusts of 60 plus, and 205 reports of large hail that goes all the way back into Oklahoma. So already 350 reports of severe weather here with this line. All right, a new mesoscale discussion just came out. It does not include us, but it is getting closer. And so let me read you a little bit about that. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. And this does include Chicago. Gary is included in that. South Bend is not included, so that gives you an idea. Sort of goes down I-65 all the way down, then curves into Terre Haute, and then into central Illinois. So that's what's included in this update, in this mesoscale update. And that basically is just updating the tornado watch that extends just off to our west, just off to our west. All right, so that's what we have going on there. That's out now from the Storm Prediction Center. From the Storm Prediction Center. Right, so let's go to the hour by hour. This is what you want to see right here. I'm going to go back and see. Right now, there's no sign. I would be surprised if we don't have a watch extended into our area here in the next hour or two, but maybe not. Let me tell you why not. The forecast models have been suggesting, in fact, this is our in-house model here that I'm going to show you, that we're not going to have, this is going to weaken a little bit as it approaches, but rather than me yap on about it, let's just see it. All right, this is 10 o'clock, so this is coming up in 43 minutes. This is in 43 minutes. So let's go from 10 o'clock to about midnight-ish. There we go. And now you can see these thunderstorms are making their way from Big Rapids to west side of Grand Rapids, right down I-196 to about Finnville. I want you to also notice, Eric, where we see the darker oranges, the reds, and even those magentas, that's where the forecast model is projecting that things are going to be a little bit more intense. So I want you to watch this area from Benton Harbor to Niles as we go from about midnight to about 3 in the morning. You see how that's sort of like moving right through? All right, I'm going to show that one more time. Let's go back. Let me see if it'll go back for me. I think it will. There we go. All right, remember, this map that I'm showing here looks like a severe thunderstorm warning just as you just popped in into the Chicago area there, north of Chicago, the northern suburbs up to the Wisconsin line, and then stretching up to the southern suburbs of Milwaukee. Tornado warnings there. Looks like there's probably at least one warning there. Let's take another live look. If you don't mind me doing this, we're going to freelance a little bit. Let's go back to the view that we had here of from Milwaukee, this live scene. All right, this is looking live in Milwaukee here. It looks like they changed the camera position on me. They took the cathedral away, so I think right now, I believe this is looking south. I believe this is looking south, which I believe would be down the interstate there. So, not seeing the lightning like we saw before. There we go. Got a little bit of lightning there. So this is the view right now in Milwaukee. Nicole, they're not likely to be tornadoes with this one here. Not likely to be. Phyllis, I have not heard yet. Thank you for asking on that. I am in touch with him on that one. Brenda, thanks for the thanks. I appreciate it. So there's the view right now in Milwaukee. All right, let's get back now to the radar. And you'll see, this is why we're seeing that lightning in Milwaukee. Those thunderstorms are right overhead. Now what I want to show you is where we have those tornado warnings. There you go. That's what's in red. I do want to stress that right now we have no watch or warning in effect for any part of West Michigan, okay? So this is all sort of, we're out ahead of the game here. We're out ahead of what's going on here. All right, so now let's move back to the hour by hour. Remember I showed you at 10 o'clock, Muskegon northward into Oceana County, northward up to around Pillwater, Ludington. Got a little of this action. I don't think that this part will be severe when it gets to the lakeshore. There's no guarantee of that. But I do think that area is going to be weakening. But as we go from 10 to noon, or 10 to midnight, here you see, I'm more concerned about what's going on, let's say, south of South Haven there, with these thunderstorms that are going to be kicking up between Niles and also up to around Benton Harbor. And I don't know if this will allow me to do a slider on this. Let's see. By 3 o'clock, this just exits in a hurry. So I'm going to try to do something here with the map. I'm going to see if it will allow me. This could be a good move. This could be disastrous where I do try to do this. So let's see if this will allow me to do it. It will allow me to do it. If I had a mouse, I might be able to do it, but I don't think I can do it. So we're just going to have to play it. All right. So again, between midnight and 3 a.m., that's where we're going to see those storms go race from the lakeshore. We'll call it 11 o'clock at the lakeshore. From 11 o'clock to, let's say, 2 a.m. 11 to 2 a.m., we've got it going from the lakeshore to east of I-69. So it's going to be racing across. What does that mean? Well, a couple of things. One, these are going to be moving fast, and so there's going to be plenty of wind associated with this. Kate in the house, thanks. I'm doing all right, thanks. Nancy, love listening to the rain. I don't mind the rain. I just don't like listening to the pine trees swaying too much of the breeze there. Spring gardening starting. Joanne, better watch what you put in the ground there. We got some sub-freezing temperatures early next week. I'll get to that in a moment. Thank you very much, Barb, for that from Galesburg. Galesburg, Michigan, by the way, because Galesburg, Illinois is getting rocked by these storms right now. All right, so I want to go back one more time, and let's go through this hour by hour one more time. This is what everybody wants to see. Again, go back to this map here. Everything that you see in red is a tornado warning. Look at that cluster in central Illinois right now. That is where things are just really big right now. And then also north of Chicago, between Chicago and Milwaukee. All right, let's go back down to hour by hour. I want you to watch from 10 o'clock right to midnight. Storm starting to hit the lakeshore there, starting to move inland. The northern half of this line could pop a severe thunderstorm warning By the way, I think our main threat will be straight line winds from this. However, it has been tornadic on the other side of the lake, and certainly in Wisconsin. So now watch as we go from midnight to 3. I wish I would have put a couple of stops in here at 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. I did not. I apologize. And now I'm in a situation where I can't. So this is going to move fast from midnight to 3 a.m. Boom, everything just goes through. I want you to notice two things. First, how fast it's moving. But then also, I want you to notice out of that it's weakening. So actually, by the time it gets over to the thumb, and over to the western suburbs of Detroit, Ann Arbor, for example, it doesn't look like, not that Ann Arbor is a western suburb of Detroit, it does look like it is weakening. So that's something there. So again, I'm going to run it through one more time. Sorry, I know that but more people are coming into the room, and I want you to see this. So watch your community there. You see where we've got your communities on the map. And by the way, upper 60s to around 70. These temperatures between now and midnight are the warmest we're going to see in 5 days, 4 or 5 days. Okay, we've been used to this, by the way. Get this. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 today, 6 straight days in the 70s or 80s. Mind you, our average high temperature just hit 60. But the last 6 days, right? I want to count that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, today, the 6th straight day in the 70s or 80s. That's going to go away. Now watch what happens between 10 and midnight. Those thunderstorms approach, and then between midnight and 3 a.m., boom, they go past. And so we're looking at from west to east between midnight and 3 a.m. So what does that mean? Like I said, that means there'll be some gusty winds with this. Here's what it also means. There could be some periods of heavy rain. There likely will be, but it won't last that long. And the rain that's coming in behind this is going to be more stratiform type, like,
You know, I know you're forecasting 50,000. That's still a lot of money to be put out. And it's going to take a long time for me. So, I mean, it is unique. It is pretty cool. I don't really want to pay that much money for that long. I'll offer you about 30. We've got it's a little low. I mean, I'm looking to get a little bit more closer to 50 if possible. How about maybe a mil? 40,000. Yeah, we can do that. Those better should be working with this. $40,000, you know, I'm happy with that. Like I say, worst case, could have been just the silver, so pretty happy.
Morning, gentlemen. Hey, how's it going? From John Little Bill Bondsman. I got to skip out on me a $50,000 bail. Now let's see what I can get out of this. State of mind.
So it's good, buddy, huh?
Yes, sir. No, that could matter.
Yeah, I put some bits sometimes.
I decided to come to the pawn shop today to sell my rare 1861 double eagle $20 gold piece. I took this coin for collateral against the skip card. Any net skip card. Now I got to make $50,000. I'm hoping it'll make a dent in the $50,000 that I owe the stock.
So you know much about the coin?
Not much. I thought it was pretty good condition, but I was hoping you could tell me.
Was this graded at one time?
No, we were graded.
So we're not seeing any of the lightning out there from the big lake. Temperatures are very mild. Look at this. We are well in the 70s. In fact, South Haven, where we were just looking live, is right now sitting on 75 degrees. This is way too warm for this time of year. But again, these 6 extreme temperatures in the 70s or 80s at a time when the temps should be our high temperature or averaging upper 50s to around 60. And by the way, it's because we've been under this warm, very wet, very unsettled, very stormy weather pattern for the entire month of April. So get this, I think I tweeted this out or put this on Shady's plug for my Facebook page. I think we're up to 6.51, 6.5 inches of rain so far, just in the month of April. All right? We had about 4 to 4.5 in March, which was also well above average. So we're sitting on about 10.5, maybe close to 11 inches of rain in a month and a half. And it's a month and a half that's not really one of our rainier months. That typically is like June, July. And so, yeah, that's why it's so wet. And that's why we're having those flooding issues. Per the National Weather Service in Kalamazoo, the rainiest April on record was 1947, 7.7 inches. And the way I count it right now, we're less than 1.25 inches away from that. However, I will say this, let's talk a little forecasting here, and then we'll get back to the storm situation at hand. Just a reminder, right now, no watches, no warnings for anybody here. We have a dry pattern that's coming up. Let's look at it. I think you're gonna like this. We don't need any more rain. We have the thunderstorms coming tonight till about 3 o'clock in the morning. I think we have some residual sort of scattered showers, light stuff. That'll be going on until about 9ish tomorrow morning, maybe 10. And then we say sayonara showers, good riddance, as we set off on a cold pattern. Monday morning low 25. That's why I'm telling you, unless you have a plan to protect those tender plants. Oh no, it's only April 17th, April 18th. But we will remain sunny and dry Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm liking that. That'll give us 5 days to dry out. Sheila, hello to you. Carl, yes, so no rain, right? Not tonight. Yeah, tonight, yes. Gary, I gotta tell you, I've said that. I told my son that today. What we're talking about, maybe it was yesterday. It's like it's so wet.
Very slight wear. This definitely is a M60 trigger player coin, which was minimally worth $40,000. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm very happy. This coin's worth a lot of money. So what do you want to do with it? Honor yourself.
So look at Susan, hello to you.
You're a man. Where are you at?
All right, so looking here, as we see, still not seeing anything for us. So let's go back.
30 grand.
So right in the right hand in the comments, folks.
And that's cash.
Want to stay on top of here.
We still we're 40. So I don't believe the money. With the 35.
Start with that blue.
You want to 5 grand on it. I'm on that way. We're going to 5 grand on the plan. 5 grand. And the plans that always been south side. 33. 34, you got these. That's pretty good. Better than I expected.
Yes. That's a good side. All right, so let me get out a little bit wider. All right, so here's what we're looking at. We're looking at the thunderstorms here.
You got platinum is more powerful. Removing 99% of grease.
I'm gonna get $2. Come on. Can I get that more?
You're done in zero.
Oh, this person goes on 50 out. Goes on 50.
To be taking shelter out here. It's going to be from Lincoln, Middletown, Broadbelt, Nationville.
What do we got? I have some political memorabilia, the Secret Service ID for J. Howard McGrath, Attorney General of the United States.
Okay.
Some letters signed to him by J. Edgar Hoover, Hubert Humphrey, his White House pass,
Oh, that's cool.
and half of a $10 bill signed to him.
You know, I never got the Secret Service because everybody knows they exist.
I came into the pawn shop today to try and sell some political memorabilia from the Attorney General of the United States, J. Howard McGrath. I really don't know what they're worth, and it had a number of thousand in my head, but we'll see how it goes.
Where did you get these?
I bought them from his grandson.
All right. McGrath was the Attorney General under Truman, late 40s, early 50s. I don't think McGrath was actually in the Secret Service, but being the Attorney General, I'm sure he could get any credentials he wanted.
He was the top law enforcement official.
J. Howard McGrath was a power player in Washington politics. He was the chairman of the Democratic National Committee when Truman ran for president. So Truman, thinking him to be Attorney General, cronyism, you think? These are pretty interesting here. And this right here is...
I believe that is half of a counterfeit $10 bill. They signed it to the Attorney General.
You sure it's counterfeit? Just not a bad misprint?
I don't know.
Sometimes when the Bureau of Printing and Engraving make a bill, they screw up. Misprint bills can be worth a lot of money to collectors. But counterfeit money, that's a whole different story. It's a federal offense to use a counterfeit bill, So I'm assuming he can't own one. Yeah, it's counterfeit. All American currency, they throw silk rag in with the paper. So if you pick up a bill and you look at it closely, you'll see little red and blue lines all over it. If that's not there, it's not real. This doesn't have any of those. All right? Well, I don't even think it's legal to own this thing. Okay? This is an amazing collection. You just never see stuff like this, but it scares the hell out of me. I mean, counterfeit money and Secret Service credentials, this is the kind of stuff that can get me in hot water. You got some neat stuff here, and these three things right here, I really want to get checked out. I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure it's a felony to own this thing.
Yeah, the last thing I need is the feds coming to the door of this place.
Let me go make a phone call. I'll be right back. Thanks. I'm really hoping it's legal to keep this stuff because it's awesome. If it checks out, I'll definitely make an offer.
What do we have today? Well, this is a counterfeit bill, so. Counterfeit? Yeah. I'm the administrator of the Clark County Museum System, and after 35 years in the museum field, there's not much I haven't seen at some point or another. J. Howard McGrath. Interesting. You know who he was?
Attorney General of the United States.
Well, he was that too. He was 3-term governor of Rhode Island. He was a senator as well.
Okay.
McGrath was Attorney General from 49 to 52. He presided over a case that got rid of segregation in dining cars on railroads. It was a fairly active time. Now let me take a look here. Oh yes, this is his Secret Service credential. The embossing, the seal is right on this. So this is all right. Normally, if you see one, it's been marked retired. So this is quite unusual. Secret Service passes like this. Normally, they either have a stripe across them or they're marked retired. So it's an interesting one because it's all completely intact.
How collectible is this guy, and is any of this stuff legal to own?
Having a White House pass, they are not real common. They are collected. That, on the other hand, you don't want. A counterfeit bill is not legal to own. So obviously, these guys were probably involved in whatever case this came out of and gave it to them as a souvenir. This is the sort of thing that you don't want to own. In 1950, things were a little looser, and when you're the Attorney General of the United States, some of the laws aren't enforced quite as strongly.
Can we shred it?
No, best thing to do is turn that into the Secret Service.
Okay, thanks for coming in, Mark.
Not a problem.
You're the best. Appreciate it.
All righty.
What do you want to do with these?
I'd like to sell them.
How much you want for them?
I'd like $1,000.
Not gonna happen. We got Howard McGrath. No one knows who he was.
This one's not stamped retired. You heard him say it was rare.
This is not exactly a badge, so it's going to be a little bit harder to sell. It's sort of on the fringe of badge collecting.
How about 800?
4.
5.
Storms have been expending a lot of energy in Wisconsin and Illinois. So those are some things that are working in our favor. Do you think they'll be in the process of weakening as they move through here, which means maybe more work might certainly take that, right? Rebecca, hello. South Haven. South Haven right now, we're quiet. I think probably about midnight-ish tonight we'll get some thunderstorms. I do not expect, well, let me say this, I do think that there could be some gusty winds. I don't think that this is going to be, let's say, rise to the level of what we had Tuesday night. And we always measure the next weather event by what happened last time. And that's a mistake. Of course, the last big event we had Tuesday night, we ended up with now 4, right? Tornadoes, 4 tornadoes.
In the Algonquin area. So literally right on top of where Andy put that early warning out. We've got the official warning from the National Weather Service for Lake and McHenry counties.
Right along the Union line, Otsego all the way to Hickory Corners. This is as far as the tornado, the storm team, survey team for the National Weather Service. It was 110 mile per hour winds on that one. That was going up and over the Art Museum, right down Hickory Road. That's two. A third one would be really impressive and strong, a strong EF1, almost an EF2.
All right, Andy Hill is flagging a new
Was in
yawa.
southern Montcalm County near Carson City, just south of Carson City in Gratiot County. It was on the ground for 19 miles. And the fourth one that was actually confirmed yesterday, but the details didn't come out today from the National Weather Service in Northern Indiana. We have a fourth one in southeast.
Okay, so this is a confirmed tornado.
Say south of Coldwater, I-69 right there, and then southeast. This is like Montgomery, California, and Alcancy. That's number 4. That was an EF0, I believe, at 90. I believe that's what it was. And then that was not on the ground for very long. It did not cover much ground. But 4. So again, but I do think that we're going to have maybe, some gusty winds here that come through with this storm. So let me go back again. I'm going to run through this again, see how much has changed here.
I can't see nothing on that. We'll keep checking back in on that.
Northeast. They are
But shout out.
the line, the individual cells are moving northeast, okay, but the line itself is sort of pushing westward, as you can see from the radar here. Notice now they're starting to make their way on Lakeshore around Muskegon County, Oceana counties, seeing them. But again, this is non-severe. Let me see how many storm reports we're up to right now, as the folks are really getting rocked right now in Illinois. That's where it's really, really going strong right now. Let me see if I can update this page here. We have 366 reports, so that really hasn't changed very much. 22 reports of tornadoes. What I'm looking at now here is the latest is, let's see, that'd be 936, a new tornado warning out for the Chicago Weather Office. They're really getting a workout. This would be for southern Lake County and southeastern McHenry County there. This is for Cary near Lake in the Hills, moving to the northeast at 60. It's radar indicated. Again, that's all in the Chicago area. Okay, that's all in the Chicago area right now. But obviously, we are very interested in what's going on over there right now. Let me go back to our Milwaukee camera here and show you what's going on there with those thunderstorms that are moving through the Milwaukee area. We do still have some active tornado warnings in the Milwaukee area. Let me get to that page here. Let's see what we got going on there. It's so active right now, just on the other side of the lake. Oh yeah, Kenosha, Waukegan, and just to the south of Milwaukee. Milwaukee proper not under a tornado warning, but Kenosha, Waukegan, and then Kenosha north along I-94 to the south suburbs of Milwaukee under a tornado warning. And then as we stretch that south, that goes down to Waukegan. That's the new tornado warning, I think, that just came out just north of Chicago. And then west to DeKalb, Illinois, and then also near Peoria. between now and then, by the way, nothing is going to be happening.
Okay, then I'll turn you off. Then. Okay, guys, out of here. Couple things I want to say. We are going to cut the feed later in a little bit. We're gonna cut the feed at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock we'll cut the feed, and we are going to reset the feed. Okay, after we get done with our, I will be resetting the feed at 10 o'clock. We are gonna cut the feed and reset the feed because I think we might be getting a surprise later on tonight. So we're gonna stay on, guys. But when we hit 10 o'clock, I'm gonna cut the feed and do a new live stream, so you're not missing anything. We will be, like I said, we will cut the feed in a little bit, and then we'll reset the feed because I've been on for 6 hours straight. And I'll be back on because of I know I'll cut the light off, but I'll still be on, guys. But we'll reset the feed in a little bit. We'll have to reset the feed. So that's what Ryan Hall's saying real quick before we.
He lives in the Bloomington, Illinois area, so we've got to take shelter.
Arkansas.
We might not hear from him again tonight.
But we're staying on, guys. We're staying on. We might cut the feed in a little bit, but we are not going anywhere. We're staying on. I'll say this again, guys. We might cut the feed. We're gonna reset the feed in a little bit. We're not cutting the feed. We're just gonna reset. We're gonna have to cut the feed in a little bit. I'm not going to bed. I'm staying up. But yeah. But we are going to be cutting the feed, and then we'll cut the feed in a little bit. Then I'm going to stay up, kind of, with you guys on, and that's about it. We are going to take a nap. This camera will stay on until I wake up. Whenever that will be. That's it.
Okay, living in a mobile home. Well, you know what? On a serious note there, Dan, and I know that you already know this, but I hope that means that you do have a safety plan that you put into play there that gets you to a sturdy structure, you know. I lived in a mobile home when I was in grad school in Arkansas. I felt like it was a tornado magnet too. But I will tell you, I was told there by the school boat peeps, like, when we tell you to go to a safe structure, get out of there and go to a safe structure. For us, it was a big concrete block laundromat that they told us to go to. So for folks who are living in a spot like that, yes. Griffin Lakeshore Outlook, we're going to be seeing some stuff on the lakeshore, I think, between 10 o'clock and 11, maybe midnight. Could have some strong winds. All right, everybody, got to skate. It's 9:46, so in 14 minutes, I'll be live.
And not going to watch you on the arc.
Always tracking.
Let's see what you say about this. This was stupid.
Always tracking, always alerting. This is Storm Team 8.
Sunshine has been replaced by clouds, but it has been a very warm, pleasant day nonetheless. That includes in Muskegon, where they achieved their first 80-degree temperature of the year this afternoon. Right now sitting at 77 degrees, and although it's turned cloudy, you may think the rain is close. We've still got to wait.
On the Titan Explorer. On the Titan Explorer. The working lead.
Abandoned ship.
On the Titan Explorer.
Next video, guys, we're going to do, we're not care about the time.
The working lead into the night.
Right there, baby. Still good. Still good.
Yeah, we got 69 on that last pot there. Really nice crab. Really nice crab.
What's that? What's that? Ah! What's that? Ah! Let him morning, kids. It's one spark. We're done.
Contained in 120-gallon cylinders, liquid anhydrous ammonia is a refrigerant used to freeze fish during the summer tendering season.
Oh, God. Smell it.
If a leak occurs, noxious and flammable ammonia vapors can spread, and if ignited, explode.
Chewy pharmacy knows what it's dealing with a lot. And forgot. They said that food is out.
So yeah, guys, we're gonna get off in about 9 minutes. We've been on for 6 hours. We're just got to reset the feed. That's pretty much all we're going to do is reset the feed, and that's all we really have to do is reset the feed. We're gonna reset the feed because it's saying around midnight, 1 o'clock, plus severe weather. I'm not gonna push the feed, so I'm going to reset the feed in a little bit. And who's been with us for the 6 hours? Thank you. If anyone who's been watching us for the 6 hours, thanks a lot. This is one of the longest videos we ever did on the channel. And that's all I can really say. So we're going to get off in a little bit and reset. So light will be off, but you guys will still see my mug. I will be sleeping. During my sleep, the oil rails might go off. If they go off, I'll be waking back up. That's pretty much about it. Everything is locked up for the night, and yeah. It's almost 10 o'clock. So, yeah.
Go, go! £600. 600 pounds of liquid ammonia that's blasting through our boat. Go, go, go.
Hey guys, we been on for almost 6 hours straight. We're gonna be shutting down soon, but I'm watching this thing first.
600 pounds. 600 pounds of liquid ammonia that's blasting through our boat. I've sealed up all the compartments that I could, but there's still one void door that's open up in the reef room. No. Go downstairs and secure the deck. Okay? Yep. I've turned off my main engines and my generator to prevent a fire happening. It's just gonna be a waiting game now. No.
Oh my God.
Abandoned ship.
So it looks like that we have a slack tank. All right, you guys keep securing the deck. We're in trouble now. We got a 5-degree list. It's getting worse. It's going up to 10.
5-degree list. Ooh.
It's getting worse. It's going up to 10.
Abandoned ship.
So now I have over 200,000 pounds of water rolling around down there, causing us to list. My pumps aren't running right now, so we can capsize, flip over. I see Keith. Hey, Keith, pick me up. Wizard.
Mayday, mayday.
Keith, got me here? That's fine, Jake. Is that you?
What? Tell? What the hell just happened?
You may have to start thinking about getting off the boat. Roger. You got a abandoned ship. My God.
Keith is telling him to abandon ship right now.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Roger. You got a abandoned ship. My God.
Keith is telling him to abandon ship right now.
What do you mean?
He has an ammonia leak and he's listed.
Have you heard him?
Yeah.
I got your location. I am on my way. Where's Kevin? Hey. Okay, you're in charge of the suits, all right? Okay, Rolando, I want you on the life raft. We need to let it go. I'm going to keep it tethered to the boat. I'm going to Esteban. I want you on the lower deck with the painter line tied it off. Please get off this boat now. I'll climb down to the box. Esteban's got to tie the painter once they get it figured out. Hurry up! Okay, guys, go! Got it tied up! Let it go! Okay, coming down! Go, let it go! Okay, let's start pulling it. We're gonna have sea anchors on. Let's go. Okay, now start walking it. Okay, let's go. Let's walk it. Everybody here! Where am I at? Everybody got a suit? Walk out these like 21. You can't remember. Put the camera down. You okay yet?
Jake, come on. Jake!
And Jake's by himself. The wizard's close and spoke to him.
Don't we go over?
Too far away.
Alright, go ahead. You okay? Wait for it to come up.
That's scary. Okay, guys, we're done.